through
a series of amendments.
Yeah.
Right.
A series of amendments. Like around 27 actually in total.
27 in total.
The last 200 years.
Yeah.
They've just done 27 amendments.
Yeah.
But again, that also offers us a latitude for the Constitution of Kenya for us as a country to re-examine some of these clauses, some of these provisions, because there's always room for improvement when it comes to testing some of these legislations. Remember, this is the 10th year of our implementation of the new dispensation. And of course, there has some myriads of teething issues that have been identified in matters that are related to elections. And of course, I really, how I wish that, BBI could not have been, publicized, politicized to the extent that it was not able to cure some of the provisions that had been provided or suggested that were candidate for amendments at the constitutional level. And this, to me, I think would have been an opportunity for us to cure some of these issues. Going forward, I think as a country we have actually come of age, and going by Jakaya Kikwete's sentiments that we have some few, knots to tie up here and there. Of course, that's a good gesture that not all is well, but not all is bad. You see, yesteryears or gone are the years when the European Union and other observer missions could give us quite a gloomy picture about, or a bleak picture about our whole, sense of affairs in terms of managing our electoral matters. But if you listen to what they are now, what they say since 2013, 2017 up to now, thanks to the new constitution, at least we are getting a little bit of, an average sort of performance.
Just hold it there so that I need somebody to get your mic working back again. He was in the process of building a point, but I just want, in terms of, he does say that the initiative of the BBI was not necessarily very bad.
Yes.
The character of our politics is really high voltage, and sometimes, sobriety is lost in the middle of that noise.
Yes.
We are seeing younger people now being elected. How do we ensure that conversations can take place in an environment of total soberness, where you see the young people, especially the ones who have not hit the fourth floor.
Yes.
They are able to canvass issues, and remain more focused on the issues that will aid them in transforming with the transformation agenda.
My brother Mboya, the best thing about democracy is that it is premised on the foundation that it gives people an opportunity to determine their destiny. Yeah. In determination of that destiny, people have got to have a chance to canvass issues, and it is what people call politics. Yeah. About the BBI, I have to mention about BBI, and I will agree with Wakili that we lost a good document to bad politics. When I say bad politics, not through the opponents of the BBI, but through the proponents of the BBI.
What do you mean?
What I mean is this: we've been told that that good politics is sometimes bad economics, and sometimes good economics is bad politics. Okay. In regards to the BBI process, in my view, it was raising pertinent governance questions about our country, things that should have brought us together. The tragedy is the people who are the proponents of BBI forgot to play the political beat, so that they dealt with the administrative issues about the BBI process, while their opponents ran away with the political platform. And when they ran away with the political platform, they had a chance to bastardize an entirely very good document. My senior Nzapa Gitonga, before dying, may the Lord rest his soul, wrote an open letter, I think in The Nation or on the Standard, where he narrated to us how the whole process went on in Naivasha when he was the chairman of the committee of experts. And there was a lot of political horse trading. The net effect of this political horse trading, for instance, ended up giving us a very weak Senate, which is not how it is usually done across the globe. Today, we have a National Assembly that almost has a near monopoly on matters relating to money bills. And therefore, the Senate is, by and large, left as, an observer
Yeah.
of these matters.
Yeah.
These are things we should have fixed.
Yeah.
The other thing I must also mention, for the last 56, almost 60 years, we've had what we call the parliamentary model that was styled in the British system.
Yeah, Westminster.
Westminster, thank you. That was the word I was looking for. In the Westminster model, so that we have had a system where the interaction between the executive and the legislature is spot on. In the last 10 years, with the executive outside of legislature, outside of parliament, we've seen even in instances where cabinet secretaries flatly just ignore summons by parliament. One thing, and all of us will bear witness, is that the 10th parliament, the parliament and during the Grand Coalition, was able to deliver so much because we had a robust debate. The political competition was intense in parliament, and therefore the executive, because it was represented in parliament, was quick to give answers, and in so doing, it made the story of our governance better. Let me make this last point. When the new constitution came in, and we shoved the executive outside parliament, the net effect is that the process of accountability became slower, and the greatest casualty was the citizen of Kenya.
I can see that Terry wanted to jump in.
I think without digressing on the subject matter, of course, you asked about youngsters trouncing, giants and so on and so on. And to me, I think with the current circumstances that we are witnessing today, to me, I think it's a democracy in the right direction, in the sense that yesteryears, Tom, you will agree with me that politics at the representation level was a preserve of the aged, moneyed, and the wealthy politicians who could afford to, to carry out a massive campaign successfully without breaking a sweat. Come the new dispensation, I think we have seen light at the end of the tunnel, because even musicians and some non-starters in terms of wealth, mobility, are able now to play with the big boys. And I'm saying this because when you look at the since 2013, 2017, 2022 now, you can actually pinpoint to a good number of culprits who have been who could not have actually, hit the ceiling if it were for the new dispensation at work. But that also has also given another latitude for women of today, that they are able also to play that league in terms of political representation.
Before you go to women, I get a feeling that some of the new entrants we're seeing, especially from the entertainment industry, have some financial muscle behind them.
They do. Actually, they are riding on the social media wave, and they are, that kind of craze at the showbiz level.
Because to run a campaign,
it also requires some money.
You need kitty.
But also, when you go to Mashinani, you'll find that, especially where you come from, I have actually been able to see, a couple of youngsters who are really, downtrodden in terms of finances, and are able to, endear themselves to the masses, and they are able to, pick something at the end of the day. I'm talking about MCA level members of parliament, and when you look at the current crop of leaders who have been elected, as we are talking, Tom, right now, it paints a good picture of that. It's not all lost, and it's not all about money. Now people are able to listen to the content that is being given out by the candidates, and they are able to decipher, make decisions, interrogate these people, and able to make decisions. Unless in the past when it was all about money, resources, and the resources. Nowadays, at least you can stand without even anything. I'm told of our governor somewhere who was being called Koti Moja. I think, I don't know which county is that. Uasin Gishu. I'm told that he has carried the day, yet he could only be spotted with one coat. He could not afford 2 suits. And his opponents were actually calling him names that he cannot be trusted because he's poor. He can only afford 1 coat. He can't afford a decent suit. But the people were able to listen, decipher, make a decision based on those kind of sentiments and the situation on the ground, and were able to bequeath this position to this Koti Moja guy.
Let's build on that, because that sounds that's very nourishing.
Absolutely.
To hear that for the mind.
Oh yes.
That they are not able to see what he's wearing.
Absolutely.
Do you think going forward we will come to a place where it's less of the promises but more of assessing the candidates and looking at the values that they have, all right, and what they stand for, and making decisions, casting votes, decisions based on those parameters?
I think the electorates of today are a little bit not like yesterday. Yesteryears, they were a little bit gullible, and they could, be swayed easily on some flimsy, excuses and the reasons why we should elect someone. But nowadays, they are able to think through and make up their mind. It's not about just sympathizing with that Koti Moja kind of, example, or that kind of analogy. But we also have seen other cases like in Meru, the guy who was given a car by the president after coming out guns blazing and over-trouncing guys who are wealthy. The reason is being that it's not about this guy being poor or coming from a humble background, but that being just one factor. They are also able to listen to the content, because definitely electorates are not just going to give you votes because you are poor or because you have just one court, but they also have other combination of factors that they look into. Academic background is also a factor. The way you articulate issues, the way you have been in touch with the reality on the ground. Those are some of the factors that will actually make an electorate make a decision towards choosing a certain candidate and leaving another one. And going forward, of course, that shows that our democracy is now actually something else. We are not where we were yesterday. And also the place of women today is also something else that we need to, chest thump about, Tom. Because look at the number of women who are actually now playing with the big boys at the big league. In Rwanda, of course, they were, taking all the accolades for having more women in positions of power, especially in parliament and other electorate positions. But now Kenya is also actually gaining some traction in terms of empowering our women, making sure that they also play at that league. When you look at the constitution, of course, we have given them a leeway to elect purely women brand in terms of women reps, and we have not also barred them from competing with the men in other positions, and that also has ensured that our women also uplift themselves economically, because problems for women are better known by other women.
And by the way, when you were speaking, my mind went to the 2/3 gender rule. That is the affirmative aspect of it. But now we're seeing them making themselves available for positions, elective positions, and they're competing. And they're doing well, I think.
One thing about affirmative action is that it is usually not an open-ended check. Sometimes affirmative action in other jurisdictions, it is actually called positive discrimination. One thing that it is intended to achieve is that it is supposed to mainstream voices that were hitherto pushed to the periphery, to the margins of, say, of politics, of the economy. So one thing you see with since the advent of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, then we first create the position of women rep. Then we create the club of the 47. Then you subsequently see the club of the 47 moving out of the positions of the women rep and going to gun for other positions. And now the net effect is that we have the voices of this other gender that was hitherto left in the periphery now coming in. Today I'm told that the quota, the number of governors who are not men, are increasing. And it speaks to the success story of affirmative action in Kenya.
So it's an indictment on the men.
It is actually.
Maybe.
Actually, going
but
forward.
It could also be an opportunity that our people have seen that when they lock out the other half of the population from the decision-making table, that they make their own lives poorer. And now they've realized that our women, our mothers, that over and above the question of gender, they are fairly competent individuals, and given a chance, they would sometimes even outperform the men.
They would even outperform. By the way, can you have a male women rep?
I think that was a bone of contention.
You remember there was an issue like that?
It is something that
representative of a constituency.
Yeah, not gender-based. Actually, it was an issue that I think somebody wanted to go to court to seek some redress and some sort of legal redress, interpretation on the factual and the actual meaning of that provision. But unfortunately, I do not remember whether there was actually a deliberation on the same. But again, this is something that someone will need to pick up and run with. Although, however, our society being a paternalistic society, of course, patriarchal. Of course, it will be a shame for a man like Tomboya going to seek to be a woman rep. But of course, there will be name calling, and of course, the stigma will also be there. And by the end of the day, of course, you will also have lost your value as a man. That's the society that we are in. Ule Tomboya alienda kuitisha kiti cha wamama. You see, that kind of narrative will always will follow you all the way to your grave. So maybe those are some of these, stereotypes that perhaps are making men shy away from actually seeking that position.
Okay. Permit me to depart from my brother and say this. There is what is called constitutional or statutory interpretation. The position of the women rep, we must go back to what mischief the Constitution was seeking to cure.
Which was?
The mischief was that elective politics, especially as it is practiced in most democracies, it is favoring men. It is patriarchal in itself. Because the question of mobilization, the question of saving, being carried shoulder high, you don't easily carry a woman shoulder high without first giving her a chance to possibly dress in a manner that would allow her to be carried shoulder high. So the Constitution of Kenya 2010, in its infinite wisdom, was trying to create an avenue through which the voices of women would be elevated or increased in the National Assembly.
I get
Thank
you. It sounds like an interpretation.
Sure, absolutely. It is an interpretation. And of course...
So it was never designed for
It was never designed for men. Actually, the spirit is the key word here. The spirit of that provision.
Thank you,
There's something that I want to... Jakaya Kikwete gave IEBC a clean bill. And we know that IEBC is expected to deliver free, fair, and credible elections. Beyond delivering free, fair, and credible election, does IEBC have a mandate, to ensure that people who have impeccable character, right, are the ones who are allowed to contest and run for public office? Let me start with you.
Okay, I think in the Constitution, of course, we have what we call separation of power, and we have also what we call, initially we used to say that government has 3 arms of government, but from a deeper contextual governance perspective, in the strictest sense, we have 4 arms of government, because independent offices have been classified under Article 215 of the Constitution as some of the offices that are part of the organs of the government. And now these organs, of course, have apparatus and the mechanisms of actually addressing the very specific mandates that they were created for. For example, when it comes to matters of corruption, of course, we have the EACC, which is purely mandated to carry out that particular mandate. Come to matters of elections, of course, we have the IEBC, formerly IECC. And this one also has the mandate to carry its specific duty, which is actually encapsulated in Article 85, 82, 83, 84, all the way to 89 of the Constitution. Now, matters of integrity, of course, I remember in 2017 there was what we used to call the Technical Working Group. Technical Working Group was an amalgamation of all these agencies coming together to work as a team, in the sense that EACC could, could do its part
or share information
with the ODPP and the DCI, and at the same time share with this kind of institution which are tasked to do with matters of clearing candidates on matters of academic issues, is it COPs, and so on and so on. And by then it was actually CLE, I mean CUE, not CLE.
CUE. Commission for University.
Q.
Yes.
And then the IEBC. And then these bodies could share information, and if you do not pass in one of the institutions or one agency does not clear you, then you do not move to the other one, and IBC would be the last stopover. So if ESCC, ODPP and another agency does not clear you in 2017, then you are a black spot when it comes to matters of clearance by the IEBC. Now, that we seem to have departed from that kind of trajectory, because nowadays we don't see that working. Every institution is seemingly working on itself. For example, you could see the saga of Sakaja, where he could be cleared by one institution and another one does not clear him, and then that kind of disenfranchised way of doing things affected the way candidates could be actually sieved in matters of credibility.
Okay, but even the reason I asked that is we've heard over and over again, even IEBC saying that, you know what, we have our appeal mechanisms. So once somebody goes to the next level, within that framework, then we have to allow that process to go to its logical conclusion. But the reason I was asking that was, if someone has been convicted and he proceeds and wins an election, and that conviction is not overturned in a court of law, what happens?
I think conviction here. Okay, let me just.
Let me have him go, then you.
Okay.
I think I can name various cases or personalities that have been affected by that particular clause or that kind of arrangement.
That you have been convicted.
You have been convicted.
And the court being an institution of record. Anybody can, and it's a public institution.
Absolutely.
Anybody, including the IEBC, can actually access.
Exactly.
So, why isn't it sensible to demand that, hey, you know what, clear your name? Because why subject, voters, taxpayer to a by-election when you
absolutely. I think the issue here from a legal perspective is conviction is not the end of someone's pursuit for justice.
Okay.
I'm saying this from a legal perspective because once you're convicted, of course, you have the appellate way of addressing your issues as well. For example, when you are convicted at the lower court, that's a high court, for example, or court of trial, you are able to move the ladder on appellate basis and make sure that you launch that application and it is active within that particular time.
Where do you exhaust it? Which level?
No,
the Supreme?
The Supreme, because it's the last
Can we go beyond Supreme?
No, you can't. Actually,
what is it called?
The East Africa Court.
You can go there?
Justice. You can still go there. But within the jurisdiction, of course, we talk about jurisdiction. Now, if a matter has been framed that it can only be handled on its finality at the Supreme Court, then once you arrive at that particular border, then you cannot, within the jurisdiction of Kenyan Constitution, then you cannot go beyond that. And if you go beyond that, then the Kenyan territorial jurisdiction will not entertain that.
So IBC will tell you no. You've hit a dead end.
You have hit a deadline.
Let me bring in Kidi. Because Kidi.
Yes.
Then somebody might ask, okay, fine, reconcile that with the Chapter 6 issues.
Thank you very much.
And that's Code 10.
Asked the right question.
And that's Code 10.
So let us first go back to the Leadership and Integrity Bill 2012. The original draft set the bar so high as the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, the Leadership and Integrity, the chapter on Leadership and Integrity. Then, because of political horse trading in 2012, if you remember, at some point even the Minister for Justice had to be replaced. then we watered down that bill and set the bar so low so that there was a mismatch between what the Constitution says and the threshold set at the legislation level. Then what then happens, Kenyans being the litigious lot that we are, then in any instances where any of these agencies would say flag a candidate or an aspirant, what this aspirant would do is go to court. And when they go to court, and which I think is a very good thing anyway, as much it is meant to be not to be convenient, is that the matter would be exhausted, say at the High Court, the matter goes to the Supreme Court, and to the Court of Appeal, and then it proceeds. But then why am I could appear to be speaking from the two sides of my mouth, but let me explain this. Why is it a good thing? When you say that when someone is suspected or is said to be having integrity questions, then he is unfit to lead. The situation we would end up with is a situation where we end up with the state, especially when it is filled, the executive, when it is filled with overzealous and rogue members in the executive, people in the executive. What they would do is that the moment Mboya declares that he wants to run for office, they bring up allegations that cannot be substantiated, and then you are locked out.
He killed a fly.
Yes. So when you have a chance to go to court, then it means that they are put to task. Anyone who says that Mboya is unfit to lead will then have a chance to prove it
in court.
And therefore, maybe what the court may want to do, if we instituted the time limits to election petitions, we may also want to institute time limitations on matters that are touching on integrity, so that we don't end up with
that makes sense.
So that we don't end up with matters being litigated forever, and in so doing,
those are some of the reforms
end up with people of questionable integrity in public office. The minister the cabinet secretary for interior about 3 months ago said that even in this election, we've had people of questionable character running for office, and he mentioned that people from the wash, I think, are the people who do money laundering, and because of the nature of what the things they do, they are so liquid, and in their liquidity, they are able to run pompous campaigns. And we all know the influence of money, especially in our politics.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something
before
that
we go to Bomas.
Absolutely. Actually, some of the reforms that the current Chief Justice has actually put on the table are actually some of those reforms based on quick dispensation of matters, especially what he has talked about, that leaders, matters of corruption and economic crimes can be actually dispensed in a certain time limit without taking all the entire time, as it's the current situation right now as we are talking. But going forward, of course, we are in a situation where the implementation of the Constitution, as we are talking right now, is still on its teething process, teething stage, in the sense that it has not decadated to a sense that it's clear to be implemented. I'm saying this because we have several overlaps. And of course, when you implement a constitution, a due document within its first 10 years, of course, you are likely to find some teething issues that perhaps need to be, ironed out, these creases. And, how I wish that we can just have a sort of sober conversation as a nation and pinpoint out some of those clauses, some of those provisions that perhaps are a bit, unharmonious, and see whether we can actually have a situation where perhaps we can give these agencies, these independent offices, it's their true independence. Because when you talk about IBC, IBC is independent on paper, but when you unveil it, you'll realize that there's a big brother out there who is actually calling the shots.
Who's breathing over the shoulders.
Absolutely.
So let me, as we wind down, there is... I did hear Jakaya Kikwete, while he was loading IBC, he said that, you know what, guys, if there are any disputes, then take advantage of ADR, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism.
159.
And you're a lawyer. How does that make you feel?
By the way, actually, I always say that not all the
because I get a sense that we will have very, very almost nil petitions.
Absolutely, because that's a sumptuous ground for us to pursue. And thanks to those sentiments by former Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete, that there is an avenue under Article 159 of the Constitution that we have been underutilizing.
Yeah.
Not everything is supposed to go through the litigation process.
Yeah.
There are some issues that, for example, when we differ here, and I slap you, or you slap me, and unfortunately, we do not necessarily.
We can resolve it
we can still sit down over a cup of tea and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was just, I was out of my mind.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry," and that ends it all.
Yeah.
Even some of these issues which are perceived to be so contentious.
Yeah.
I can tell you, with the application of Article 159 ADR,
Yeah.
it is just a quick fix,
Yeah.
and the people go back to their normal lives.
And ADR was there in the olden days.
Absolutely.
I
the
understand
traditional
we had,
ways.
yeah, the traditional tribunals. Yes. You know, there are conflicts within the village. There is someone who has been identified.
Mziwakuku.
He hears. He has no degree law,
Even
but he
murder.
resolves.
Even murder.
Even murder.
Even murder.
I will say this, my brother Mboya, that the beauty about ADR is that it is something, especially in our jurisdiction, that has been tried and it has proven to be so effective. In the aftermath of the 2007 elections, you remember that one of the parties was insisting that go to court. The other party was saying, we are not going to your courts.
Yeah.
And so we ended up in a scenario where these parties had to be brought to a sitting,
Yeah.
and then a mediation process, taken through a mediation process. And that mediation process birthed a very important phase of our country, because it is what brought us what was called the Agenda 4 reforms.
And our culture?
Through which,
Our
I will
culture
mention
too.
our culture.
Yeah, okay.
Through which that got us the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
Yeah.
that has gotten us here.
Yeah.
And now I am mentioning this in regards to the sentiments by President Kikwete,
Yeah.
that elections are very emotive.
True.
In their emotiveness, litigation may not be able to deal with all the aspects of the grievances.
Yeah.
Because some of the grievances that make people end up challenging the win of their opponents is, say, question of ethnic domination, or the fear of ethnic domination.
Yeah.
So some of this, the question of ethnic domination it may be so real in the political speak, but it may be difficult to argue in the legal speak. When we are able to find how to inculcate ADR, say mediation, for instance, in our resolving the political disputes. So, for instance, the Chief Justice may take advantage of this and draft the rules of mediation as part of through means through which we can resolve political disputes, especially election petitions. Is that then we are able to have all the aspects of the dispute canvassed during the mediation process.
During the mediation, I'm coming to you to give your final comments. And this is the question I want you to respond to as you give your final comments.
Okay.
In any game, and I remember our old mantra when we were playing rugby. There was a mantra, we either win or they lose.
Absolutely.
We either win or they lose. So in any game, there has to be a loser.
Absolutely.
How do we retain that sportsman spirit of, if I lose, next time I'll...
I think in politics there's no number two, especially with the current kind of regime, which is presidential, purely presidential system that we have in our constitution, that has actually aggravated the tension or the kind of conflict, animosity that actually is characterized during electoral competition. And I'm saying this because initially when we used to have the parliamentary system, at least when you were presidential candidate, you unfortunately or fortunately be number two, at least there's something. There's a park for you, there's a chase car, there's everything that comes with with that position as a leader of opposition. Now that we have actually digressed from that, we have adopted another system which is presidential, which is winner takes it all.
Winner takes it all.
Now that has actually aggravated the problem, and that's why it is a cutthroat competition everywhere in Kenyan politics, because when you lose, my friend, you are just packed back to this pavilion. I used to play cricket in those days, and when you are sent to the equivalent of the Sinibin in rugby, in cricket, is a pavilion. And that's political oblivion. So now to cure that again, as I said before, the BBI was able to give some leeway, because it was actually, suggesting that we go back to the parliamentary system where it's not a winner takes it all. But nowadays, that kind of sportsmanship where once I lose, I congratulate my friend like Nixon and Jalango. I think it's a rare sort of phenomenon.
But it's happening.
It is happening.
Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah. But that's actually shows they are conceding.
Even before the official results
absolutely. Actually, and that shows the political maturity that we are actually aggravating ourselves, navigating ourselves towards in terms of accepting a defeat, hugging your colleague, your competitor, and wishing him all the best. I think that's the kind of maturity that we want to see, even at the presidential level.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. You played cricket? Yeah,
I played cricket.
And you went all the way to the World Cup. I can't remember
2003.
2003. And a majority of Kenyans didn't even know what the rules are for cricket. And we were in a World Cup semi-final.
Absolutely, yeah, in 2003. No, I was not in that team. I was just a cheering team, but I was so fanatical about it, because that's when Kenya beat the likes of Sri Lanka,
the big boys,
and, Colombo, and then we also beat. We went all the way to the semi-finals.
I know
we lost to South Africa.
I know that. Right. So your final comments. What would be your message to people? There's a lot of anxiety, all right, and that's the truth of the matter. And I think this battle is first won in the mind. So should we also prepare? That yes, we want our person to lose, but let us mentally also prepare for a possible loss.
Shock.
So before I go there, let me add on something my senior has said.
Yeah, as you wrap up,
so that we go to Bomas. Every country must develop constitutions that take into account their own traditions and cultures. And I think that is one of those things that my senior is mentioning, that we must develop, BBI was trying to develop an autochthonous constitutional model. In the last 60 years, we've had the Westminster model. So to wake up one day, have a new constitution that pushes the entire leadership of the opposition, of the secretary of the House, is, for lack of a better word, a travesty.
It's a big experiment.
So yes, a big experiment. Better choice of syntax. It's a big experiment that we may want to relook. The second thing is that to de-escalate tension in our politics.
Yes.
Let our institutions invest in their own credibility. Because when the institutions are able to do their work right, if the IEBC, for instance, is able to work in an environment of transparency like we are now seeing, it is in itself prepares people. Even if your candidate is losing, then you can see how it is building up. And even the coalition in itself, if it is a responsible, and like most of our coalitions are, I must give it to them, is that they will do their own tabulations and they are able to communicate to their base that, gentlemen, it was a tight race, but we have lost. When the institutions have invested in credibility, when there are no monkey businesses, then it even denies a mischievous politician an opportunity to incite the people. Thank you.
So one word. One word finally, and I just want one answer. When the chips are finally down, will the Mount Kenya factor affect the final tally? One word.
Of course it must.
Of course.
Thank you, gentlemen, for finding time to come and be with us. Kidi Mwanga, political analyst, and Dr. Brian Mwite, lawyer and governance expert. Thank you. Those were quite some deep insights. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. I have to go to Bomas, where my colleague Ben Troy Njue is on standby. He also has a panel, and he would like to engage his panel. So, Ben Troy Njue, if you can hear me, over to you now.
Thank you so much, Tom. Back at Broadcasting House, it is indeed slightly over 48 hours since vote counting started, and the media houses have been having their own tally, like holding brief, so to speak. But IEBC this evening did start relaying that the official results are baked in a slow pace. Good evening. My name is Ben Troy Njue, live from the Bomas of Kenya, and I'm not alone in this. We are also with my colleague Regina Manyara, but we will be getting to her. And not only Reggie, we also have a panel of experts here. Allow me to introduce them. On my immediate left, we have Isabel Gedenji, who is a leadership and governance expert. Thank you so much for also being here tonight, despite the cold and, of course, the high expectation.
Yes.
Doc.
Yes.
We have Dr. Charles Mbogwa, who is also a leadership and governance expert. Karibu sana, Doc.
Asante sana.
And first things first, before we go to my panel of experts, let's first of all cross over to the Uchaguzi Hall where Regina is standing by with the latest. Reggie?
Good evening, Troy. That is very well put. We are keeping tabs on what is happening at Uchaguzi Hall, and currently IEBC officials flanked by party agents are comparing original Form 34As to the Form 34As that have already been broadcast. Remember, IEBC chairman there earlier on told Kenyans that they need to remain calm despite the variation in as far as tallying is concerned that is currently being broadcast by various media houses, maintaining that the last call, the last announcement lies with him as the chair of the IEBC. Now, as a media, we've only been allowed to set up at this podium, a little bit not what we are accustomed to, as down there, the hall, the center of it, is where the action is taking place. Maybe once you start off with that particular panel conversation, the camera person will be able to give you what is happening at the floor of the hall here. But other than that, we're just keeping tabs with the latest being from Bungoma County, and more precisely from Webuye East, that have been verified and are broadcast. Kenyans being asked there to remain peaceful as IEBC continues executing its mandate. Back to you, Troy.
Thanks, Reggie. From the Uchaguzi Hall where we are expecting, and you, of course, you have seen that we have started, IEBC has started relaying the results a bit quite in a slow pace. But allow me to now rope in my panel of experts. And Isabel, to begin with you, it's slightly over 48 hours.
Yes.
IEBC has the capability that the media houses do not have. Looking at the numbers in major or all the media houses, we are crossing the over the 12 million mark, where IEBC says that Kenyans should know how to manage their expectations. We have been preparing this for 5 years, and we have 7 days. Be patient. That has been a clarion call by IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati. But Kenyans, a little bit quite expectant.
You know, IEBC is like a corporate body, and with corporate bodies, one of the things that should be pillars is efficiency. And with the issue of elections, then the element of transmission and announcement, it should be key and core to the success of any electoral process. So you'd expect that as they were preparing for these elections, they would have what they would call a turnaround time, you know, where they set them a goal for themselves and for their teams, that within this time we should receive Form 34As, within this time we should be able to have them tallied at the constituency level, by this time we should be able to have them at the national tally, because even though they have 7 days, you'd expect that they have, in the name of efficiency, a design where they would want to actually deliver in the shortest time possible out of the 7 days. So going by that, this being day 2, ordinarily you'd think they would say by day 3, day 4, we should be done with this. But here we are, day 2 going to day 3, and we are at 1 out of 290. It's unacceptable. It is.
Indeed. And Doc, I'm quite sure you're also expecting from when they first relayed the first result, you are expecting, because of course ABC has a better capacity than all the media houses combined, I believe. But we are quite waiting as well.
Yeah, that's quite true and really factual, because taking 45 seconds where all those gathered there had high anticipations to see the first lot of verified presidential poll results, high expectations, not just in terms of what he would say, but the amount that would be delivered. So that bit on the amount was certainly wanting. But it's good because this comes in the backdrop of the fact that in 2017, the NASA IEBC suit was based on the fact that 11,000 forms were not captured and factored in as the chair did the announcement of the president-elect, and therefore the results. And the Supreme Court then pronounced itself in terms of the procedure of going about the same. But the question that goes begging, which we've been alluding to, is we have got the scanned transmitted images of Forms 34A. Nearly all of them are home. We are in Nairobi City County. This is not far from a number of the polling stations that were within Nairobi. Neither is it far from Machakos County, Kiambu County, and what would be termed as Kajiado County. For sure. Why would it take so long? And this takes us to what we define in management as key performance indicators. One critical component is efficiency, as Isabel has aptly put it, and significantly so, efficiency in time management and managing expectations of those receiving what would be termed as the service of communication, feedback in terms of what happened. So the strategy IEBC is using most probably then needs to be improved if we are to see better performance next time. However, most probably they'll give us a surprise, a positive one like the one of today, where they might decide tonight they give us 100. I'm not in any way saying they will, but most probably that is also a possibility.
Yes, and in the intro I said that the media, we as the media being the watchdog of the society, we have been ensuring that Kenyans are watching and are following keenly from what we've gathered from IEBC's website. And unfortunately, there has been differences on how media have been tabulating those results. And somebody said that we, in the last 1 month, we were able to do 3 debates. Over 30 million Kenyans were watching. The Presidential Debate Secretariat that was put together by the media, we maybe could have made the same efforts to have one unanimous or vocal point that we will be tallying all the results ourselves as the media to avoid what we have seen. IEBC has even come out to say that don't mind what you're seeing on the media. It's not quite wrong, is that they have their own way of putting this together.
What I would like to say to this issue is that, number one, media should not beat itself. This is not its responsibility. The whole element of vote, elections, transmissions, tallying, and pronouncement is squarely a function of IEBC. In fact, it is IEBC that should be feeding media, not media feeding the population. IEBC should be feeding media and media should be feeding the people. But IEBC has opened a portal, which is a good thing, and we celebrate it. But it should not be at the expense of their turnaround time in terms of relaying of the information as it comes to them. And you know, that right of information, there's a reason why people have that right to information, is to manage many things. So whereas in the past, I think they used to give us, even if it is Form 34As, we could actually begin seeing them on the screen, would begin to, by ourselves, just begin to interact with the data as it comes. But now the data is not available to every Kenyan because it is not on the screens of IEBC. It is only on the screens of media, yet media cannot defend what they are giving us. And therefore, media is also careful in the way in which it is also giving this information. So by and large, what I'm saying is that media is not a complementary system to IEBC. IEBC must deliver on its functions and deliver in a timely manner.
Yeah, do you hold the same sentiments, Doc? Because if at all the media, we came together just as we did, maybe we could be having one voice that Kenyans will be able to identify with, really.
It's good to allude to the fact that we have seen presidential debates in this country. In equal measure, it is important to appreciate that world over, communication, and particularly from a dissemination of information, and like what we do have from the data coming out, is a critical role of media all over. But having a media playing the role of IEBC may be difficult. But media, courtesy of the key responsibility of disseminating the information that is coming, is important to itself in terms of serving that particular role, not the role of IEBC. But then we cannot, in all ways, divorce what would be termed as the relevant partnership between media and IEBC. Because that's why IEBC every now and then is supposed to be doing briefs, but not as brief as the brief that we saw today of 45 seconds. So in my view, then media is independent of IEBC. So it could have come up with a best practice of saying, let's set one central command, what we call a joint information center. A joint information center then collects all that information. But basically here, we would pick what IEBC is bringing on board. And we can also pick other informations, collate them accordingly, particularly to manage what would be termed as narratives that are detrimental to what would be termed as sanity, accuracy, among other required characteristics of truthful information. So if then it would do so, what are we talking about? As you had alluded, and as we had alluded to ourselves earlier, that could be cost effective, not just for the case of IEBC, but for other events, processes, programs that could come to this nation much later. It means if we have got, for example, an event like regional or continental sports, it might be very easy to run some of these things from such kind of item. We might be having an incident like drought. There are times it becomes easier to have collaborated data, information, intel from such kind of a joint information center. When that is done, it's a good practice because you co-learn, you co-create as media, and you move from the cocoons of competition and deliver more strongly. And not to mention that then there are other efficiencies which must then come on board. Efficiencies of learning together, sharing skills, sharing equipment, knowledge, even subcultures. That in the ultimate, in my view, would be great, and it would mean it's not just for IEBC. And also it means our neighbors, we being pace setters, might also learn. And furthermore, it means then that when we have a regional kind of an event, we could also bring other media houses from the region and the continent together. And that is what is anticipated in Sustainable Development Goal number 17, partnerships that deliver efficiencies, but not in any way to replace IEBC's role of making sure that they have got timely, accurate, verifiable transmission and therefore communication of the polls.
Isabel, let's crunch the numbers. Looking at what media houses are reporting and looking at the first tally that IEBC gave us a couple of hours ago, we are seeing quite a challenge there. It's neck and neck in some polls, because even independent people are tallying. We are seeing a difference of less than even 10,000 votes. Kenyans, for the first time, they have an opportunity to tally the votes themselves and look at the whole process in a transparent manner. What are the chances of it turning out to be a runoff?
Well, earlier on, and starting yesterday and earlier on today, we saw big margins and different figures coming from different media houses. And people started asking, why would we have this kind of discrepancies if all of them are looking at the same portal? And a conversation continued on different platforms. And people said, look, you might decide to arrive at 8 by adding 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. Another one might just decide to add 7 and 1. Another one would do 4 and 4. By and large, you would approach it from whichever angle, and most media houses were, downloading different forms. But together, at the end of the day, they would arrive at what we are calling the result. And therefore, basically, what we are seeing is a coming together towards what would be called the result. And I don't know whether, IBC was talking about 99 point something percent. 92%, yeah, of the forms that had already been uploaded. So what is still out is not too big. However, IBC still tells us, irrespective of what you have, we are the ones with the result. We are the ones who will again give you the final tally. By virtue of the forms, when they come, they will be verified. So much as we all have figures that we are working with that are giving us an indicator, there's a margin, plus or minus. And that plus or minus will then affect the margins that we are seeing currently of 10,000. Yes.
And do you think maybe we, looking at the numbers, the IBC number and what media have started, started actually 48 hours ago, they are quite neck and neck, the two front runners. Do we have a runoff in the offing?
Mathematics is the second universal language. And numbers, as Isabel has put it so well added, subtracted, multiplied, squared, cubed, should be able to give us accurate outcomes, be they sums or products or dividends. So that being it, we have got about 14 million votes that were casted. So we would talk, if we work with a base of 7 million, then it means if exactly we have got 14, for example, million that were casted, then 7 million is halfway. So the person who reaches 7 million and 1 vote, and the other one at 6,999,999 would be 2 votes behind this character. What does the law state in terms of that as a threshold? That you got to reach 50%, and on top of that, one single, moja, kama kidole hivi, one, that person wins. So, despite and albeit the fact that we have seen that swing from this 48.83 to maybe 50.2 in one candidate and a similar one in the other candidate, certainly there is a probability that we are not going to have a runoff in the event that we even went to that point, because that is the closest it can go. Have we had such? Nay. Have we had something close to that before? We had a difference of 6,000 2013 between the winner and the runners up, the first runners up. So there is also a possibility that if Bwana Wajakoya and Waihiga reach, for example, about 1% of that particular vote, then we will increase the chances of a runoff. So they are not the only actors. We have got 2 other actors. If their votes reach a significant percentage, 1 to 2%, and these others are still neck to neck, courtesy of how the voting was undertaken in favor of the 2 of them, then we would be headed to a runoff. But if they don't reach that 1%, then the probability of a runoff certainly decreases.
Yeah, but looking at the numbers, Doc, you very well bear me witness that hitting even the 1% is quite a tough call, bearing in mind that you're talking about 6.6 points. We are almost at the 14 million mark. These two players, they don't quite seem that they can necessitate a runoff.
Well, number one, you bring a very nice point, because what at times we fail to factor in when we do analysis are all possible situations. We've delivered a situation of a runoff. We've done a simulation using numbers of the margin that would be the slimmest as far as this election is concerned. That is another item that we have brought on board. But we are not ruling out a situation where, despite being neck to neck, they may not reach that 50% plus one. And that's where we are saying, if you look at where Bwana Wajakoya and Bwana Wahiga are, to reach 1% of 14 million, it is 140,000 votes. They are headed to 100,000 votes. If they went and reached 40,000, they have eaten into the probability of these two breaking from each other. Those are numbers that we are dealing with. So if all these are interconnected, you can't remove that component whichever way. And that's why members want us to understand. They are not far away from 1%. Because if they are headed to 100,000, they only need 40,000. There is a probability, slim as it is. So did we factor in a situation of a runoff? We are now factoring it in, and it is important for the coalition, then Kenya Kwanza, to actually ready themselves if they have got a preparedness mindset of the fact that we could also go into a runoff. So it is actually a possibility, but it is depending on a number of factors.
All right, let's go to the regions, because a lot of candidates now know that have lost and some have won. In Uasin Gishu County, and this plays out in what we would call like regional politics. Looking at Uasin Gishu County, no single candidate has clinched the MP seat on an independent candidate, an independent ticket. And looking at some regions in Nyanza as well, the ODM has taken over, just as it has done over the years, just to underscore how regional politics still are playing out in the year 2022. Isabel.
Well, political parties are a good vehicle, usually to ascend to power for many candidates, especially if you have a political party that, in terms of its localization, then you are in the area in which it comes out as a stronghold for that political party. So you will find ordinarily candidates who are, vying in certain constituencies within the areas of the strongholds of any political party are likely to have an advantage over other candidates on other parties and also over independent candidates. That said as well, you would also appreciate that any leader who is going for the presidential position would also want to have numbers in parliament. And these numbers would be by the number of candidates that they actually have, successful candidates in that case, in Parliament and also the Senate. So you'll find that even as part of the campaign strategy, it is also about winning numbers so that you have parliamentary numerical strength. So you'll find that even as part of the campaigns, and we did see a lot of this, especially within certain areas, that people will be told, go for the suit. The suit means let us have those parliamentary numbers. So you'll find that mobilization is also done around that, and you'll find that candidates are also, empowered by virtue of either financial support, merchandise, and all that, and even just the political leaders coming out to really campaign for these candidates so that they have a good chance of winning, so that they have that numerical strength. So you'll still find that within the formations, because it is also about, it's a power power game.
Yeah.
And once you leave the campaign trail, then the power game is now in the houses of the assemblies. So again, you want to have those numbers in the assemblies.
And Doc, still on the same,
Yes.
it has been said that politicians are like diapers. They need to be changed on a frequent basis. And that is part of democracy. But looking at the results that we are seeing is that some candidates are being edged out because of the affiliation of their parties. Just to underscore how political parties do control how voting is in the country.
Indeed, yes. And just to add an item to what Isabel has said before I come to that component of fidelity to political parties, is the fact that when we talk about independent candidates, certainly resource-wise, when you are in a party, resources are shared, the branding is an advantage, and weaknesses you could be having as an individual are sanitized when you are in a political party. You can also be chastised when it is seen, like in Uasin Gishu at Nyanza, that you want to be independent of the drive and the wave that is there. And it is that at that point that I want to bring the nexus also between the political parties and the fact that if you are away from that mainstream political party in your area, then that wave can sway you away despite even being supported by the strongest and the mightiest of the mighty. And so if you look then at the wave we have seen in central Kenya, you will note that UDA had really got inroads into the mindsets of the people of central Kenya. And that made even very qualified candidates, great men and women in terms of being ethical, being moral, being transparent, being winners of governance, be ignored. Where does this come from? We have a subculture of political waves. So when it comes to that political wave, it has become very difficult for one to swim in that deep end. And so you are drowned despite your great credentials of becoming a great political leader. Is it a poor culture? Culture, it's strategy for breakfast. When you have a good man, when you have a good woman, but that man, woman, is not seen in the eyes of reasonable men and women simply because of a party, then it means as a nation we will reach a point where at times we take to parliament, we take to Senate, National Assembly and county assemblies, men and women who are not truly qualified from all aspects to actually lead. But what is the cause of this? It is that component of the wave, that particular suit, because I want to have numbers to drive legislation. I want to have numbers to protect me against oversight where I'm nearly being impeached. And particularly now that we know impeachment can drive you to fail to ever have any position, not just political position, but to serve as a civil servant or as a state officer. So these kinds of cultures are being driven by men and women who take power as more important than the leadership that we should be delivering. And it's, across all the political parties that we do have. The moment we sanitize our political approaches so that value-based politics takes preference, then we shall be headed far, so that an independent candidate who is alone, man solo, will be in a position to go all the way. And he or she is within an area having a very strong political party. Only then can we be in a position to go far. Then on the other item you had mentioned, because you had mentioned two things, we have seen bigwigs losing. We are seeing a change. And when we look at intergenerational changes, I think we are seeing a reduction in the number of those above 60, for example, who will be MCAs. Basically, I would like us to do a good research to look at the demographics under MCAs. Then also for the National Assembly and for Senate. The presidential is not a big deal because it's only an individual. These others are different.
Yes, and actually that is what I want us to look at next, because it's a good thing Isabel touched on a little bit earlier on, where we very well know now, based on the numbers, that we either have a Ruto presidency or a Raila presidency. But the numbers, just as Doc has talked about, the numbers will do matter, because at the end of the day, the president will need to be marshalling numbers in both Parliament and the Senate. How is this likely to play out?
Now, number one, whereas the numbers we have to hit the 50% plus one mark, there are still some numbers that we are yet to speak to, which can deny someone presidency, even though they hit the 50% plus one. And that's the 25% of votes cast in 24 counties.
Yes.
That is again an area where we must audit as we are speaking into these numbers. We are all focusing on 7 million, who hits 7 million first, and that kind of thing. But we are also supposed to be looking at, despite that, what if we have a scenario where, though you may have hit this, but you have not met the constitutional threshold of the 25% in 24 counties. What then? Still, we do not have a winner. So we need to have that numerical strength for that election to be called in. But beyond that, and to speak to what you're asking, Troy, is that the next level of leadership, because we have 3 levels of government, 3 arms of government, and the legislature is very key. All these political sides have given certain promises to the Kenyan people as to their manifestos and what they want to achieve. But most of these manifestos, you will find that they will also need enabling laws, including, for example, the BBI. Enabling laws to enable them then to go ahead and deliver on the issues that they have promised. So for you to be able to change those laws, or to be able to introduce new laws, or bring up amendments and all that, or even to completely scrap, whichever the case is, then of course you will need certain numbers in Parliament to be able to sail through. And if you do not have those numbers, either you'll have to partner with people from the other side, or they might shoot you down, even in things that are very close to you. So that numerical strength, number one, is a way of every president being able to actually provide leadership, both in at the executive level, but also at the legislature level.
Doc, how is it likely to play out? Raila Odinga is vying via a coalition party, and Ruto via UDA. How is it likely to play out for the two gentlemen in terms of the numerical strength in both houses, as we've seen from the results that we've had in terms of MPs? We're waiting at least for senators now.
UDA picked a very interesting strategy. All through, at one point, they were at loggerheads with their partners, Ford Kenya at ANC, when they were seen to be predating on the turf of ANC at Ford Kenya. UDA went for the jugular. They went deeply to get what would be termed as the highest number of MPs. That is one key strategy that they executed. And certainly, we have no doubt they are going to garner quite a huge chunk of members of Parliament. Because I want to address that bit before going to the issue pertaining to now the threshold, the second threshold that is there in our Constitution. And so that means then that if they have got that large number, if the coalition Azimio won, they might use that number and fill it up with the other parties that are their partners to try and shake this particular ship that would now be in power. And I'm not in any way saying that I know any results. I want to do a disclaimer at that particular point because it is important.
Yes.
So UDA therefore had executed a red ocean strategy. They went foreign. They used all sorts of methods, tactical approaches to make sure that, for example, they got Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya has got a huge chunk of what would be termed as MPs, among other areas where they went for that. Therefore, they knew that if they don't have that, a time when push comes to shove, at ANC and what would be termed as Ford Kenya and others decide to support, for example, Azimio, then they would lose most of the debates that would be in Parliament. And that is where their power would start dwindling to a point whereby they might become totally ineffective, having come from a wave. And of course, a general who understands the essence of exterminating, doing away with such kind of crude strategies, would want to make sure that they crush such kind of rebellion, of course in ethical ways, and that's why we are talking strategy as far as this moment is concerned. On the other hand, the coalition, which is Azimio, certainly was very wise. It did not go for cutthroat issues. In fact, they used mediation, where there are 3 governors. For example, if you go to the gubernatorial, they agreed step down. Where we had 3 strong MPs, they said, let's agree. So they had this persuasion. They brought everybody on board. That's a blue ocean strategy. It has clarity. There is no fist. It's not bare knuckles. So there are many promises to those who had to step aside. And so if they are going to carry the day, they have got then quite a huge number of the blue that can actually then drive agenda. So they took a good strategy, not red ocean, blue ocean, that then is gonna allow them to play around, for example, with BBI and drive what would be termed as the oversight, good representation, because there will also be many across the entire country. And when it comes to the budget making process, then they are able to drive that, a critical component, the budget making process. But when it comes to what would be termed as now the pronouncement, UDA may suffer because as a party, it may fail to garner 24 counties where it will have reached the threshold of 25%. If that happens, even if it gets 50% plus 1 and above, then it will all be useless.
Okay. Look, changing gears, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Commonwealth, Africa Union, they have given in the press, the evening press, they talked about, wow, this is quite commendable for Kenyans, and we are setting standards for other countries to pick it from where we have actually left it. Peaceful election, now waiting for the tallying by the IEBC, because at least where we are, the media, we are almost done with the tallying, because the figures that we have and the voter turnout was about 14 million. We are past 12 million. They give us a thumbs up.
We have done well. We have done well, Troy. We have come from ECK.
Yeah.
You're taking us back. Yes, that is good to reflect.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have come from very far. In fact, I think we should have gone further, from Mlolongo. You know, I never even voted then. I was a small girl. But we have come from very far because history is there, and we're able to look back, and so that we can appreciate where we are. And in fact, if we even just look at IEBC, and we look at Isaac Hassan Commission, and now Chebukati 1 and 2, we can actually even trace our progression in terms of democracy and in terms of our growth, even the growth of the voter, in appreciating that elections is a process, and you have to be patient and trust the process. Patient through the process and also trusting the process. The ref has also set for us rules so that even as we are starting the game, we actually know the rules of the game. That has also brought in a lot of confidence, because when all players know the rules and the spectators as well know the rules, then everybody can look into a game and say, let's play fair game. Again, I want to also commend our courts, because Supreme Court happened in 2013 and 2017. And the outcomes of those processes as well also gave people the confidence in knowing that should there be unfairness here, we also have another place to go and, you know, speak to our issues. And the Supreme Court has also shown progression in the manner in which they run our election petitions and setting the law again, so that the umpire again has room to prepare before the election and look at 1, 2, 3 factors that they must meet before they set out into the next election. So by and large, everybody is growing, and the society together is growing in terms of the delivery of democracy through elections. Yes.
And it's the third election under the new constitutional dispensation. 2013, of course, they were disputed. It was disputed in 2017. It was disputed. And the Supreme Court, just like Isabel has talked about, did send a good precedent when it is said that going forward, elections have to be free, fair, and credible. And that is why IEBC, 48 hours after tallying started, vote counting started, they have taken their sweet time to ensure that everything is transparent. Does that speak of how democracy is growing under the new constitutional dispensation?
Now, we need to be men and women, a people, a nation that appreciates growth, positive improvement, and learning, relearning, and continuously learning. When the international community in their press said that this is commendable, they looked at, number one, what would be termed as the losses in business, the losses in lives, and mistrust of Kenya by foreign investors, tourists, among others, due to election violence. One of the policies within our diplomacy policy is actually peace and security. And let's, like she jogged us back, let's jog our minds back. Look at what happened in 2007. Look at a general election resulting in a country that is nearly crashing, from an economy that was growing at a rate of maybe above 6% to dipping down. 1 trillion Kenya shillings going down the drain, families suffering. So when that pressure was done, it was appreciating that the growth process of democracy ultimately delivers a nation towards a pathway of trust by its own people and by neighbors, and ultimately a global, high level of global trust. Is that significant for a nation? Extremely so. And so when we look at democracy, then what everybody is talking about without necessarily mentioning the word democratic growth is that we have had growth that is palpable, that is actually measurable, and that if we run this through so that we do not have violence across the entire country, all is well. We shall have set a critical precedent, number one, for the new crop of politicians who are coming on board. Number two, for the new IEBC leadership that is taking over after the exit of our good friend Chebukati. But most importantly, a new dispensation for the youth who failed to come out in numbers to vote, because they'll have seen that despite the economy not doing well, their fathers and mothers, older brothers and sisters came out for that democratic yet very important patriotic right to vote. So those lessons, fidelity to the various organs, the judiciary, the legislature, the executive. We'll also start now gelling and understanding that at times when the Supreme Court makes a ruling, it's not that it ignores the executive. It is that it has a visionary component in tandem with its mandate to create a constitutional behavioral approach to making sure that everything is above board. And that is the Kenya we desire, so that we are all equal in the eyes of the law, irrespective of status, religion, ethnicity, among other diversities that we have as a country. For us, I think it's a great lesson that we need to start documenting, hoping we don't have any variance.
It's a good thing, Doc, you mentioned that, because Kenya should also remember that this is the last election that Chebukati will be overseeing, because his term is going to be over in the next couple of months. And in 2017, perhaps it will go down in his book, the soft-spoken man who hardly shows emotions, will go down as one of his negatives. That is the 2017 general election. Perhaps that is why he wants this election to have a very high threshold as part of his legacy, just as President Uhuru Kenyatta is galvanizing his legacy during his final days.
It is important to have a good legacy, but it is more important to actually deliver when the entire country has put their trust and confidence in you as a person, to some commitment that you said you have the capacity to do, and they have put in serious resources to enable you to do that. And you're running an entire organization in delivering an election, not only for the people of Kenya, but even as we are saying, we have an impact on our global economy. So it is a big task. It is an enormous responsibility on his shoulder. And just like President Uhuru Kenyatta, even as he was addressing the people of Mount Kenya recently, and said, I'm going nowhere. In as much as Chebukati is leaving IEBC, he is not going anywhere. He's a Kenyan and he's going to live amongst the Kenyans. So do you want to go back to your people, and you cannot, walk with pride and say, you know what? I did my best. I did very well by Kenyans. In fact, when Kenyans are happy with what you have done, they give you another job. Because it's just that you cannot work anymore as the IEBC chairperson. It doesn't mean that you cannot continue to work for the people of Kenya when you have delivered for them. So it is also good for him to look at, how he delivers this election, so that even for his kin, even his children, that when they say, I am son of so-and-so, people will always say, yes, your father was an honorable person, is an honorable man, and because of that, I, have this confidence that you also are an honorable person. So he needs to do this not only for himself, even for his own generations, but better still for the sake of being a Kenyan who said that, trust me, I can do this.
Indeed. And Doc, I would also want to pick your mind on the same when it comes to the legacy of the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, just as President Uhuru Kenyatta is galvanizing his legacy. This will be a legacy election for Chebukati, and of course he expects it to be a little bit better than what transpired in the year 2017.
One critical component of leadership practice is mentorship. And mentorship is very interesting. You do not necessarily have to sit with your mentor one-on-one. You can actually pick a mentor and you look at his or her behaviors, practices, courage level, values, beliefs, and other components that a human being can exude. And you decide, this is what I would like to become. Particularly men who fail, women who fail, and they are able to rise, they exemplify resilience. Chebukati has had some time to showcase that we can always redeem ourselves. That's a component that is key in mentorship. Mentorship for those who are with him in the organization. Mentorship for Kenyans who may have been given very important leadership calls be it in ministries, be it in state corporations, be it in private sector, be it even in families. And therefore, being a man who is being watched, he has a critical role by getting this right to actually inspire many Kenyans who are in different positions. It's not just about Kenya. We've said time and again, we have been pace setters. And therefore it means, as a leadership practice, there are many he may be in a position to mentor. So that even as he exits Uganda Electoral Commission, the one of DRC, which is coming out, Burundi, and other countries in Africa that are emerging, including Somalia, would readily say, why wouldn't we have Chebukati and a team of other Kenyans coming on board to become mentors? Because we have got international community, UN, EU, among IGAD, Africa Union, who are looking out to fellow Africans, and other fellow human beings who have been able to withstand the test of adversity, risen from the ashes like the phoenix, and ultimately become bold enough to lead organizations that bring pride to a nation. For me, that's a very important part as far as Chebukati is concerned. And lastly, there is something known as being authentic. And to be authentic is where you are able to tell people, I have a weakness. Chebukati is kind of accepting mistakes, errors that the organization brought on board, and is telling people, I failed, yes. I may not say directly, but I want to go from A to Z as instructed. So that as I leave, they now leave with my head high. I will not hold that position of men and women who don't dare mighty things. He's daring a mighty thing of waiting for up to the 7th day. That component is a critical part of leadership, accepting failure, then coming on board to remedy and leaving an organization being credible. Those are the lessons that I would say we could learn in terms of the behavior of Chebukati.
And using your same words, head high, we have had the biggest election in Kenya yet. Looking at the numbers, we had 16,000 candidates jostling for around 2,000 seats. 14,000 did not win. And I want to be very economical with the word losers and say 14,000 did not win. Some have reached out and said, Isabel, you won the seat. I shake your hand and we go on. But at the end of the day, they use their resources, their mindset, and we have an issue with mental wellness in the country, and the president raised issues on the same. How do we integrate these people back so that we may have one cohesive nation?
In 2017, I attempted. I was an aspirant in one of the wards within Nairobi County.
Okay.
And so I know what loss. Just to answer you.
Crunch the numbers
yes,
for you.
I know what loss feels like, especially when you feel that you lost unfairly, But the first responsibility you have is to continue providing leadership in the midst of the storm that is within you. What you speak is not exactly what you feel, because you feel very bad, but you must continue providing leadership to the people who believed in you, and also to the same society who were to vote for you. Because if you do not provide leadership, then they'll be like, alas, it is even good we did not vote in this person. You mean they have temper? You mean they have anger issues? Those kind of things. So managing your own emotions, so that, like emotional intelligence, you manage your own emotions. You can cry in your house, but when you come out, you have to provide leadership, because trust you me, Troy, the people who have believed in you, who have walked that journey with you, had hopes in that seat. It is their seat. It is not just for you, it is for them. You have given them things to believe in, a new hope, and perhaps they had been excluded by the leadership that was there prior, and therefore they would feel that this is our time now, So when their hopes are dashed, immediately they can crash. So you have to give them that kind of leadership. So whereas you yourself, you actually need people to come and, just, pick you up, you have to first of all pick your supporters up and integrate them first with the society so that they do not have anger against the opponents, whoever was your opponent in that election, and actually even almost deliver them, so that they don't feel a loss. They see, so we still have a leader, So that is a growth that comes with leadership, and by also looking at others. This election, for example, has been informed by previous elections. Before that, people used to, when you lose an election, you go out on a rampage, everyone, you just make it everyone's loss. But now you will see people conceding to defeat. It's democracy, it's a growth. We also borrow from what we see from other nations, and we see, so you mean people who are, gentlemen, when they lose an election, they actually concede defeat. In fact, you actually write 2 speeches as an aspirant. You have a concession speech, and you have the other one, So you're ready for whatever outcome, and you must also prepare the people who believe in you for those possible outcomes. Once we are there, and that is where we are actually. We grow from that, and once we set that as our tradition, because we set a culture is evolving. Even political culture is evolving. So once we set that culture, we prepare even people who will come later, and they will come knowing that this is what we expect from you, and also the electorate will also demand that from the leaders. So when the leader goes out to say no, this should not have happened, they'll be like no, even the other time so and so lost, and I like what Mother Karua Honorable spoke to this issue not too long ago at Kerigeti Stadium, and she said, we politicians, we live by people promising us. The electorate promises us, Mhesh, it is your time. So the electorate promises you. Other politicians also promise you, next time it is you. We will consider you next time. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen. But she said that, sometimes it's just a postponement. So that language of, delay today is not denial. It doesn't mean it will never happen. Look at where, for example, Honorable Raila Odinga is today. He's very close to actually clinching. What he has, has been postponed for a long time. So that, that culture, we must begin to embrace it, and we must begin to accept it, even as we go towards any election, whether as a voter or as an aspirant.
Doc, I've seen you smiling. We had 2 days ago, we had 16,000 candidates. Perhaps they were being called mwesh everywhere. And as Isabel has talked about, it's quite a ride. And you have to prepare for both sides. 2 speeches, a concession perhaps, and a victory speech. We'll be having only 2,000 mwesh, and the others will be rayas from end of this electoral process. But we need to integrate them back. They can add something towards nation building.
Kenya, like any other country across the globe, has had a fair share of disasters. And we have got disasters in terms of drought, in terms of flood, in terms of terror attacks, among others, including what we had along the bypass, eastern bypass, where we had Afro-Sayari, a massive investment collapsing, and maybe with some fatalities. And we pray to God that He takes care of those families. But we are now having an emerging disaster of those characters who will not be joining the rank and file of politics because they've not been voted in. And I don't want to say they were voted out because majority of them had not been in those positions. And she has enumerated pretwar that in the first place they must offer leadership. Remember, these are characters who came with their communities. We've seen there before Raila Amolo Odinga lose, and an entire community, the constituency he represents, feels frustrated, even becomes violent. And when called to unleash disorder, public disorder, is willing not to go to work but he need to go and work through public disorder. That can result in chaos in a nation. But let's look at that individual from an individual perspective. That individual who loses, number one, is losing and getting traumatized because in the course of undertaking politics, he or she never factored in the role of psychological well-being, resilience against loss, from a mental well-being perspective. And in our political parties, we failed to have a strategy on enhancing the mental well-being and therefore resilience of these characters, so that they are prepared to know that as you take that loan, and the collateral is the house you stay in, your land, your dad's land, you are actually walking pathways that are lethal, not just to yourself, but to your family. That reality is not there, because we are driven by the fact that I'll make money nikiwa mhesh. I'll certainly do some trips, some allowances, some all that. That is a wrong way of starting that journey. So one of the critical lessons is prevention. And to prevent the disaster of mental degradation within those characters who will not have excelled as the winners, then political parties have got a very important practice that they need to bring on board, now that as we continue, we shall be having much more than the 16,000. Number two, when then you lose, now that she tackled leadership, you must face reality. How did you factor in your family as you went into this deep end? Did they have flappers to follow you? Did they have floaters to lift you? So your significant others, the immediate ones. And more often than not in our politics, yes, we can show our significant others, but to have that discussion, to bring them to strategize together, to look at the finances, your other features, characteristics, vis-a-vis the family views, that is a rare thing. And so we end up, therefore, also frustrating what would be termed as our families. So I'm looking at an approach that will protect us from having the mental wellness issues that are respondent upon losing. But what should a nation do after we move from the political parties? We have seen the president of the Republic of Kenya being very focused on the essence of having a society, and particularly from the lessons of COVID-19, where many lost jobs. This 16,000, you minus 2,000, those 14,000 guys may have lost jobs out of them. And to go and recollect themselves and rise from those ashes may not be easy. So we now have a walk towards mental wellness. Who are the men and women institutions that should be doing this? This is where we need to ask ourselves, do we have an online approach for these characters so that we can reach out to them? And we must continuously become more preventive than responsive, so that they quickly then recover from the loss and the country does not lose. And even as you brought all that, some question which is not for any answer came on board. These monies that these guys spent, all of them, did it benefit the economy of Kenya? I'm not bringing that as I'm not the moderator.
Because a lot of them went to their supporters, but it's a good thing you brought it up. Now, Isabel, looking at this year's election and what has been announced is that we are seeing a lot of women leaders. They are seizing power, and we are actually maybe, just maybe, we will be able to get that gender parity. But hold the thought. Let's first of all cross over to Rongai, where Regina decided to have a stake out there and take or sample some of the views of the residents. Remember, Kenyans are saying, tumemaliza uchaguzi, let's now head back to the nation building. Ray, if you can hear me, Kindly, what's up?
We are live from Ongata Rongai, and actually this place where we are right now is referred to as Stage 1. If you can see behind me, businesses that operate 24 hours are still operating, and persons, especially boda riders, are still going about their businesses. IEBC has been reminding Kenyans to just remain peaceful as it continues executing its mandate. I would want to invite one of the Kenyans who is still up and about, trying to make a living, to just give us their view in regard to the tallying exercise that is underway and the expectations of IEBC. Like, he is coming forth to just give us his views. As you can see, this place is called Stage 1, and being on the Gatarungai, it's a place or a town that operates 24 hours. It's some minutes, exactly, it is 15 or 16 minutes to midnight, and it is business as usual. Let me try and walk up to them and just hear what they have to say in regard to the elections that were conducted on the 9th, and they're expectant of maybe the candidates that they voted for to actually clinch the seats. So let me invite one of them to give their view. Habari ya jioni. Karibia hapa tafadhali. Utueleze jina lako.
Majina yangu naitwa Robert Kimaru, na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya nafasi ambayo amenipa kuwa hai. Na pia mimi kama mwanabiashara na pia mwananchi mzalendo ambaye nilipiga kura yangu kwa sababu ya kutaka nchi iende sabamba na mapenzi ya Mungu, kwa sababu ya uchumi vile umekuwa. Nina matarajio makubwa ya kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu amesikia maombi yetu na atatupatia kiongozi ambao ni mapenzi yake. Na vile ningeshauri wote ambao wamekuwa kwenye kinyang'anyiro, wananchi wote ambao tunatarajia mambo mazuri, to remain peaceful, to remain ya kwamba yule ameshindwa tukubali, yule ameshinda tumkubali, na maisha iendelee. Kama vile unaona hapa ni 24/7, kazi inaendelea as usual, kama usiku au kama mchana. Pia tunaomba wale viongozi watakaoingia katika viti wapatiane nafasi, nchi iendelee na kukua 24/7, ili wale hawatoshee mchana hata usiku wanafanya kazi, ili wananchi wapate kuwekelea chakula kwa meza.
Jumla TV stations, radio wamekuwa waki display results. Wewe unaona kama hiyo inakupea kiwewe ama anxiety kwa venye ulikuwa umeshapiga kura, ulikuwa na matarajio? Hiyo inakupeleka vipi wewe?
Kwangu mimi sina wasiwasi sababu ya hizo ambazo zinaletwa kwa TV ama kwa radio, kwa sababu ninajua ya kwamba yule chairman ambaye ni Chebukati atapeana zile results ambazo ni kamilifu. Na kwa sababu media wana uhuru wa kuleta matangazo vile anavyoingia, mimi kama mwananchi ninaamini ya kwamba vile tulichagua na ile IEBC itatupatia matokeo ambao ni dhabiti.
Shukran sana. As you hear, those are just calls for peace, Kenyans to remain peaceful up until IEBC announces the winner. Remember, this is currently happening at the National Tallying Center, where IEBC officials are verifying Form 34As and 34Bs against the original, and then from that point on, we'll have the returning officer, especially where the presidential vote is concerned, none other than IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati, announcing the winners. Kenyans are called Kenyans to remain peaceful. Maybe I can invite one more before we hand it over back to you, Troy, to just give us their feed and view in regard to how the process was on the 9th and what the expectations are. Habari ya jioni.
Mzuri sana.
Tuambie majina na maoni yako kuhusu uchaguzi.
Okay, majina yangu naitwa Timothy Munene. Mimi ni mfanyikazi wa hapa Rongai na mimi ni mwana bodaboda. Kitu cha kwanza ni kufurahia je, ile mambo yote iliweza kufanyika, tuliweza kuvote vizuri na tukamaliza vizuri, na mpaka kwa sasa tunasubiri results zitoke ili tuweze kujua nani mshindi na nani ambaye ameweza kushindwa. Kwa kila kinyang'anyiro lazima kuwe na mshindi na mwenye ambaye ameshindwa. Then kitu kingine kipo ni mambo ya media. tumekuwa na complain mambo ya media sana juu they are giving us a different result. Unakuta kwa session fulani inatupatia hivi, ingine inatupatia hivi, mpaka hatuna hiyo uaminifu zaidi na zile result ambazo tunaweza kupata. Kitu kingine ni ile delay ya kupatiwa result. Unakuta wengine wamefikisha almost about 6 point something, wengine ndio wanaanza wako na 1 point something, so unakuta the result are not reliable, hazitufikii wakati zinafaa. So at least wanastahili kuwa at least kutupatia result ikiwa the same zote kwa session zote, ndivyo at least tukienda kuangalia tunaona kila kitu kiko sawa, na up to now tunaamini Mr. Chebukati ataweza kutupatia result ambazo zinafaa, na ndio kwa sasa ndio tunaangalia Kenya mzima. Yeah.
Asante sana. As you've heard, the Kenyans are confident that the IEBC is going to diligently execute its mandate and give transparent and accountable results at the end of the day. The NAV Center being at the Bomas of Kenya, where is the National Tallying Center, and any time from now, we are expecting results there. That is currently underway with IEBC officials comparing the Form 34As that have been displayed on their portal against the originals, now having some arrows already within that particular facility. Ben Troy from Ongata Rongai, where we have been sampling the views of Kenyans who participated in and took part in their democratic right, their civic duty, and cast their ballot. They are confident that IEBC is going to deliver. Back to you, Troy.
You did. Ray, before you go, maybe have you sampled some of the sentiments from the members of public on how the media has carried itself in tallying the results?
To the views that we have sampled here at Stage 1 Ongata Rongai is that they feel that the varied results that are being on display, or rather being displayed by various media houses, are quite confusing for them. They note that they are not in tandem, and you find there are quite variations. One media house is way ahead doing 6 million, while the other is lagging behind doing 1 million or so, and they're finding this very confusing, and their prayer is that now they're looking to IEBC to give the exact position in regard to the outcome of the August 9th polls. Troy.
Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you so much, Regina. That has been Regina Manyara, live from Rongai, which is a reasonable distance from here, the Bomas of Kenya there, sampling some of the sentiments of Kenyans. And as you can see, Kenyans are back to their work. And of course, a lot of people there talking about how they are eagerly awaiting IEBC to give the official tally, because in one way or the other, they're not quite sure of how the results are in terms of how the media have been tabulating them. But allow me to bring in my panel here, Isabel, and we have Dr. Charles here. Kenyans are back to work, but the same way IEBC raised issues on how media is tabulating, they are also a little bit confused, and they're saying that IEBC, please, changamkeni, we need to get the official communication, because we don't know which media house to follow.
You know, a matter must be concluded. You know, when you start on a matter, you want it to come to its logical conclusion. And so whereas Kenyans, they have gone through the process of elections, which is now voting. You know, it has been stage by stage. We have already done voting. But now the tallying, the transmission, the pronouncement, until that is done, then it is still a pending issue. So yes, indeed, Kenyans would want this matter concluded. Remember, this election has come at a time that people have just come from COVID. You know, and so people had not even recovered, and families were hit, economy was hit, people were ready to go back to work immediately after COVID. And then we started our electioneering long before COVID. So again, it's something that people would want to just, you know, bring to a conclusion, and so that they can go about with their, you know, ordinary way of life and make a livelihood out of it. One of the other reasons, again, Kenyans would want this matter concluded is because, you know, when an election is as close as this one is, again, it causes some form of anxiety. Which way do we go? You know, because people do not know what will become until, you know, we are, you know, past the announcement. harassment. So again, it is something that would Kenyans would want to, deal with and put it aside and then go about their way of life. So that not knowing is not good, because definitely a matter must be concluded. We need this matter concluded.
Doc, in 1 minute, the observations of Kenyans, as Ray has picked some of the sentiments from Kenyans in Rongai regarding they're waiting and for the official communication, and are a little bit confused because of the tabulation of the different media houses. So they are like, we want this done and over.
Kenyans will wait because our constitution is quite clear that Chebukati, upon closing of...
And perhaps allow me to just interject. Okay. As you can see on your screen is that IBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, together with his vice Juliana Cherera, as you can see, they are seated, maybe more or less they're confirming a few things before they address the press, but we will be crossing over to the Uchaguzi Hall, which is just a few meters from where we are having this conversation. But as soon as they do that, we will cross over to that. Doc, Pole, endelea.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are happy that Chebukati is back on the stage. Kenyans have to wait because, number one, we know pretty well that the IEBC has got 7 days upon closing of the voting. So those 7 days aren't gone. Number two, and we must keep on restating this and emphasizing on it, and particularly by IEBC, the fact that the Supreme Court guided and therefore went deeper to reinforce the regulations of 2016. Chebukati cannot operate outside the confines of those procedures. And so we need to talk continuously to Kenyans because we don't have an automatic switch. What IEBC then needs to do is to make sure that logistics are in place so that as soon as we are through with the voting and the relevant work done, then what would be termed as the returning officers who must bring the physical forms here, they must be facilitated accordingly so that they move as fast as possible. We have better roads, we can use air, so all these logistics must be brought on board so that we quicken the pace while making sure we do not operate outside the set standards and procedures of doing the same. But for now, Kenyans must wait. But I hope that Chebukati will quicken the pace of verifying. Because again, if we don't verify some of these forms, we may have probabilities of hacking. If we have got hacking and there is an exchange of some forms, how then will a nation move when you are denied your win courtesy of cyber hacking if that happens? So we got to be sure, and we have got what would be termed as security features, be it QR codes, barcodes, and others that are not visible, that must be verified that indeed these were in this particular polling station. I hope IEBC has got the ability to identify such, because certainly it is also possible. But as of this moment, we have to go with their pace.
Indeed, we need to manage our expectations, just as IBC Chairman said, and as my panelists here have talked about, as we wait for them to pick up the pace and, of course, help Kenyans to unravel those numbers. And before we crossed over to Rongai, we were talking about how this election has set a yardstick for women leadership in the country. We are saying some who had been nominated now vying for these seats, despite the campaign period. We did see a lot of complaints by some of the women leaders that they were being intimidated, their billboards and posters were being defaced or something like that. But at the end of the day, we are moving democracy and we are increasing those numbers to achieve that gender parity.
We are only confirming what this nation had known for a very long time, but we did not have an enabling environment that women are leaders. You know, that we have very many good women who can provide leadership, and that first of all, before your gender, you're a leader. only that you're a leader of the male gender or of the female gender, but that leadership does not have gender. It's only that you have a different approach perhaps to the way in which you approach matters by virtue of your gender. For example, women would appreciate issues about children more because, they engage with the child from early childhood, from pregnancy actually. So they might have specific angles which they have an advantage on certain issues, but by and large, and we have seen even at the topmost, we have a woman as a deputy president designate, the first we have had, and very close to actually clinching this. So all the way to the top from the MCA. The other time when we started with the affirmative action, they mostly populated around just women rep, which is already only for women, and MCA level. Hardly did they go for the governor and all that. But by the second election, they came up. And now they are on all the levels, and in fact, also they're going to actually register a better performance, and it will keep on growing until we are at par, and so that by that time we might not even need women coming on board by virtue of affirmative action, because the populace will already have appreciated that they can provide leadership just like every other person, including the youth and the person with disabilities.
Indeed, Doc, on the same, she has rightly put it that we will reach a point where we really don't need affirmative action, because women will have taken their rightful position, and they will be respected during, pre and post-election.
Yeah, Kenya has come a long way. Remember, we had quite a number of our ethnic communities and a number of our leaders playing the patriarchal card to a point whereby then women were marginalized right from the community level. But we have seen very deliberate, progressive leadership where even the 2/3 rule has worked a lot. And it is important for us to continue with a gendered approach to what would be termed as leadership. Gendered. That even as we do our upbringing of our sons and daughters, we make sure that both boys and girls are given equal opportunities. And this is in tandem with our national values. That as they reach the workplace, when we are carrying out what would be termed as promotions, there is fairness, again in tandem with our national values, and that we reduce by fighting them and by having what would be termed as policies on gender-based violence, and which takes us to sexual favors at times, and therefore exploitation. And the majority of those exploited are youth, female youth, which is against the rights of youth as laid down within the Kenya Constitution 2010. So when we go deeper to the Bill of Rights, then we are able to see why we must have equality, equity from a gendered perspective. Then driving it home, this country has had what we call the financial burden of excluding women. If a county assembly is supposed to have 30 members, then a third of 30 is 10. We must have at least 10 men or at least 10 women. When we have got 30 and we have got only 5 men, we must increase this number through nomination to reach the requirements of the at least a third of either gender. That means we shall have to pay salaries for 5 years for that extra number, not to mention other logistics, allowances, and the like. That has been the sin of not having gendered mainstreaming, for example, within our political houses, the National Assembly, the Senate, and of course the county assemblies. And so we have lost billions of shillings in an endeavor to make sure that we have that. But the moment as a subculture, we have that inclusivity through what would be termed as contextualized approaches of enhancing equity and equality from a gender perspective, then, as Isabel puts it, we'll be walking the journey that Rwanda has walked, which has been a pace setter within the region. And I've got no doubt that that is where we are headed. Look at Makueni. Look at some of our pastoral communities. We have had women being elected. How I wish we can also celebrate this kind of a thing, and also celebrate other components that had been marginalized. You can have a person with disability coming out not to be nominated, but actually to go out and fight it out. That builds hope, inspires others, and that is what leadership does, and breaks that kind of a slavery that then it must be affirmative. That kind of a talk, encouragement, inspiration becomes an important part of our political culture and leadership culture.
And of course, we will be keeping a keen eye on what is happening at the auditorium, but still on the blend of politics that we have. And I'm going to use the example of fertilizer, because fertilizer, as we know it, we have DAP, we have NPK, we have CAN in different sacks. Just like we have men, women, and youth when it comes to politics. The youths are the ones who are on the front line when it comes to campaigns. The youths are the ones who are used either towards violence or towards good campaigns. The women happen to be the one with the majority of votes, and the other one who majority go to the ballot. Well, the men are the ones who have the seats. So I'm using the example of fertilizer because that is what we used to see. But now we are blending fertilizer. I've seen a good example is Elgon, Kenya. I've seen them blend fertilizer, NPK, CAN. So you have one fertilizer that can actually help your soil and your crops. Now, how do we blend so that we may have a blend of politics that has inclusivity, where there's women, there is youth, and there are men, and avoid what we have now, youth campaigning, women voting, and the men having the seats?
Well, that's very interesting, by the way, because it is true that every category has been playing a certain role. But then now we are seeing that women are taking leadership more than following. Before, they used to be followers. In fact, for every campaign, you would have to look at the women in your campaign, and you can be sure those ones will be with you up to the end. So that strength of women would let you know where you actually fall, because the men will be with you today.
Yes.
And before the day ends, just after you exit, someone else will come and they will be with that person. But women, it was believed that when they decide to work with you, they would work with you to the very end. It is time that also the women are appreciated in that sense, that also when they take on leadership, the promises they gave you equally, they will see them through to the end. The very same way they promise that they'll work with you through your campaigns and vote for you, that same woman, that when she then takes on power, all the promises that she gave, they will be able to deliver. And so we'll be looking at especially the women leaders who have said, you know what, I got you. I got your children. I got your husbands. I got you as women yourselves. I got democracy. We are going to be watching at them and looking at them, and they need to know that they carry the aspirations of all the other women, and they'll become the people who will be monitored to see whether they're going to deliver. The youth as well, they have been used, just as to mobilize crowds and all that. But we have also seen youth who have been visionary, and grow very quickly to actually provide leadership. So it is a good space that we are in, and moving forward, I think because of affirmative action, youth and women and persons with disabilities have been given a chance. But we have also seen that the ones who have been given a chance, majority of them have delivered. They have not let us down in terms of the reason why they were given this chance. But I have also seen that even within political parties, if they have given you a chance once to be nominated, then they expect that in the next time you also go for an elective seat so someone else gets to be nominated. I'd also like to see that the women who especially go for women seats, like the women rep, because they're also seats of affirmative action. I would also want to see them move from that so that when you have it for one term, you leave that space again for other women and go and battle it now with the men so that we increase the number of women in the assemblies.
Doc, how do we blend our politics so that we may fertilize our democracy?
Fertilization is an interesting process, and hybridization is one key outcome. Crossbreeding, a merino and an ordinary one. And to understand how to hybridize needs you to understand the characteristics of all these breeds that you are bringing together. I want us to allude to one very important component of diversity in Kenya, which is what actually you have brought on board, and that's why she has brought the women item strongly on board. This country, currently we have got in our workplaces the baby boomers. Then we have got Generation X. We have got Generation Y, which many people call the millennials. And now we have the youngest generation which was supposed to vote, and that is Generation Z. So we have got 4 generations in our workplace. These 4 generations have got totally different ways of communicating. They have different values about work. Similarly, they have got different values about politics. So our political parties, our leadership as a nation, forgot to understand what are the unique preferences of Generation Y at Gen Z. Yet our constitution had given them a nice template, the template of making sure that there is participation. Our youth are rarely involved in what would be termed as the plans, the manifestos, properly involved. It's a few here and there. When Generation Y and Z feel that you don't have their heartbeat, they do not care about you, and that's why they will tell you, even if you are telling me 1 hour overtime is 15K in the company, they will tell you, I don't need that. Will be a medical doctor, will tell you, I don't need that. I need time with my friends. So for them, it's themselves and their families that take preference. If they are not considered, they withdraw their emotional support and other critical supports. So it becomes very important, and this is where all our political parties failed, to truly understand the heartbeat of all our youth across. Because we didn't do that, then we lost a very important constituency of democratic practice, and that is our youth. So to bring them on board, then we have no other option but to make sure that in the first place we involve them in whatever planning we are doing, so that they have got ownership of what would be termed as the decisions, the actions, the behaviors, the values that we want to run away with. But for as long as those 4 generations ignore these 2, then there is no way that will walk one journey. That is a threat to national continuity. Because it means if there is a threat to this country, they would just take that side stance and say, let them do it. And when we have got an us versus them component, where they say it is them to remedy the economy, it is not us, then we lose critical resources, right from that to the actual brick and mortar that we would need from our youth. That is a nation that cannot see its visions of 2060. And that's a tragedy that this nation has at the moment. And so we must look at it from their differences, from an intergenerational perspective.
Yeah, it's a new day. It's past midnight, and if we can have the pictures live from Uchaguzi Hall, we are expecting Wafula Chebukati to be giving us more numbers or even a press conference. As you can see, it's yet to happen past midnight. But we will be sticking out to see or to hear from Uchaguzi Hall, as you can see there. All right, as we wait for that, it's a good thing that you have brought about the issue of course, that will also at the end of the day touch on our economy. Looking at our election cycle, our economy is always polarized when we get to the polls. Looking at July, it had the highest inflation rates, and partly to blame because our elections are quite emotive, a matter of life and death. How do we change this narrative? Perhaps after the announcement of all the results this year and a peaceful transition, then we can change those cards that our economy will always be polarized because of politics and elections.
Elections are an expensive process. Expensive for the country and for the candidates. But for the voter, it is their time to eat. It is the time to engage with the leaders of this country. Because usually what happens is that once the people are voted in, sometimes they leave the villages and go back to the towns, and they'll be back during the next electioneering period. And when these voters try to reach out to them at that point to seek for, services that are due to them, they sometimes are not able to access their leaders. So they go back to the villages and to their cities and to their towns, and they decide to wait for them. So it has become a situation where the voter decides that when you come, if you'll allow me to say it in Swahili, tutamalizana hapa hapa. Yeah. Don't give me promises, we know you. So, let's do this here and now. So other than just the logistical aspect of elections, it becomes a very expensive process for the candidates, for political parties, because you have candidates you want to support and you have to mobilize them because sometimes they don't have that financial capacity, finishing power, and you also want to have elected members in parliament and the assemblies. So it is a very expensive process. But yes, immediately after that, we should basically just go back to what we normally do in our ordinary lives so that we begin to rebuild the nation, so that, work begins. And I have said, particularly with this election, it was a very tight budget for all teams. I have had the people really cry out that these particular elections, there was no money. They did not eat as much as they ordinarily eat, and I think even the budget came down where they used to get 500, I think they were getting 200. There's a cash crunch in this country. There has been a very tight budget in this country, and so we need to go back and rebuild the economy so that we can generate wealth. And I believe that the government that is going to come into force will not have time for party and play. It is immediately going to embark on work so that we can begin to address the issues that are important to this nation.
Indeed, Doc, you've heard what Isabella said, and I've heard it as well. Hii uchaguzi haina pesa, hii uchaguzi haina do,
we are recovering. The disaster that hit us was COVID-19, and we are at the recovery stage. And of course, we also know, she has looked at it from the internal perspective. We also know that we have got external factors, like the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which certainly has pushed the price of some of our commodities. But during elections, in Kenya, if we just reflect briefly, and we go to the external component of our macroeconomy, the big economy, you'll note that for all the cases where we have had election violence, we have had a decrease, significant decrease, in the number of foreign tourist arrivals to this country. The consequence has been a disruption across the entire tourism value chain. So the curious seller in a Masai Mara National Reserve goes down. That tour operator with that particular vehicle goes down. And in the same breath, our Nairobi Securities Exchanges, because of that event, also suffers from the volatility. And we even see some bit of our investors from outside, foreign direct investors, taking away some of their investments, and of course capital out. So we see capital flight. That impacts negatively on our economy. It created a scenario whereby when we have elections, there are people who actually reduce their investments within that year where we are going to have elections. And in fact, you saw the advisory that was given by the State Department of America, United States of America government, that their citizens should not travel to Kisumu, should avoid Kisumu. These are tourists. So when people read a travel advisory, what does that mean? That it's not just those citizens of America who will not, but there are other foreigners who will start saying, let's not travel to this area, that area, that area. And that's the tragedy of travel advisories, and specifically emanating from what would be termed as possible election violence. That's now from the external actors, including those particular development partners that we call other governments. So it's important to understand that if we are able to deal with this election well, so that there is no violence, then the impact on the economy, which comes after, heavily after, not immediate, but heavily after, when there are these flare-ups, there is this kind of arson, and so on and so forth. If that is well managed through a peaceful process after announcing of the presidential poll results, then you can rest assured that we'll be in a position to take it up from where we are and we move on with our economy. So I would bring on board COVID recovery, then the fears that have been there, and the fact that if we pull this through, then certainly we'll have little disruption as far as election violence-based economic disruption is concerned. That's the kind of a thought process I would offer.
Yes, and it's a good thing that Doc has brought about. And earlier on, KBC had yesterday, the KBC had a chance to interview one of the commissioners, and he said that they have been receiving so many calls, even from abroad, on how we have been able to conduct ourselves in this election. America had issued travel advisories, of course, which hurt Kenyans when we are actually down because of the economy, the COVID-19. But they're saying that more or less, a lot of countries, they are looking forward to a lot of countries benchmarking with Kenyans. Of course, the Kenya's case, of course, he says that we cannot blow a trumpet. Yet, let's first of all clear with this, because we are almost wrapping it up. This election, how high have we put our yardstick?
We have done better. We have grown from, as we had spoken earlier, we have been progressive in our journey. And so far, I would say that in terms of elections preparation, we have done better. At some point, we had a few issues with communication. Communication in the sense that, for example, on the matter of, simulation, we came for the first simulation and immediately the process failed. But you see, IEBC was trying to give us that confidence. And so we said, indeed, things can happen. And therefore, it was good that that simulation failed, because that is one of the things that can happen, and so that they can put mitigation measures. And then, of course, when we actually came to the elections, as was expected, those are natural occurrences and their expectations. So they have done well. IEBC has done well. Are there areas of improvement? I am sure that certainly there's going to be an audit after this election, and the first area in which I would want them to look at is their turnaround time in terms of once we have closed the polling and the time they start giving us a result. I think that is the one area in which they would want to look at, so that in as much as they have called on stakeholders on board, but that stakeholders can only do so much, but the responsibility of IEBC is towards improvement of their process. But yes, they have done well, and as we are saying, the process is only starting. We are at 1 of 290, so we are yet to go too far. Let's just say so far, so good.
Doc, wrap it up.
Evidence-based approaches to what would be termed as challenges. You know, and particularly for a government organization, a constitutional body is very, very important. And so one key thing that IEBC, so that I follow on her line, needs to do is to do an after-action report. This is an event, as it were at that point, but of course through a great process. Why didn't we reach the anticipated numbers of voters? Whereas 2017 we were about 79% voter turnout. What is this that caused this drastic decrease? They go to demographics. Within the substrata of the research they will undertake. Then they also go to other particular issues like what we have discussed, economics. They look at gender. They look at all perspectives that would be significant as substrata. That evidence-based approach will be core in informing policy, in informing change management practices, learning, among other items that IEBC will require in order to continue with its Kaizen approach of continuous improvement. That to me is one key part that then IEBC needs to focus on, so that we are able to continuously improve.
And thank you indeed so much for that. And of course, we're keeping a keen eye at the Uchaguzi Hall, where Wafula Chebukati and the Vice Juliana Cherera are expected to give us a brief on the same. Here, the media is quite elated that tonight we are spending the night here with Wafula Chebukati, so we are waiting for something from that hall, as you have seen earlier on in our previous and actually. Take a look. You can see the more or less like confirming a few things here and there, and we have been putting things into perspective together with my panelist here, Isabella Gidenji, and we also had Dr. Charles. And thank you so much indeed. Hey, the temperatures here are freezing, but we are quite freezing, but we will be here till morning to ensure that you know what is happening. And that is not it all, because we still have our reporters who are keeping a keen eye to ensure that we also know what is happening in the counties as results continue to be announced. Didi, thank you so much. From me, Bentro and Joel, let me hand you over to Broadcasting House. Daniel Wahome, yes, you are on standby together with Shiksha Aurora. Of course, we will be getting back here to Bomas when that presser begins. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Bentro and Joel.
Captain Ronald Karaori is the new Member of Parliament-elect for Kasarani constituency, who contested as an independent candidate, managed 32,406 votes, beating his close opponent, John Njoroge of United Democratic Alliance.
I indicated earlier, sometimes yesterday, we allowed the media to tally results, and we say that the public should know that the media is telling results for purpose of reporting, and there should be no anxiety around the disparities between the different media houses, because the source of the results is the same from our public portal. We also allowed candidates to do their own tallying, and the tallying by candidates is for their own consumption and to assist the agents in carrying out the exercise we are doing here of verifying the results. The candidates cannot and should not attempt to declare themselves using their own verified results. That's the work of the Commission. And for presidential candidates, that's the work of the National Returning Officer. So that needs to be made very, very clear. Now we have results from Baringo Central constituency in the county of Baringo. Registered voters, 45,949. Total valid votes cast 34,906. Rejected ballots 168. Odinga Raila got 1,656. Ruto William Samoei 33,162. Wahiga David Maure 26. Wachakoya George Luchiri 62. We also have results for Oljorok constituency in Nyandarua. Registered voters 60,199. Total valid votes cast 39,867. Rejected ballots 296. Odinga Raila 7,579. Ruto William Samoei 31,982. Waihika David Maure 140. Wachakoya George Luchiri 166. We also have results for Kathiani constituency in Machakos County. The total registered voters 60,224. Total valid votes cast 37,999. Rejected ballots 260. Odinga Raila 30,984. Ruto William Samoei 6,624. Waihika David Maure 91. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 300. We have results from Kangundo constituency in Machakos County. Total number of registered voters 60,796. 60,796. Total valid votes 38,671. Rejected ballots 330. Odinga Raila 29,808. Ruto William Samoei 8,405. Waihika David Maure 93. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 365. Lamu East constituency, county of Lamu. Total registered voters 22,047. Total valid votes 14,703. Rejected ballots 436. Odinga Raila 9,564. Ruto William Samoei 4,639. Waihika David Maure 48. Wachakoya George Wichiri 452. So those are the 5 results. The verification is ongoing. We have about 8 returning officers in the House, and this exercise will continue. We have observed that we need to fasten up. We shall increase some more desks so that we can move a little bit more faster. So we ask for your patience, and thank you all for your cooperation.
Well, and welcome back to our continued coverage of Kenya Decides, and this is as the Independent Election Boundaries Commission continues with the tallying of votes. This is at national, constituency and county levels. My name is Daniel Wahome. I will be with you throughout the night as we take a look at how the IBC and the results information is flowing. And from the Bomas of Kenya, we just had the chairman of the IBC, Wafula Chebukati, announced results from 5 constituencies, making it 6 constituencies that have now been announced, and this is across the country. Well, the constituencies announced are Baringo Central, Olger Orok, Kathiani, Kangundo, Lamu East, and Alia Webuye East had been mentioned. So these are the numbers so far. Webuye East constituency in Bungoma County, 48,950 registered voters, 30,941 votes cast, rejected ballots, and that is through a whole series. Some may have been spoiled, others may have been basically said this was not supposed to have been there. 384 And the results were Raila Odinga, 13,720 votes. William Ruto, 16,412 votes. And Mwaure Wahiga, 110 votes. And Luchiro Wajakoya, 249 votes. So the others that came through, Baringo Central, Oljoro Rock, Kathiani, Kangundo, and Lamu East. And the announcements are being made, and he's also said that there are 80 constituency returning officers who are there, and from the pictures, as you can see on your screen, is that the agents of the presidential elections are all lined up. The question is, if you've got 80 and they decide to spread them out to over 10 desks, are there 10 agents for each candidate who would oversee that process? So that would mean a whole large number of people who would be there. And in studio with me, I've got Doreen Arange. Doreen.
I almost said good evening, then I realized, wait a minute, we're actually already in the morning hour. Nonetheless, we are here to just keep you abreast, as you've mentioned, over time. This is our business, so we give you wall-to-wall coverage of what is basically happening in these elections, and you know that so far we have moved from the polling stations, so to speak. Now our eyes are keen and focused on the National Tallying Center. That is the Bomas of Kenya. That's why you've really seen over time we've been juggling between here where we are and the Bomas of Kenya, simply because that is where we are, putting all our focus and emphasis on, because that is where, the verification process is also taking place. I'm talking about the Form 34As as well as the Form 34B from each constituency, and we are talking about 290 constituencies as well as the one that is the diaspora constituency. So basically just waiting for the returning officers to bring all these forms from the various polling stations, consolidate all of them at the National Tallying Center, whereby, just as Wahome has mentioned, their verification process will be taking place up until we see the chairman announce, just from what we've witnessed, a few moments or a few minutes ago. But also we are holding court with, our very able guests who will also be helping us unpack what exactly we are seeing and what also this means, even as we await results to be announced. We have talked so much about the anxiety, particularly amongst Kenyans, but as you say, just keep your calm, keep your cool. IBC still is within the constitution, because within that they have 7 days to do that, and they're still within that. So just they're taking their time to ensure that everything is up to par by the time they announce. Again, also remember, this is the last election that Wafula Chebukati is overseeing after he's already done his second term. So clearly there's a lot to ensure, that there's a lot to just try and put it into place and try to ensure that everything goes as it needs to go. Is it so, Wahome?
Well, it is so, and there is a lot that is at stake for him. Remember that the way the IEBC has been designed and thought out is that a commission should not oversee past 2 general elections, and that is where we are. Well, and I've just taken a look at the cumulative numbers from the 6 constituencies that we have so far. So the totals, and let me just take a look at them on a board that's just behind us. And this is from the 6 constituencies that have been indicated. And remember, there are also factors that we have to take a look at. So, William Ruto, 104,517. This is just from 6 constituencies. Raila Odinga, 99,672 votes. George Wajakoya, 1,649, and David Wahiga, 555. Now here comes the other factor that comes into play, and before the constitution of Kenya 2010, they used to say you need to get at least, I think it used to be 25% in 5 of the 8 provinces that were there. But now the administrative structure of the country has come down to counties, so you need 24 counties to make sure that you need to get a good share of representation, towards 30% in 24 of the 47 counties. Yeah. So counties with 25% of votes obtained for Dr. Ruto, it's 5 counties. For former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, it's 4. For George Wajakoya and David Mwaure, none of them are there. So total number of valid votes, 206,393. And so those of And there's also the number of Form 34As that have been verified at the National Tallying Center. It is 695 of the 46,229.
All right, so it's about time we now introduced our very able guests, so they can also just help us understand what exactly this means. I mean, you've also mentioned 25% in at least 24, counties. So in the event that is not achieved, what next? That's why we have Gibson Gisore to my immediate right, who is a lawyer as well as a political analyst. Right next to him is Millie Lwanga, who is equally a lawyer as well as a governance expert. And throughout this entire morning, they'll be helping us unpack all of this and so much more as we continue coordinating with what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. Remember, as it has been mentioned, this is what we shall be doing at least better part of this morning, because the results are being relayed, and these are the final results. As we've talked about oftentimes, results at the polling stations are final. But before all of this is announced, there has to be a verification process. So that's also what we shall be doing as we head over to Bomas time and again. But let me just start with you, Gibson. I mean, maybe you can begin not even from the numbers, because I mean, today we saw Jakaya Kikwete, who is also just part of the observation, team from the larger East African community, give his mind through a report that indeed he says that these elections were conducted in a good way, so to speak. He lauded the police, lauded the media, and overall just in general said that it was good enough. What do you make of some of these sentiments in respect to these elections?
Doreen, thank you for inviting me again here in this studio. Regarding what you've said, I would like to start. I spent the better part of the morning watching Tanzanian broadcasters.
More than we do ourselves.
No, I've had, for here I could be able to access from other means, but watching TV I just decided to say now the Kenyan bit aside first. What these people are saying.
Okay, yeah, all right. Gibson, let me just interject so that there can be just a quick check on your mic. And listen, just picking up on what Gibson has said, from the Observer mission, the responses that they're giving, how would I describe it? It's not what was expected. There is a slight change to the entire process.
Well, observers have got stages within which they do observation of elections. They come and they do the pre-election observation, where they look at what has been put in place, whether the systems are available to ensure that the election is conducted in a free and fair manner. And then they look at the actual polling day, whether the basics, did the polling stations open on time? Were people able to access the ballots? Were there personnel who were present to be able to assist them? And we know that to a large extent, IEBC was able to do that, because this time they had designated a particular officer to simply stamping the ballot papers as you receive them. That was going to ensure that the problems they had in the past of ballot papers that had not been stamped in the back and that were therefore rejected was reduced significantly. Then, of course, there was also the person who would walk alongside the person in a less intrusive manner, without being intimidating to the voter, but being there, making them aware that there's somebody in case you need to ask, so that if you are unable to see those colors, because many people can't, the pink looks red or something, so if you can't see,
simply say who it is. There are two representatives. Yeah.
They're able to guide you. So I think that when they see that, that's the basic report that they do. And you will remember that even in the worst period of the Kenyan election life, in 2007, the initial reports were very indicative that we had a smooth process, which is normally it. The problem we have is with what we are doing now, the relaying and transmission of results, and then the reporting of those results, the verification, and ensuring that they tally with those of the agents from the various presidential candidates. So unfortunately, that report is yet to be released, and that will be released by the observers a little later on.
All right, let's get back to you, Gibson. And you were talking about Tanzanians. Besides saying that we had internet on the eve of the elections, what else were they saying?
Besides that, the Tanzanians were pretty much excited. They were, I think, rarely do Tanzanians like Kenyans in most situations, but for this, I was really encouraged by what they were saying, because they were like, wow, Kenya is doing this, it's very transparent, these people are so advanced, you might think you're watching the US election, and I'm like, oh, kumbe Kenyans, we can be praised by our neighbors.
Tunaomba kuwasifu.
Yes. For a moment there, I said, I think we've done something good. At least our neighbors can actually say that. So, and we also need to be proud of ourselves, because sometimes I think we charge ourselves so harshly that we forget that this is a meticulous process. I think Chebukati himself has done a good job, and we need to keep praising him, or at least supporting him to at least see through the process. A little on the part of verification, I think there is an issue of going slow, but he has just told us that he's going to increase more officials. I don't know now where now, but I hope we will be able to do that sooner, so that we are able to move with some speed, because we also need the results soon enough.
I think that just on that part of what IEBC, and when we say Chebukati, of course, for me, when I say that, I mean IEBC as a whole, they could have planned better. They could have planned better, because even the returning officers have got deputies who work with them. There would have been a way of ensuring that the speed with which they were able to upload the Form 34As into the KIMS and transmit them to the National Tallying Center would also be matched by the speed with which they were able to physically be able to be present, by sharing roles and ensuring that responsibilities were spread out. They could have done better, because keeping the whole country wait. And now he has started, since in the afternoon when they started with releasing the results, 6 constituencies, and we have 290. The pace is not very, it's disheartening.
Actually, we'll be coming back to that, because there is the perception that the whole thing, election process is electronic, but well, it always turns out to be something different. But at the moment, we'll be keeping up with what's happening. Remember, it's not just the presidential results that are in focus, but there are elections that are taking place that are going to affect how the country is governed at the National Assembly, and that there are 2 seats at the National Assembly. There is the 290 and the 47 women representatives, and we also have at county level. And let's first move over to Kasarani, where we've got the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center and also the Nairobi County Tallying Center. Trevor Ngendo is our reporter. Trevor, give us an update on what's happening at the capital's Tallying Center.
Very, very well. Thank you very much, Wahome. We are coming to you live from the Kasarani Tallying Center. This is the Nairobi's Nairobi's County Tallying Center. We are coming to you live here. We've been here for quite a long time, since the evening, and we were previously at the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center, which is located at the Moi Sports Center here at Kasarani. We have been traversing this area, and we've been pitching tent here since the beginning of the polls on 9th of August, the night of Tuesday, the night of the poll. And we have had various interactions, and so far at this particular station, Constituency Tallying Center, we have not had or seen any cases of malpractices, and no issues have been reported so far. It's important to note that Kasarani constituency was the first to announce results and to issue results and certificates to members. So this just goes ahead to tell you that this has been very smooth. The process here has not had any issues at all. And so far we have got, Kasarani constituency has 5 wards, and these wards include the Clay City ward, the Mwiki ward, the Kasarani ward, the Njiru and Ruai ward. And very interesting to note here is that we've had all UDA candidates clinching into the position. So far we have the official results that were declared here and the winners issued with certificates. I'm going to read them out. We have, I'll begin with the presidential results that we have here. We have Raila Odinga at 35,027 votes. We have William Ruto at 55,300 votes. We have Wahiga Mwaure at 573 votes. We have Professor George Wajakoya at 498 votes. We also have the governor's seat. We have Polycarp Igathe at 27,862 votes. We have Johnson Sakaja at 60,578 votes. Moving to the Senate position, we have Margaret Wanjiru at 51,210 votes. We have Edwin Sifuna at 32,461 votes. When it comes to the women representative or the county national member of assembly, National Assembly seat, we have Esther Passaris at 32,481. We have Millicent Omanga at 55,000 votes. When it comes to the member of parliament seat, this is another very interesting development. We have an incumbent for the first time. We have Ronald Karauri at 32,406 votes. That's a new development, who was running against John Njoroge, who garnered 30,444 votes. We also have Masi Gakuya at 24,790 votes. So this is what we have for now. We have also the Clay City incumbent MCA Mwaura Washira retained his seat on a UDA ticket. We also have he gained 9,515 votes. We also have James Kariuki Karanja of UDA, who got 14,000 votes from Ruai ward. We have Jasho Anthony Nguruya of UDA clinched the Kasarani MCA seat with 6,638 votes. Samuel Kago Kanyi of UDA was elected for Mwingi Mwingi ward, and he got 10,642 votes. We also have Carrington Heho of UDA, that he comes from Jiru ward, and he got 5,006 votes. In all of them, all of these are UDA candidates. It's also important to note that this is, so that's all we have for now. That was announced by IEBC, the returning officer, and the candidates who won the MCA seat issued with certificates, including the Member of Parliament. So what goes on here now at the County Tallying Center is where the governor, the senator, and the county member of National Assembly will be declared and issued with certificates. So far, we've been here pitching tent. We've been waiting for materials to arrive from various constituency tallying centers, but so far, none of them has arrived. We're told that there have been some issues here and there. I talked to the returning officer earlier on off camera, and he told me that immediately they arrive, they're going to be starting the process of verification. But for now, this is what we have. I'd kindly ask my camera person to pan around and show them that everything is set and ready. Earlier on, we had the officials here, but they've left for now. It's quite a chilly evening tonight, and it's raining outside, but we are here. We'll be coming to you later on, maybe in the morning hours when the process will begin, and we'll give you a brief of what will be going on. We are here just to make sure that we get you the most balanced, authentic, and comprehensive coverage of the election. I know all eyes will be here from tonight and from as the day breaks. Back to you, Wahome and Shiksha in studio.
Was speaking to us from Kasarani constituency, and that is where a lot of that actually the county tallying center for Nairobi County and at Kasarani, and Kasarani constituency has already done its job. All the tallying at constituency level has been done, and provisionally 38,027 votes for Raila Odinga and 5,300 for William Ruto. And when it comes now down to the gubernatorial contest, Polycarp Igathe 27,862, Johnston Sakaja 60,578, and at the senatorial level, we saw that Bishop Margaret 51,210, and we also have got Edwin Sifuna 32,361, and so it all goes down to that. So that's one of the areas in the 17 constituencies in Nairobi County that has done all its tallying, and that means that the process now moves on to the county level. And that's where, for a returning officer, it's a very busy time, because you've got to do with a B series of forms at constituency level, go to the county level where you deal with a C series of forms for 3 seats. That is the woman member of the National Assembly. You also have got the senator and the governor before going to meet Chebukati's people at Bomas with Form 34B. And wanted to mention about this, it's the whole perception about our election process. So much conversations about electronic data, but eventually it comes down to good old paper.
Very true.
Millie, you can start.
Yes, it's very true. But you need to understand, and I think we sometimes forget the history of where we're coming from. With the constitution that we had, the one that we had from the time of independence, the voting process was quite opaque, because even for the presidential, which is key, it was just the first past the post, the person with the highest number. There was no concern as to whether it was representative or not. And for a long time, we found that in this country, we were being led by a president who was not chosen by the majority, because you'd find that the votes combined from the opposition candidates, once we went back to multi-party system, was more than the votes that was obtained by the president.
With an oddity that the one that Kanu winning had more MPs than the rest, than the opposite side.
Yes. So it was it was quite an interesting thing.
If at all there was winning.
Yes. So with the current constitutional dispensation, we tried to work that out, and that's why we have what you were mentioning earlier, the 24 counties, which means you have to have half of the counties, and that's about 24 of the 47 counties, in order for you to really represent the face of Kenya. And that's why, as a presidential candidate, you cannot claim to be running for president and you have only targeted one community or one region or one area. Now, in addition to that, we then said we cannot trust the papers alone, because agents were being compromised, people were disappearing with data. So that's why we have this mix of the electronic and the paper. Remember that even at the point of going to submit your documents to IEBC for clearance, people would disappear with documents. So we have come from a very interesting past, and that's why we have to have that mix of between the electronic and of course the manual.
And I mean, our elections oftentimes is always marred with trust deficit, because we keep saying, and we've given this example over time, if we can print our own money in Kenya, why are we procuring ballot papers from a Greece company? But then let me just bring you on that one, Gibson, and also just for Kenyans to understand, just as Millie is talking about electronic as well as manual, because it's important to understand. And perhaps is that thinking that if all these Form 34As are found in the portal, then why does IEBC require the RO to actually physically be at Boma so that we can compare? What is the necessity of that? One would just say, just the way I have got the portal downloaded as IEBC, you can equally just go there, download, and check. Why is it necessary and important for the ROs to come across all these 290 constituencies with the Form 34As and a copy of the B, then come back to IEBC, then we verify how the results were tallied at the portal, at the same time look at how the paper looks like, then now again we come and say Baringo constituency has this and this. What is the necessity of that?
It's important. It's important, as Millie has said. Kenyans have first, trust deficit. Secondly, you cannot trust this electronic system. It's unfortunate to say that in this era, but
are we moving? Aren't you moving towards digital?
We are moving towards digital. You remember the 2012 election, what the losing candidate said. Vifaranga via computer.
Yeah.
So coming from that backdrop, and then come to the 2017 election where everybody who won, especially on the side of the government, almost had the same percentage. That beats logic. That is where we just need. They had old papers for Omar said that, you know, we also need to examine the demeanor of this person who has brought this document. Does he look trustworthy? Does he trust the figures he's carrying? Because that is very important, especially. We have to examine this person and be able to know.
Demeanor does not come. No, there are people.
How they look like. This is what actually
is the issue of the figures he's carrying. Or it might have been tampered with. You know, there is the aspect of intimidation. You know, something. Once you have somebody on site, you can be able to tell whether Ome looks funny today. It doesn't.
But these
are not used to being escorted by cops. Every returning officer has got cops in tow. I mean, 2 cops in tow for protection.
Yeah.
You know, even we don't trust the cops too, because they could also be part of the game. There is that aspect that I mean, you have to preempt every avenue, tick every box, and be sure that, you know, what we have is beyond reasonable doubt. It's like a court case. It's beyond reasonable doubt. We tried everything. Even if we go in court, we are confident to sit there and say, this is the result. Yeah, because Chebukati doesn't want to be caught unawares that, you know, the aspect of disappearing and somebody reporting. We have had people even declaring results from the forest. You know.
And you remember?
Yes. Somebody has a certificate. Somebody has a certificate, but it was issued in the forest, not at the polling station. You know, that is very interesting. So you need to call this guy away from the person maybe whom he declared and ask him what really happened. How to come you declared so and so. Then he will be able to give the story. If the story does not add up, then, you know, we have a problem here. So I think that is where we're coming from as Kenyans, and it's very important. We don't even, leave alone the election, the interview process for job.
You don't
trust anybody. You know, you go to the people interviewing you, you are looking at that one doesn't like me.
Just decided they don't
Yes, or this one is not from my side. So there are a lot of dynamics around that. I think it's just that we need to be able to be assured that whatever it is that we have it right.
All right, and on your screens at the moment, I'd just like you to take a look, and this is a total shift. And I'll be coming back to this because, you know, at times, you know, this country, everything flips so fast, you really wouldn't know. We've taken a lot of stick, and you could just put together that the graphic that was out there, and this is of the numbers that are out, and these are the verified numbers by the IBC, and that is 99,672 for Raila Odinga, 48.29% of the votes that have been verified, and this is at the National Tallying Center. 695 or 46,229 polling stations. William Ruto, 104,517, 50.63%. George Wajakoya of Roots Party, 0.79%, less than a percent. That is 1,649 votes, and 555, 0.26% for David Mwaure of Agano Party. And, you know, we've been literally banning every fossil fuel available and every other form of renewable energy has been put into play so that we could get to the numbers that we had. And just a quick look at it. We were doing, 12.5 million of the number of votes passed. So that is the numbers that you're seeing on the screen are the ones that have now been verified and announced by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. And so our data center now moves on to basically trying to see how many number of MPs will be on which side, or if independents are going to be the swing.
And I mean, just before you go there, I think it's also important to remind our viewers that these are actually now the final because they are being verified and announced as they come, and so that Kenyans do not get confused and wonder if this is what we have, then what was the media relay? You know, sometimes there could be that confusion in terms of I saw at Media X this amount, I saw at Media Y this amount, and then IBC has that. But that's just because IBC allowed for the parallel tallying center, which was inclusive of the media and individual observers as well as, you know, the various political agents. But as it were, as they mentioned, IEBC is the final, so they are the ones to announce. So if you see that like that, just simply means that this is what is coming to their desk, and this becomes the final result.
All right. Yeah. And so, I mean, at the end of it all now, Kenyans are going to start asking, so Chebukati, why did you tell the media to do their +1 carry one?
If this is what you are telling us at the end of the day.
I think Chebukati is coming from a perspective that he is trying to create the trust now that, you know, we have nothing to hide. The things are there, just add them up. If you have any query, ask us. We'll be happy to answer your question. And that, of course, has played a key role in terms of seeing Kenyans to be, of course, sober. Kenyans to also calm their tensions. People are now asking, when are you declaring? We have seen the figures they are there. Can you do your thing and give us the number? Who is the winner? Otherwise, people will be wondering. People would be jumping up in some other quarters if that was not to be the case. I think it's just being tried. There is nothing to hide. We're here.
All right.
And I think I'd want to also bring Millie on this one, particularly in the trust deficit, because again, there could be also that assumption that this was occasioned after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. But you realize, just looking at our history, it comes from way back when we had the Mlolongo system. People couldn't trust. If we have, for example, Millie and Gibson as the candidates, and we're saying that line up, then, you know, we have that declaration that the one with the longest line is the winner. We couldn't even trust that.
They used integers to count.
Yeah, and so we couldn't trust that. And again, from there we moved to, you know, results at the polling station not being carried in opaque boxes, not the ones that you have the transparent one, but we couldn't still trust. We could say, hapo katikati, someone has just done something with the boxes. We moved from that system. We now moved from there. We came to, yes, you are conducting elections there at the polling station, but they are being announced at the National Tallying Center. Up until the 2017 Mainakiai case that mentioned that results are now final at the polling station. So when you look at our history, we've come from way back, but even since that time, we still couldn't trust our election process. Where does this problem emanate from, Millie?
I think because of manipulation of the voter say, or the voter expression, because we have had a very kind of lazy democracy, I think, so to speak, where people do not want to invest in language and garb and in enticing the voters, whether it is by truth or by coded messages that would confuse them so that you beat your opponent. This is the politics that is understood when you're speaking about politics. But we have found it easier to manipulate things so that it's easier. So if there's a Mlolongo, we realize that the Mlolongo behind Millie is too long for our liking. We cause commotion and then there's confusion. No, it was not. Try and remember very well. It was not that long. That's why we are saying she's not that. So that's why we've had to constantly amend and improve our systems. And the beauty, I know it is very frustrating for most people who watch it now, and particularly for the young people who may even be voting for the first time. But we have been improving with every step of the way, and with the court cases, with the court intervention, with the court clarifying issues where there's no clarification. Look at even just 2 weeks ago, something in your head logically is so straightforward. What is the manual and the electronic system that you're going to use? I mean, if the KIMS is not working, can you not print it out? Does that now amount to a manual? Or is it just a printout of the electronic? We want to have a conversation about this for 2 months, you know, until the court will have to sit and interpret it for us. And IEBC, because of the backlash they've had, are also very careful with their words, so that when they speak, they do not want to give out a message that will frustrate their agents once, or their officials, once the voting starts. So you find that because of these things, we need interpretations, even of things that are pretty logical, so to speak. Remember, even with the repeat elections in 2017, Chebukati had to go back to the Supreme Court to ask them to explain further what exactly they meant, because after they came from there, I was trying to understand that, because we want to get it as clearly as possible, which is a good thing. I think we forget and get very frustrated about it as it's going on, but if you look at it in the aftermath, you see the next election is an improvement. Look at, we've been talking about the server, and every time people talk about it, they say, can you open the 2013 servers that were in France or I don't know where, you know? Now the servers have finally been opened. And now we will talk about the next thing after that. That's a step forward. So it's important for us to remember that. And I think that now, even as we get frustrated with the pace, we have 12 million, and Chebukati is now at
600,000. 200,000. Less than 200,000.
Actually, it's 14 million. They said they're slightly above 14 million.
Yes.
But
3 days after.
Tallying
The
here,
tallying here is 12.5 million.
It's quite interesting.
Yes, but at least we are sure, as he continues to do that, we can look at it with what we have been projecting and see, do the percentages really differ as much? Is there what could have cost it, you know? It gives us that opportunity to be able to engage more with the process and understand it. And that is the only way that you can gain trust of adults, because adults believe what they can understand.
Let me just stick with that trust issue for a minute, because it looks like to be one of the biggest problem, a bone of contention, particularly when it comes to our elections. And just as Millie has put it right there, even when it comes to the understanding of the digital versus manual register, I mean, when you look at even the faction that was fronting the manual, it was from a point of, what if it fails? What if we can't trust the data in there? And in fact, looking at the High Court ruling, it was initially the High Court that said that yes, you're going to go there, get identified via the KIMS kit, and then the name be struck off from the manual register. So in a way, it looked like identifying one person using two forms, but the Court of Appeal averted that and said, it's just going to be KIMS kit. In the event it fails, alphanumeric. In the event it fails, now we go to the manual. So using one at a time in the event one fails. And all this emanates from, because I just cannot trust that we are going to use digital and stick to just digital. So much as you're saying that we've come a long way, but are we ever going to get there yet? We're trying to compare ourselves with elections even in first world countries where they even just vote via mail. We still want to line up and do this and still say we really come a long way? What do you make of that?
Yes, we've come a long way indeed, as I do agree with Millie, because I don't know whether I have the history. I was not voting then, but back in the 80s, I do have the history of what used to happen, whereby the person with the shortest queue would be declared.
Just like that?
Yes, just like that.
88 was interesting.
Yes, people had to say, no, we can't do this. We just need have a different way of doing things. So for you to reach there as a country, you must have suffered. You must have burnt your fingers and you're saying, no, I can't do this anymore. So that is where we have come as Kenyans. And having reached where we are, pretty much it's only Kenya in the whole of the continent which is actually doing a very complex voting process. The rest of the places, you go to Uganda, people don't care. I mean, the part with the lowest number of people in the region you travel, people comes with the largest number of votes. So pretty much they're in those areas where we were back in the day. And the Tanzanians, the way I told you I was watching and what they were saying, they were trying to draw a comparison. I just said, I think we're beating ourselves too much. We need to actually sit back and say, we're doing something good for ourselves. We just need to trust the process and ensure that it's verifiable. And Kenyans are a demanding lot, because I think because of the dynamics of what is in the country, because of the tribal issues, because of don't trust the government, never trust the government. Some other places they trust the government. You find actually it's government officials conducting an election, and nobody complains.
In Kenya,
in Kenya you can't trust the government at no point.
We did at one point. CK used to be in there.
Yes, but then our fingers were burnt.
Yes.
And we are like, no, we can't do this anymore. So there is that aspect of us evolving, and we seem to be evolving at a higher rate than the rest of the countries in the region. Because I've had a comparison. I've tried to travel some of these countries, and you pretty much go to Rwanda. You find that government says anything, and it goes. It pretty much goes. If government says that this is our person, this is our person, the people say the government say it. We trust the government. If at all that is the true decision, but there's nobody who comes to complain. In Kenya, you will have problems. How did you arrive at that? This is not the best person. That is what is called democracy, and we are playing democracy at its best here in Kenya, as opposed to our neighbors. I'm not bashing them, but
when I try to look at, and they are looking up to, before, and the run up to this election, people were telling me, conversations from outside the country were like, Kenyans, do this right because we are counting on you. It's like we're the big brother. We shouldn't have the opportunity to mess. Yeah. Everybody's counting on you that, a big brother. By the way Manyala was, we were counting on Manyala that bring that thing home. It failed in Oregon, but everybody was sure that he's going to get it, kind of. And that is what other people, especially in the region in Africa, expect of Kenya, and we are on the right track. 290 people who are going to be elected to the National Assembly. Please do not benchmark anywhere outside of Kenya. we are being used for benchmarking. And this is what I'd like to bring in, because there is a lot of history lost as to why we've got the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. 2002, the late Samuel Kivuitu was a hero. Yes. ECK was, this is what happens. 2005 referendum, best remembered for the oranges and the bananas. Ideally, it was basically meant to be red and green. Rather, green, it was just basically orange, and it was just orange and green, but it actually gave birth to the name of a party. Yeah. But come 2007, from a god to a demon, what just happened, such that in 2009, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission was formed. How much loss of trust in the lack of independence from government around electoral bodies was created around that point?
I think that one of the things you cannot forget is, and may his soul rest in peace, the late Kivuitu saying, I don't know who won. You can't be seated there. Chebukati, for example, cannot today come and tell us that I don't know where the Form 34Bs are. We would go ballistic, because
it was at that time it was the famous Form 16A.
Yes.
I don't know where they are.
So he came and he told us, I cannot say it. And then the games that were played, that is why we've seen some memes going around now of power going off, and when it comes back on, the figures are drastically different, So I think those issues contributed to our lack of trust for a government-initiated institution. We forget that even when we're drafting the current constitution, we have gone outside the normal known arms of government, where every child will tell you across the world that you have the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. We created a fourth arm of government in Kenya, known as independent commissions and offices. And yet, they are still kind of not very independent, because they kind of still fall under the executive. But we are just trying to remove them from the control of the big brother, so to speak, so that we are able to feel that there's some form of independence in there. Even the number of commissioners and the representation of the commissioners there, we could not go to the 47 counties, but we went back to the old provinces, the 8 regions that were there, so that when you are selecting the commissioners, a commissioner would come representing Nyanza, Western, Rift Valley, so that the people of Rift Valley, as they sit there and they look at the commission, they feel we are represented, It's pretty ridiculous.
All right. Thank you very much, Millie. Well, we'll be continuing with this conversation in a short while, but we've got our teams who are all over the country. Well, they've been out there, and they're slowly coming back to Broadcasting House, but those who are out there still giving us reports. And now let's move over to Uasin Gishu County, and let us join Timothy Kipnusu, who's going to give us an update on the tallying of votes, and this is at county level. Timothy Kipnusu.
Together with Doreen Rangi there at the Broadcasting House. Yes, indeed, I'm coming to you live from Uasin Gishu County. This is Eldoret National Polytechnic. This is the county tallying center where we expect the county returning officer to release the results for the gubernatorial position, for the senatorial position, and the woman member to the National Assembly. Remember, there has been a bit of a push and pull in this particular place during or before the returning officer releases the results. And as you can see, it is quiet now. There was a scuffle where a number of candidates, they were worried about the release or the delay of the release of the results for the gubernatorial position, for the woman member to the National Assembly, and of course to the senatorial position, and other position, of course, also for the presidential position. So, and it is a wait-and-see situation how this particular gathering is going to wait for how long for the results to be released for the county number 027. So Daniel Wahome, we hear, and by the result that was the provisional results that we had received from the county returning officer, the Jonathan B. Chelelem, famously known as Kotimoja, is the one that has captured the gubernatorial position here in the county of Uasin Gishu, and of course the outgoing governor, that's Jackson Mandago, capturing the senatorial position, and we having Gladys Boschole retaining her position as the county member to the National Assembly. And we here just to get to understand how this thing is going to pan out, because a number of them have raised concern why this exercise is taking long. Remember, earlier on we were at the Taribo Tallying Center, or rather Taribo Tallying Center at Uasin Gishu High School, where also the release of the results took a bit longer, and a number of candidates were really not happy because of what was happening. And we understand that they're having the conversation together so that they can have a final report on how they are going to release the results, because the county number 027, or the residents of this particular county, have been waiting far too long for them to know their governor-elect, their senatorial-elect, and of course women member to the National Assembly. So Daniel Wahome, we here keeping tabs on what is happening, waiting for the county, Uasin Gishu County returning officer, that is Ari Mutai, just to give us the updates of the county of Uasin Gishu. Remember, earlier on I had talked about this is the political bedrock of the United Democratic presidential candidate William Samoei Arap Ruto, and therefore he will be very keen to ensure that he captures a number of seats. And for your information, a number of seats, particularly for the members of parliament, has been captured by the United Democratic Alliance party, the party for the party leader of the United Democratic Alliance, William Samoei Arap Ruto. And as earlier had mentioned, 3 sitting members of parliament have been shown the door, and that include Celestine of Moiben. His position has been taken by Dr. Phyllis Abarto. Also, William Chepkut of Ainapkoi constituency has been shown the door. The position has been taken by Samuel Chepkonga. Remember Samuel Chepkonga, at some point he served as a member of parliament 2013 to 2017 after he was trounced by William Chepkut. Remember also he served as the chairperson of the Legal Affairs Committee in Parliament. Another person that has lost his seat is Swarap Mishram Kiprop of Keses constituency. Remember, they have been at loggerheads with the deputy president, and it has been on record that deputy president urging the residents of Keses constituency not to give him an opportunity to serve for the second time. His position has been taken by Julius Ruto. And also we have new members of parliament elected in Soi constituency. Remember that position became vacant when the sitting member of parliament decided to go for the or make a stab at the gubernatorial position, but he didn't make it in the nomination or the party primary of the UDA in that particular position. And now the member of parliament elect in Soy constituency, we understand, is David Kiplagat. Also, Oscar Suri has retained his position as the Member of Parliament for Kapsaret, and also Janet Sitine for the Member of Parliament for Tarbo. So here, it is just a wait-and-see situation for the county returning officer here in the county number 027 to put forth the results for rather announcement of the results for the gubernatorial position, senatorial position, and woman member to the National Assembly. And all the delegates and of course the candidates are here waiting, including the Jonathan B. Chelilim, and of course also have the outgoing Governor Jackson Manago, who is making a stab at the senatorial position. And of course we do not have Gladys Boschole here, and I understand that the certificate will be taken by somebody. So Daniel Home, that is the latest from Uasin Gishu County. We're still pitching camp here. We've been here for the longest time to get the results from this particular account. From me, Timothy Kipnusu, I hand you back to studio, Doreen and Daniel Home.
Well, just one question, Timothy, that I would like to ask, and this is in regard to what you've earlier indicated, is that there seems to be a majority of numbers going to two of the county numbers, actually three of the county numbers. The gubernatorial seat are going to Jonathan B., who comes in because the outgoing governor, Jackson Mandago, going for the senatorial seat, and county woman member of the National Assembly, Gladys Boschole, looking like they've had majority. All that they need is a confirmation through the C series of forms that are going to be issued at that level. Any cases of concessions, somebody saying, I accept that the numbers that I've got from the constituencies around will not give me a chance at the county tallying center.
Wahome, we haven't received such case here in Uasin Gishu County, but indications here at the county tallying center, or the Uasin Gishu County tallying center, the Eldoret National Polytechnic, may take us to that route, because a number of candidates are really anxious, and they feel that there is something that is happening that is not correct. So we will be able to engage them in an interview once they are announced by the Uasin Gishu County returning officer, that is Irene Mutai, and will be able to update our viewers.
Well, thank you very much, Timothy Kipnusu at the Eldoret National Polytechnic, which is the tallying center for Uasin Gishu County. And we can see in the background that the people who are working with the county returning officer already verifying the slew of forms that are coming through from the constituencies all around them. Thank you very much. If there is any update, Kipnusu, we are up and we shall be taking all your update. Cheers, mate. Timothy Kipnusu speaking to us, and that is to from the Eldoret National Polytechnic, the Uasin Gishu County Tallying Center. And it's quite interesting where everything that comes from the various constituencies out in Eldoret indicates one thing, but no one is ready to concede. At times they say numbers don't lie. You can lie with them, but but they don't lie.
I think they have the fighting spirit. Don't say die until
never say die.
So you never know. You are hoping that there may be small tarakanitis.
There will be a change somehow.
That may change something.
Right. Then there's also the aspect of also your supporters. So supporters can be pretty demanding. Yeah. They will be like, now, how do you throw in the towel so early? We have to be this to the end. And you also don't want to disappoint them. You don't want to be the big person, tell them, no, guys, we have lost. Yeah. Can we just
You're 5-0 down in a football game and it's the 89th minute. Normally the fans walk out of the stadium.
Do you remember the Liverpool game back in 2005 with the Champions League?
Yeah,
back
the 6 minutes of madness.
Yes. So even if it's 5-0, people do come back.
Now we know which club you support.
All right, but also there's something I think we are seeing. Also, just going by what Kipnus was given there in Uasin Gishu County, you're seeing Mandago, who was a second-time, governor, taking a stab at the senator's seat, and he's taken it. And he wasn't actually the only one who was eyeing that particular seat. We've also seen various leaders who are saying that, now that we are finishing our second term as is in the constitution, we are trying to see how we can be members of parliament, or senators like Makueni governor had also said that he was vying for that particular seat of senatorial. So, let me just pick your mind, Gibson, on that one. Why are we seeing leaders who are serving their terms, finishing, and just deciding, let's eat the pension and go home? Because again, we also have provision for that. Why are they feeling the need to just still be on elective, politics, and go for, so to speak, a lesser seat than what they had?
Because the constitution demands as much. So you see, once you've done your 2 terms, there's nowhere else to go. You just have to either go down or go up. And the choices are go home.
But now they're not going home.
Who wants to go home? Nobody wants to go home. Nobody wants to go home, because with that seat, however powerful it is, you don't want to lose the power. You don't want to lose the aspect of you being called Mweshimiwa. If you happen to get out of this station and go out there, people will be meeting you and they won't even recognize you. So you don't want to lose that. For this Mweshimiwas, and I think that name comes with a curse. They will want to stick to it as long as possible, so that at the end of the day, it's also a source of revenue. It's a source of revenue. Then there's the aspect of some of them must have misappropriated resources. So you cannot be able to, fighting a corruption case in this country is costly. So you better be receiving some money which you can use to defend yourself, or you can actually have some respect when you even show up in court. People will have to give you some respect. But sometimes that's where you see, after office, most of the members of parliament either go get sick and die. They just disappear and dissipate and they die. Nobody wants to die. So it's so demanding. The power is nice, it's sweet. The goodies are nice. You show up somewhere, people want to say Mweshimiwa is here. You don't want to lose that, and you want to fight as long as possible. That you need to maintain at least, even if you're not governor, I'm still MP. I think that is something they feel like, at least, governor is on the ground. This one I've been in Nairobi, so I'm running. It's also another way of running away from the ground, from the mess you created. At least you're somewhere else, and people will still respect you. You will not have the kind of power in terms of money, in terms of guts you had, but at least you will be having one who will be taking care of you and be driving you around. And when you show up, people will say, Mweshimiwa is here. Though in low tones this time, but at least you will be there.
Senator is still very serious, Mweshimiwa level.
Senator is very serious, but Senator is the resources. Senator is the resources. In Kenya, the power comes with the resources.
Which means the National Assembly. And now it's only governor.
Now it's only governor.
Yeah, with resources.
Yes.
But also, Millie, when you talk about leadership and, so to speak, politics, we are saying that this is a position of service. Just looking at, the points that Gibson is bringing out, true, but doesn't sit with the position that is supposed to be. So, when you look at that capacity, so to speak, then are we saying that we elect leaders, or we just have them in this position maybe for their own interests, as opposed to them being there for purpose of service? Doesn't it bring a disconnect?
True, it does. But then you must also remember that we did not quite unpack the Constitution and understand it, and also understand what the rules were meant to be. So when we started having or implementing the Constitution with the first election under the current Constitution in 2013, many people did not really vie to be governors. Not many serious politicians applied to be governors, because people did not quite understand what it was. There was a lot more excitement and focus on the senator's position, because people were thinking about it from the American point of view, that these were going to be the senior politicians, this is going to be the pool from where Kenyans were going to see potential presidential candidates. But when we started implementing it, then they realized that all the resources, because we had devolved our resources, the resources were with the governor, and these people were pretty powerful. Now, the people who had come in as governors were pretty young. They were also new politically. Now, they also had not unpacked the constitution. I remember at one point in a meeting somewhere where we were discussing this with governors, and they were shocked that they had a 2-term limit because they had not seen that. They assumed that if you're elected, you are elected for as long as you can be elected. So there was a conversation again to remind them of that. So all these many different factors came into play. You do not expect somebody who is barely 60 to retire and sit quietly and suddenly start herding chicken. If people had chicken.
Go back to the farm. The old phrase.
It's difficult. So then they must be able to find a landing somewhere. Because traditionally it used to be that once you had served and you were too tired, the rigors would allow you of the rigors of legislation work, you would go into some board somewhere, You would be put in a board. It was a nice retirement package so that you remain relatively relevant and active and still feel that you have some influence. But that is now not possible for them. So they will retire, so to speak, into legislation, where now with the amendments, they will just go and legislate, represent the people, and oversight.
But I still have a challenge with the aspect of governors transitioning to Senate. Because Senate will now, we will be now seeing the auditing process of the last financial years, so how will they be able to actually audit their own records? So that is, I think, something which our constitution ought to have looked into, because now we're having the same challenge which we have with the CDF and the MPs, whereby you're auditing the national government, but then the national government comes back to audit you with the CDF. That becomes a challenge, and I think it's something we need to look at. Then it's what Milia said. Also, I want to add, it was very interesting in 2013 that even senior lawyers who participated in the coming up of the constitution did not see the essence of going to be governors. They actually say you don't want to get out of Nairobi. But when they realized that the disbursements have started, these guys, they say in 2017 they all went back for the governor's seat, and I was like, you didn't see this? So it's something we didn't unpack the constitution really, as she's saying, and now we still implement. There's still a lot of things which we need to implement. With the IBC, we're doing a good job. With the governance of the county process, now that is becoming clearer. There are some other things which we need to do. For example, now we need to move to the process of the aspect of accountability, implementing Chapter 6.
And talking about implementing Chapter, I'll be coming to implementing Chapter 6, but there is a case of transition, which you keep mentioning here, and there is a clarity as to how much then, if you're going to move into a legislative office, you are there, have your title there as Senator Wahome, wherever, MP, but then here comes the question then, besides that role about, everyone may think of Mheshimiwa is what you take back home, but it's the safeguarding of it. How much of a transition have we seen over the years? We know the BBI wanted to give the senator more powers of oversight, but at the moment, how much can they do besides looking at county disbursements?
Incidentally, the Senate, even as currently constituted in the current constitutional dispensation, is pretty powerful. The problem is the way we play our politics in this country. People feel that unless you have resources to bring, because a Mheshimiwa is not going to be respected if he has not brought a road, or even put some 2 or 3 traffic lights near the
and a football tournament at the end of the year.
That's the greatest legislation that the entire world is coming to look at, because we've had legislators who have come up with beautiful laws that other countries have come to benchmark on, to come and look at our labor laws that were passed here. Some of them moved by Waheshimiwa. We've looked at laws that have been passed on issues of economics, finance, and etc. And people have been very excited about those laws. But when you go back to the voter, your employer, and then you tell them that, they say, okay, go home. Let's get someone who will bring us a road, you know? So that makes all these Waheshimiwas want to have some control over some resource that they can then say, I brought you a road, I brought you a market, I lit up your market, you know? And that's really, really most unfortunate, because I don't think that is what is anticipated in a working democracy, unless we just want to completely have some hybrid form of governance in this country that the rest of the world does not have, which we very well can. And then we don't call it that, and we anticipate what it is and work with it defined as such.
I really like what you're saying, because again, also it reminds me that could it also be a bit of, should I say, a problem, a challenge, a disconnect, that we don't even understand what these positions mean and what exactly their roles are. You know, and also when you look at the politicians, when they go out there to campaign, oftentimes there'll be that question of nitawaletea hii, nitawajengea, and that's a senator. Yes, its role is oversight, legislation, coming up with bills, debating them, and make sure they serve the citizens. So is it that we just do not also, as citizens, as Kenyans, understand what is the role of a governor, the role of an MCA, an MP, a senator?
Very true. When my colleague here was listening to Tanzanians praising us this morning, I was listening to people who are being declared in different constituencies, and I was quite amazed by some of the things they were saying. And as soon as somebody was told you're probably elected, then you'd hear them say, yes, yes, and now I'm going to be able to ensure that the roads here, you know, we don't have, and we are going to create jobs. And
which budget do you have for this?
There's a template to their speech.
Actually, it's interesting. Back in 2013, I was in the village, and one of the MCA's aspirants was having a manifesto which was pretty interesting. And when I perused the manifesto, it had railway, it had airport, it had. So I was asking people, are you sure what this guy is trying to tell you? But people were like, yeah, that guy has a manifesto, and you know, it shows that our people do not understand what is the role of the person they are putting into office. They have their mind fixed on something. If Mheshimiwa does not bring a road, if Mheshimiwa does not employ my kid, if Mheshimiwa does not give salaries not salaries, bursaries to so and so, now they've been taken away, especially the members of parliament. I don't know. I'm wondering what some of the members, because most of the people who have been elected is through the promises they were giving, that, you know, I will give bursaries to these places, I will do this and this, I will ensure, but using those funds. Now that it's only going to be legislation, I don't know whether they will want to eat back their words and say, now the thing has changed. I think I'm going to see quite a number of people who have been elected this time actually lose out because of the aspect that CDF is gone. Some of them is because of the promises or the manifestos who are reading CDF.
And you know, they say that if you want to complicate an issue, bring in 2 or 3 lawyers, because they'll give you 13 different perspectives between the two of them, and every perspective is clear. but just I wanted to add that the thing is, again, you'll find that even with legislation, representation, and oversight, it is very possible for you to ensure that the budgeting that is done by your government has allocated money to the roads in your area, and you can go back and tell the people. You can oversight and make sure that the committee that you're sitting in goes to look at the road that is being put up, and then say, get the people's concerns with the road. There's no space for bicycles, there's nowhere we can walk as pedestrians, and you take that back. But we are too lazy. We are too lazy as people to want to do the work. We want that simple thing of, I gave the money and everyone saw me do it. We don't want to have that conversation where we even go out and educate the people that this is how I did it. And the people are also too lazy to understand or to take time to understand how you did it, unless they see you come in an arambe and give money, you know?
Yeah, true. And that's why we are so quick to say after 5 years, Senator hakuleta hapa barabara, MCA hakutengeneza hiyo shule. But these are not even their roles. But then again, who has the responsibility of this? Because the leaders themselves do not even understand what position they are vying for and what they are required to do. The Kenyans themselves, we don't even understand what does an MC do? What does the senator do? Just before we get to Shiksha on the other side very quickly, I mean, whose responsibility is it?
I think you remember in 2005, I think, when we were doing a run up to the first referendum. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Kenyans were pretty much the draft was out there, very eloquent. I was in school and I was trying to look at it. I had a copy of it and I was like, this is beautiful. But then some quarters of government were telling, it's only the teachers back in the village who are learned, were telling them, stop interpreting the constitution, stop reading it to the people. So there were very small, narrow aspects of women getting land. That aspect, a politician takes advantage and says, especially in my area, women were not supposed to get land, but now, since it's a constitutional right, you have to. So somebody tells you, if you do that, you start giving land to women. That is misinformation. Misinformation. And people, there's this very interesting that if come a baba mesoma to mesoma. Those very interesting. We missed the opportunity of actually delivering the message to our people so that they are well aware of what it is that they are going to expect from the constitution. And if we can actually engage in a lot of civic education. This constitution, there was nothing like civic education which was done. They were just doing committees in hotels. So if we could actually change that particular perspective, we could be somewhere else.
Well, thank you very much, Gibson, and giving us the insights into that as we take a look at everything that does affect how these elective positions are. What is it that is coming up? Because this week a lot has changed and people will be seeing different things happen. But right now, let us take a look at the numbers as per the confirmations by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. We are 6 constituencies in as far as confirmations are concerned. Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for that. Now remember, these are the final results that have been, of course, verified and declared and released by IEBC. So yes, this is what exactly is going on. We've got presidential verified results. At constituency level, we've managed to get 695 of the 46,229 polling stations. So the results that you're seeing on your screen right now are verified. We've got Raila Odinga at 48.29%. That's 99,672 votes so far. William Ruto at 50.63%, 104,517. Professor George Wajakoya at 0.79%. That's 1,649 votes so far. David Murray at 0.26%. Now remember, these are the results that have been declared, of course, verified by IEBC. Let's just break it down further and take a look at what's going on in terms of the various constituencies. We've got Katiani constituency, that's in Machakos County, that is registered voters at 60,224, out of which the valid cast is 37,999. Rejected ballots at 260, Raila Odinga at 30,984 votes, Ruto at 6,624 votes, Wahiga at, of course, that is 91 votes, and Wajakoya at 300 votes. Moving on to Oljoro constituency, that is Nyandarua County, we've got 60,199 registered votes. Valid cast at 39,867 and rejected ballots at 296. Raila at 7,579. Ruto at 31,982. Of course, we have Professor Mori at 140 and Professor Wajakoya at 166. Moving on, we've got results that have coming from Machakos County, that's Kangundo constituency, where we have 60,796 registered voters. Out of those, the ones that are valid are 38,671, and those that have been rejected are 330. Raila Odinga at 29,808. Ruto at 8,405. And of course, we have Professor George Wajakoya at 365 and Maureen at 93. Now let's shift focus to Lamu East constituency. Of course, that's Lamu County, where the registered voters stood at 22,047, of which those that were valid were at 14,703 and rejected ballots at 436, of which Ruto managed 4,639, Raila managed 9,564, Maureen at 48, and Wajakoya at 452. Moving on, we've got Baringo County, that's Baringo Central constituency, where the number of registered voters stood at 45,949, of which those that were valid were at 34,906, rejected ballots at 168, and of course Ruto leading there with 33,162, Raila at 1,656, Wajakoya at 62, and Maureen at 26. So far, these are the results that have been verified and of course released by IEBC themselves. We've got 5 constituencies so far, and we'll definitely be bringing down more numbers to you as they continue to trickle in right here on KBC Channel 1. Once again, just reminding you, they've managed to count 695 polling stations of 46,229, of which Raila Odinga at 48.29% and having 99,672 votes. William Ruto 50.63%, having 104,517 votes. We have Professor George Wajakoya as well. The numbers should be on your screen as we continue to get them regarding the numbers that he has secured, and Maureen as well. So we'll definitely be bringing those results to you right here. For now, I'll hand it over back to Wahome as we continue with the discussion in studio with our analysts.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha. And with that update on the results from the 6 constituencies that we've received so far from the IBC, who are now based at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. Remember that this is also a 2-step verification process. After the polling station, there is a confirmation at the constituency level and the National Tallying Center, and there is also the confirmation when it comes to the gubernatorial, senatorial, and for the woman member of the county assembly, and that has to be confirmed at the county level. So always a 2-step verification. Doreen.
I mean, just looking at what Shiksha has read there, there's clearly, what we have kept talking over time. The number of registered voters does not tally with the number of valid votes. And actually, when you do a comparison from 2013, 2017 up until where we are now, yes, you know that IBC said that, we're looking at the 65.4% voter turnout. This is basically for those that got registered under the KIM scheme. We're still waiting for those that, did the manual registration. Nonetheless, 2013 we were at 86% voter turnout. 2017, 79.5%. And in fact, the projection was that for this election, we're looking at 80, 85, going by the latest opinion polls as of then. But we're at 65.4%. Because even if you look at the manual, those that did with the manual, how many were they? 154 in Makueni, 84, actually 154 in Kakamega, 84 in Makueni. So would it even be significant? But just what has attributed to this trend of low voter turnout over time? Are we likely to see now 50% in 2027?
I don't think so. In 2027, a lot of things will come into play. And the problem with this one is the current situation happening. People are like, this election is pretty much between 2 people and some other majority places. Some who are like, we don't have a candidate. We don't have a candidate, especially from Central, which I think recorded one of the lowest to voter turnouts. Their issue was, even with having both running mates,
we don't have a main person.
Still feeling like if we don't have a top person, that we are not in the race competitively. So there's no need to just risk it and just go out there and vote. But which is a very big mistake, I think, because that's not only there, even not on the national. That has also happened in my own county, where you've seen we had one of the clans was having a running mate, and
I was there trying to interview people and ask them, why are you not feeling like you should support a candidate? They're like, we don't have a candidate. I'm like, you have a running mate. Then we were like, running mate thing is not popular with us. And, there's actually one place I was telling Millie earlier that in our home there's one of their sons who is actually a running mate, and the father said, I'm not supporting that camp, I'm supporting the other candidates because...
But they have a candidate.
They have a candidate, but they're saying, is he the one going for governor? No, we're not doing that. We are actually supporting, and he's running the rest of the family to support the other candidate, who is also a distant relative, because he's going for the governor seat. And that is very interesting. That will bring also the other dynamics. So there are a lot of dynamics to play up to what it is that we are expecting in the voter turnout. There's also the aspect of youth. Youth, we have talked to youth, that youth are not motivated enough to feel that there's any need for them to go to the polling station and vote. And they are coming of age that they're going to be the majority of the voters. If they are not convinced enough, in 2027, I said last evening that we are likely to have a situation of 30 million voters, and 15 million are not voting. So we'll be still at maybe at 17, give it 17, 18, but we'll be having 30 or 32 million voters.
Yeah, which is a very bad place to be.
That's a very bad place to be in, so we need to start mitigating some of the issues which I think IBC needs to do a serious audit and actually find out what are the reasons people are not going to vote. So some of these issues can start to be cured in advance so that we don't get to a situation, because Millie did talk about the issue of popularity in terms of the previous dispensations. We used to have a president who was actually very elected by the minority. So we are also going to have a situation whereby the majority who are supposed to vote have not voted. So we will, of course, somebody will have to be declared because of the numbers which have voted. But then, what of these numbers who have not voted, who opted to abstain? If you don't treat that particular issue, we are going to have a bigger problem. So we need to start to have a conversation around these places, bring in the youth, bring in those people who feel like they should not be able to vote for one reason or the other, so that the numbers, at least we do a close margin where somebody doesn't get to the polling station because it was impossible for him, not like, I don't see the reason I should do this. So that is a very bad thing, or that's a very bad state. As Kenyans, we need to actually cure that.
And we can't keep creating positions for people to be able to participate. We said that if we had more seats, Gibson has just mentioned right now that, people should even take into account the fact that they have a running mate. The person is running with the governor. But remember that even our tradition or our experience so far in implementing some of these positions that were created under the Constitution has been pathetic. Between 2013 and 2017, half the time, the deputy governors kept crying that they had no work, that they were being locked out, that nobody was telling them what to do. I remember the deputy president trying to Dr. Ruto, trying to talk to them and trying to encourage them and even mentor them, the deputy governors, into defining rules for themselves, because at that time he was a very active deputy president and had carved a niche for himself. It didn't help. In the next round, the second phase of devolution under the current constitutional dispensation, it was no better. We had cases where governors were not assigning tasks to their deputies. Deputies had been chased. I don't even remember if Governor Mutua eventually had a deputy.
He had a deputy.
He did.
Actually, Governor Mutua had a deputy. It was to actually, he fired one.
Yes.
He fired one and picked a second one.
Which was very dramatic.
Francis Maniti Wambua was his second deputy governor. But we had one who was in the US for a long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he actually came back back and was looking for a very big seat and they don't even know him.
In my own county, they chased him out of his, they took the vehicle from him. He actually had to run away with a border. So he was told, we should never see you back here.
So you can imagine if you have a position where people don't even see you, how will the people feel that you're representing their interests or their concerns, or there's a benefit to us having a governor and a deputy governor? We don't feel it. We don't realize it. We also had that problem with some of the, for example, we have the top-up seats that brings in marginalized communities at the county level. And people were saying, I remember one, she was, for me, the perfect example. She brought in the interests of persons with disabilities. She was a lady. She is a lady herself, but in the county of Wajir, after she had been nominated, she took up the call, and all the elected MCAs, anytime they had a bill or a legislation or a motion, they would look for her. She was called the PWD MCA. That, can you come and see whether you can incorporate something here and get some of your people, your constituents, to come and represent. Now, how often do you see that? We have these people we've nominated. We don't feel the impact of them going there. I cannot go to my local MCA and feel that, okay, the ones who've been brought in to take care of issues of the marginalized, that the youth feel that we can go to that youth there and talk to them and they will express our views and they'll understand our concerns. Half the time we don't even know them. So it continues to bring this frustration that why do we have these positions? And it doesn't help us to reduce the talk as to where are my people. I say this, for example, even in this current election. At the beginning, there was focus on who is running for governor where. As the election period progressed, we all forgot about the governors. Even in the media, people are focusing on the president. Who is the presidential candidate? No one was talking about who is the gubernatorial candidate in this. It only came back again when the results started streaming in.
It's true. And I mean, we'll come to the issue of nominated leaders in a short while, because again, also know there was a bit of battle between parties and IEBC before, it got to this particular position. But let's just go back a bit, track a bit on this issue of my person, because as you both rightly put it, we are really seeing it play out in the voter turnout, and even the projections coming forward. This will just be the same situational issue, if not curbed or mitigated. But again, when you look at the issue that is my person, coming from my area, coming from my county, coming from my tribe, how much big of an issue is this? Because when you also look at the Mount Kenya area, it has largely occasioned this. I mean, just going back to history, 97, we had Ken Matiba, together with Raila Odinga, as well as those who were contesting for the presidential, seat. And majority of votes at that time from a certain area went to Ken Matiba. When you come to 202, we had Uhuru Kenyatta and Mwai Kibaki. So there was a kingpin area in a certain region. Come to 2007, we equally had Mwai Kibaki. Fast forward 2013, 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta was there. So we clearly saw some votes from a certain region tilting a certain area because there's someone from my area, my place. But 2022 election, things are just turning around a bit, and we are seeing some form of retract and apathy. So what does this mean about our sense of just looking at issues, our sense of democracy, our sense of exercising our constitutional right?
I think that the kind of leaders that we have impacted on that. The truth of the matter is that you need to have your person there for you to feel it. I'll tell you, for example, my home in the village, even if I took a flight before 2007, took a flight to Kisumu, and then hired a vehicle to now move to the village, it still took inordinate amount of time to be able to do that. Now, when my person got into the coalition government and the road was open, suddenly we were driving to the village and coming back within the same day. So
there's no need for planning, as it were.
Yes. So it still has that impact, and you find that across the country. across the country, that when you have your people there, look at even the projects and the analysis that people have been making of the projects that President Uhuru Kenyatta has brought to the people in central Kenya. And people have been saying they will come to realize it after the fact, after he has gone, because the expansion of the road network in that area, and it has happened because my person is there. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee from our planning, from our system, from the mode in which we implement our policies and programs, that if my person is not there, that these things somebody is going to remember to work on them. It's an unfortunate thing.
Unfortunate situation it is.
Very unfortunate.
And it goes to the root aspect of us being the Kenyan in us is we are first tribe before Kenyan. So, and then the structure of our election is about things to do, politics of tokenism, whereby if I'm in power, then my people are in power. So we should have first we should have first to enjoy the trappings of power before anyone else does, and that is playing out pretty well. And one way or another, I think we should start moving away from that for us to see significant change.
As we implement the Constitution, remember that it talks a lot about participation. If in the process of budgeting there's real participation, you'll be able to realize what are the needs of the people. You'll be able to classify them so that that area that really needs roads will ensure that in the budget process there's that. If Parliament plays their role and the oversight, and they keep asking the executive, but we planned for this, why are the resources not going to that direction? Why is this area being neglected? And yet it is part of the area that you are supposed to cover. Then we'll increasingly see that what we need are people who understand what their role is, and not necessarily my person there. Because even if my person goes there and they don't know the budgeting process, they're not going to ensure that my concerns are addressed in that budget.
All right, well, thank you very much. And we are speaking with Millie Luanga and also Gibson Gisore, and they are breaking down the election and the laws and how they affect everything around us. Well, and at the moment, let us join Shiksha Arora, who's going to give us a little bit of the numbers that have been brought out. Remember that the tallies that we have been doing, burning the midnight oil, think of any kind of fuel that we've got, it's all changed so suddenly. So right now, it's the IBC numbers that really do matter. Over to you, Shiksha.
Thank you very much for that, Wahome. Now remember, just as he mentioned, these are not our results. This is not our tallying. This is done by IEBC themselves. The chairman of IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, came on earlier on to just talk about all these numbers that are coming in. They are verified, and these are the final results. So as you can see on your screen, for now, there's been 695 of the expected 46,229 polling stations. Remember, we have results coming in, and of course we'll keep updating you. But for now, we've got Raila Odinga, of course, at 99,672, and of course that's 48.29%. I've also got results that is for William Ruto, 104,517. That's 50.63%. We also have results that have come in for Professor George Wajakoya, which should reflect on our screen anytime. I'm going to wait for the director to do that, just so that I can have them on the screen, so I can get the final numbers. I'm waiting for them. I do not see them as of now, so I'm going to wait for them to be reflected on the screen. I think we'll just, there we go. Raila Odinga, 9,564, William Ruto, 4,639, George Wajakoya at 48, and David Maure at 452. So now, moving on, let's just, that's for Lamu East, by the way. That is the verified numbers of Lamu East. Now, let's move on to the next constituency. Of course, we are getting in various numbers. There's been 5 so far that have been verified. We have Katiani constituency as well from Machakos County, and what you can see on your screen right now is Kangundo, that is verified. Raila Odinga at 29,808, William Ruto at 8,405, Professor George Wajakoya at 95, David Maure at 365. Right, we've just got some incoming news. We will be taking you directly to what's happening with respect to the results in Bungoma. So we're going to be giving you the latest. Yes, indeed, we are going to be listening in right now just to find out what the results are in Bungoma. Let's listen in.
286, 143 votes. Having garnered 286, 143 votes.
Absolutely. Those are scenes coming in from Bungoma. Remember, we've got results for you right here that have just come in. So we'll be taking you through all the results. So the current provisional results indicate that in the 9 constituencies of Bungoma County, that is Kandui, we have Lusaka at 34,854, Wangamati at 31,258, Barasa at 3,739. Now moving on, we have Kabuchai, Lusaka at 28,143. In the lead there, Wangamati at 13,625. Moving on, in Kimilili, we have Lusaka at 27,248, Wangamati at 8,798, Zakaria at 1,135, Diwa at 244, and the rejected votes were 577. That was in Kimilili. Moving on, in Mount Elgin, Lusaka had 40,860, Wangamati at 12,085. We have in Tongaren, that was Ken Lusaka at 32,833 votes, Wangamati at 15,487, Zakaria at 2,455, and Diwa at 443. Of course, the total means that Ken Lusaka, of course, won with a landslide at 241,695, Wangamati at 137,378, Zakaria at 11,713, and Diwa at 1,268. Catherine Wambilianga is the women rep, and senator that is of Bungoma County is Wetangula. So remember, these are results that are coming in the course of the night. They will keep trickling in right here. The final results, rather, these are verified by IEBC. So make sure that, you just stay right here, stay put, as we continue bringing you the latest from the different counties. That is Bungoma. Scenes just coming in from Bungoma, as you can tell. That is the governor-elect. Remember, we will continue to be giving you all these updates right here as soon as we continue to get course, and the people of Bungoma have spoken. We have the results, and Kenneth Lusaka has been elected as the governor of Bungoma County. Once again, the total votes that he's managed were 241,695. We also have Wycliffe Wangamati, who was second. He conceded defeat earlier on today with 137,378 votes, and Zakaria at 11,713, and Ndiwa at 1,268. So jubilations ongoing, as you can see. Kenneth Lusaka, those are scenes coming in live from Bungoma County. Now remember, we will continue to give you the latest from other constituencies as well. We have results that have been coming in verified by IEBC, the final results of various constituencies from various counties. So we were looking at that. We had managed to get Lamu East. So now I'd like to bring you up to speed with the latest in terms of the other 4 counties that we've got the final results for. So we had Kathiani constituency, that is from Machakos County. Remember, the registered voters in Kathiani constituency from Machakos County is 60,224. The valid cast is 37,999. So these are the votes that were valid. Of course, moving on, the rejected ballots at 260. Raila Odinga there leading with 30,984. William Ruto with 6,624. Professor George Wajakoya at 91, and David Moore at 300. Now we'd like to move on to the next county, that is Nyandarua County, Oljororok. We have Raila Odinga at 7,579. William Ruto taking the lead there with 31,982. Professor George Wajakoya at 140. Of course, we're going to continue to bring the latest from the others as well. Moving on, we have Kangundo constituency that is in Machakos County. We'll get to that in just a bit. But yes, there it is on your screens. Raila Odinga with 29,808 votes. William Ruto with 8,405 votes. Professor George Wajakoya with 95 votes. And David Moore with 365 votes. Now let's move on to Baringo County as well. Remember, this is the registered voters so far in Baringo County, that is Baringo Central constituencies, is 45,949. The valid votes there are 34,906, and the rejected ballots from this particular constituency are at 168. Now, Raila Odinga managed 1,656. William Ruto at 33,162. We also have Professor George Wajakoya at 62. And of course, we also have Wahiga, that is David Moore at 26. Let's just listen in from the governor-elect, that is Kenneth Lusaka, live in Bungoma.
Number 2, I would also like to acknowledge Madam Catherine Wambelianga, who is our elected woman representative at the National Assembly. I would also like to acknowledge my deputy governor, Dr. Jennifer Mbatiani. Next, I would like to acknowledge my wife, Dr. Margaret Makelo, and my son, Duncan Makelo. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of members of our county assembly who are here. I know we have Grace Sundukwa for Sitiho. We have Edwin Okora, MCA. Oh, do we have any other that? Yes. Yeah, Grace. Grace, I mentioned Grace. Most of them were on my left. So I'll request them just to go and have a seat so that I make a few remarks. Yes. Then we are able to conclude this. Before I make my remarks, order members. Order. Before I make my remarks, let me welcome our woman-elect, Catherine Wabilianga, to get something.
Thank you very much, His Excellency the Governor of Bungoma, Kenneth Makendo Lusaka. I first want to thank the Almighty God. This far He has brought us, especially in these campaigns. We owe Him every gratitude to this win. Secondly, I would like to introduce my family. I know they are around. My daughter, Jessie, and my son, Arnold. Whenever you are, feel appreciated. And thank you very much, my entire family, for supporting me. I also wish to appreciate my party leader, the Honorable Moses Masuka Wetangula. Papa wa Roma, for the liberation he has given to Bungoma County. This far, we want to thank him because he has been there for us every time we needed him. Lastly, I want to thank the Bungoma electors. You are the ones who have given us the mandate. And as the woman representative, I will diligently serve this county to my maximum. I will do my best to finish whatever projects I didn't do. And lastly, I will not let you down, my people. I love you so much because you love me this much. Thank you so much. To my competitors, I want to appreciate them for the run they gave me for my money. I think this was a very hectic campaign, but I thank God I came out as a winner in all that was done. Finally, we pray for peace in this county. We also pray for peace in Kenya, and we pray for William Samoei Ruto to be sworn as the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much, and God bless Bungoma, God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me invite the Member of Parliament who is hosting us, Majimbo Kalasinga, to make a remarks.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Governor-elect. I want to take this time first to thank IEBC for doing its diligent job and brought to us this very intelligent governor-to-be in this year. I also want to thank IEBC, not by joke, but by truth, that you chose the party colors of Fort Kenya. When you see behind here, we feel we are at home. Finally, I play host. I play host here, host being Mabanga FTC, which lies in Kapchai constituency, in Luyabake ward, under our MCA Edwin Wekesa Bokora. I finally want to thank the people of Kapchai for choosing Majimbo Kalasinga with a serious landslide of 37,000 against 2,000. I cannot take this time take you for granted. I want to thank the party of Fort Kenya, Honorable Moses Masuka Wetangula, for cleaning Bungoma County, for removing that were starting us in the environment. And this is the man we have confidence to bring Bungoma its integrity. May God bless His Excellency.
Okay, you can take your seats, honorable members. First, I would like to thank Madam Grace and your team. I would like also to thank the County Commissioner and the security team, and start by conveying apologies of Senator Wetangula, who was here with us earlier on, but had to leave for Nairobi because of the tallying that is taking place in Nairobi. You know, he's a principal. I would therefore ask you to be patient so that I make a few remarks that I think are very important because we have started working. Today is and a result of hard work. It is an affirmation that our destinies as a people are inextricably bound in what we have been and continue to be. I accept with humility the confidence that the people of Bungoma have demonstrated in giving me this great responsibility. It is indeed a privilege an honor to take on this job, and I will do it with everything I have to the best of my ability for the cause of devolution, the county, and the country. This marks the end of quelling days of soul-searching, punitive monologue, indecisive moments, anxiety, and anticipation. This battle began in my heart many years ago. It ends because of you, the gallant people of Bungoma County. And yet, even as it ends, it only begins again. It starts again because you have reaffirmed the spirit and the letter of the new constitution that we voted for so overwhelmingly. I begin by welcoming my deputy to the table, to the head of the table. As I said, this is not about affirmative action. It is ensuring that Bungoma is equally represented. In this election, you, the people of Bungoma, have reminded me that even when faced with adverse temptations, we shall always hold our grounds and follow what we believe is right. This is, however, not a day for speeches. I'm certain that you will all turn out in large numbers for my inauguration speech, when I will sure address you with a pomp that is worth of this great triumph. I want to promise you a new beginning. As I have said before, and I want to build on the strong foundation of our county in the new dispensation. I have come back to finish that which I started in 2013. I want to thank everyone who participated in this election, those who walked in line for a long time, the many young and old, many women who traversed the length and breadth of this diverse county, urging fellow countymen and women to do the right thing by voting for me. The media who sought me out for interviews, the able team that put together my strategy and implemented it, my loving wife, partner, friend who understood and persevered through my long absence from home, who urged me on and stood by me and my entire family. I remember my son who was participating in a lot of activities that I don't want to mention. I'm grateful to my party leader, Senator Moses Wetangula, for walking the width and breadth of this county with me. I'm humbled that you would place your faith and trust in me once again. This is a responsibility that I do not take lightly, and I will endeavor to represent you and the people of Bungoma County with utmost transparency and boldness. I would like also to thank my very able Deputy Honorable Jen Fambatiani and my entire campaign team with whom we have traversed the county. I need the help and prayers of each one of you, because what lies ahead is not easy. We can only accomplish if we work together. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pay particular tribute to His Excellency Wangamati, my predecessor, whom I am sadly replacing, and a very worthy opponent for holding brief for me for 5 years. As I said, I will complete the government projects that is started after a serious forensic audit to ensure prudent use of government resources and remain true to my non-partisan conviction. The strength of our county is its ability to serve all of us. I want to urge other elected leaders that we utilize around our commodities and leave our political differences at home. That I stand here today to take over the mantle of leadership of our county that I gave strong foundation is indeed due to visionary leadership. As I said before, I quote Ronald Reagan, who said that the greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He's the one that gets the people to do the greatest things. I want to ask you to join me in this new journey. Finally, in the meantime, I want you to listen to this. In the meantime, I would like to urge the assumption of office of Governor Committee to expedite briefings to me and submission of the following information as provided for by the Assumptions of Office of Governor Act 2019. 1, an update assets register. 2, an update register of all liabilities. 3, a complete list of all bank accounts and reconciled balances. 4, a report of staff establishment per department. 5, a comprehensive report on county entities or corporations and agencies containing information I have outlined above. 6, a report of all ongoing projects, including donor-funded projects. 7, an update report of all pending legal cases. 8, information on the county's source of funding. 9, I want to announce that there will be no contractual obligations on behalf of the government until the new government is in place. 10, they should stop any withdrawals of funds from all the accounts immediately until the new administration takes over, unless in cases of emergency. I want to thank you that you have entrusted me with the responsibility to take this county to the next level. I can assure you I will not let you down. The confidence that you have shown in me is what I will also reciprocate by doing what is right. We are not going to do any witch hunting, but we are going to do two things that, like I've mentioned. 1, human resource forensic audit to establish who has been employed, how they were employed, and whether they qualified to be employed. Number 2, a forensic audit on all the projects that are being undertaken, how they were procured, and whether what was advertised is what is taking place. This is not a witch hunt. This is just making sure that the money meant for the people of Bungoma is being utilized in a proper manner. We want to wish those who have served us a good retirement as they go home. We will meet in other capacities, either as Bungomians or as Kenyans. Nichukue nafasi hii niwashukuru sana na kusema Mungu ni mwema. Mimi na Madam Jennifer na cabinet ile nitatengeneza, wale tutatengeneza, tuko tayari kufanya kazi. Wale viongozi wameteuliwa mnaweza kuona ni wapya kabisa, tumejitolea kufanya kazi pamoja. Kwa IBC niwashukuru sana kwa kazi ambayo mmetufanyia. It took long but it was worth the waiting. We have experienced peace. The county commissioner and your security team, thank you very much for ensuring we have peace. Media, thank you very much for making sure that Kenyans are aware of what is happening in Bungoma. For those who can come to Kamkuya, as we live here because we are going to Kamkuya, we have enough space, we have a lot of food, we are going to celebrate till Che. You are most welcome. Mnakaribishwa sana. God bless Bungoma, God bless Kenya, and we are also praying for our presidential candidate, William Samoei Ruto, to win so that he becomes the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you.
Of course, that is Kenneth Lusaka of Ford Kenya clinching that particular seat of governor, re-elected once again. And, you know, as we discuss politics in Bungoma, we also have Catherine Wambilianga, who has been re-elected as women rep. And we also have Moses Wetangula, who's also been re-elected as the senator of Bungoma. Now, these are things that we are getting to know with regards to information that we are receiving from our reporters on ground, as well as numbers that are coming in from different parts of Kenya. And of course, these are results that are verified and have been declared by IEBC. Now, I'd like to throw it back to our analysts in studio. We've got Millie and Gibson, who will be giving us more information with regards to what they think is happening in Bungoma. We've got a senator, a governor, a women rep who've actually been re-elected for the second time. Millie, what are your thoughts?
Interesting. We've been talking about some of the things that voters look at when they're going to the ballot. And it's interesting. During the first term of the now governor-elect, there were issues of integrity that came into question. I know and I recall that it was submitted before Senate for investigation. There was a report that was issued. But here he comes again.
And people are very happy, and they've elected him with an overwhelming majority. So I hope that he will deliver to his people and deliver for his people. That is all we can say at this stage. He is generally an amenable character, a politician par excellence, but we hope that the structures that have been put in place through the MCAs that have been elected, I remember him saying, or I recall him saying just now, that it's a whole new batch. I hope they'll play a better oversight authority so that they ensure that the monies that are allocated to the county will work for the people of Bungoma, because we can see he's very keenly watching out for what his predecessor was doing and calling out that he's going to make sure that everything is proper and tidy. So I hope that as he ensures that, which is a good thing, that he will put in place a system that people will be able to oversight and find it clean, and that it will pass a clean bill of health.
I mean, Bungoma is really quite interesting counties, I should say. It was, in this particular elections, actually it fell in the 10 battleground counties, together with Trans Nzoia as well as Vihiga. And actually the 3 counties have a total of 1.4 million voters. And again, when you look at the visits or the efforts that were made, particularly by the 2 main, coalitions, I should say, between January and June of 12, just as released by, the pollsters as at that time, you look at the number of times that particularly DP visited this county, quite a number of times. Can we say that this has also contributed to what we are seeing? Because I mean, when you look at the governor position, senator, women rep, all have gone to one side of the coalition.
I think we're seeing a situation where one man planted, and he planted well. He went and did the second weeding. And now he's harvesting. And he's harvesting big. Predominantly in the previous years, we had Bungoma being in opposition, and it has been known for opposition in the prior years, but that situation is changing. The Bungoma we saw in 2017, there was quite a number of people who came in through Jubilee, and with that we are seeing that these people never left the DP. The DP went back and kept on telling you people, we are with you, we will stand with you, and they have actually stood with him. I think he's a happy man. He should be smiling wherever he's saying that, my effort counts. He will actually say, that one I supported. This is what we were talking about. And politics in Kenya is an expensive game. When you invest in politics and you see your fruits, then you're happy. You're happy. I think the tide going to Kenya Kwanza, and we also can't forget the aspect that Mudavadi, one of the principles in Kenya Kwanza, comes from the place, and he has played home. People have said that now, you've seen even they are actually congratulating him, that as if he was the one who was on the ballot, that you did a good job, we are here because of you. And that comes in the backdrop of what had happened with the Fort Kenya party. I think you can remember there was a coup. Even Wamunyinyu attempted to do that, and they went and formed another party. It hasn't really kicked. We expected that this is one of the places where we could have seen some significant change in terms of sharing of seats, but it's not the case. It's William Ruto all the way. It's Wetangula being praised all over, and Wetangula is the priest. He's the real Papa wa Roma now. He has demonstrated that this is my backyard, you don't joke with me. And that's how you do it politically.
And for him, what kind of redemption is he going to get because of this simple delivery of one county? Because he had, if he were to go back 4 years in time, Moses Wetangula was beginning to become the bad joke of anything of a party leader. There was even an attempted ouster from Fort Kenya. He was to be ousted, and with SLECMU and the likes, saying, look, you're an embarrassment to the party now. What kind of redemption does he get from this?
And remember that he was even the minority leader in Senate, with no senator from his party. So he's
apart from himself.
Apart from himself. Yes.
Apart from the senator at the same time.
Yes. But he's now been able to solidly deliver Bungoma, which has got reasonable numbers and which has got a reasonable impact within the current dispensation. Because fortunately, we have a constitution that requires you to have a representation of Kenya. So if you're able to get that, it's already something in the bag. You're already beginning to count some of the 24 counties that you need to have in the bag, for you to be able to be declared president at the first round. So he'll still remain a factor, because now that is solidly behind him, with the Eseli and Wamunyini having lost, with DAP not having received as many seats, and Ford Kenya remaining strong. He remains a person that you have to talk to, you have to have a conversation with, because if he's with you, then you have one county in the bag.
And then there's the aspect that we are seeing that Wetangula is turning out to be the seasoned politician whom we have been underrating. This man has been in parliament for the longest also.
You'd have to go back to what? Almost 97.
Yes. And the fact that that mutiny happened in his party and he kept cool, he never jumped up around, he never went around, he just kept quiet, and we're seeing the results. It means he knows his ground well and he knows how to play his cards. And we need to respect him for that.
And by the way, you also have to respect him. I mean, he's worked with the deputy president, and at one point, the deputy president was giving him quite some tough jibes that would come his way. But let me bring in something here. We've seen somebody who's held a gubernatorial position, became Speaker of the Senate, and is now a governor again. So, Kenneth Lusaka, is he a one-term governor twice?
Second-term
or
governor.
Has he taken now? Or does this mean that this is the final run he has a gubernatorial seat?
And lawyers, we will go to court for an interpretation.
And I would say if it's not consistent 2 times, then it can't be considered as a second term.
With a break, he was not able to do things. But I think that when the Constitution says that you can only hold an office for 2 terms, it is 2 terms. And a term is defined as 5 years continuous. Or I think it's beyond 4 years in case you are a deputy governor and you became governor because of the death or some other reason, removal of the governor, then that will be considered a full term. That has already been defined. So if the term has been defined in law, then it becomes very apparent. I don't want to say very clear, because it is not clear, because lawyers will go to court for an interpretation of the 2 terms still.
Okay, so let me just quote the law which you're going,
in my understanding, it's 2 terms.
Okay, Article 187, a person shall not hold office as a county governor for more than 2 terms or as a deputy county governor for more than 2 terms. It's as simple as that.
Yes. And now the only thing you look for is what is definition of a term in office.
Yes, that will be the key consideration.
That is the only thing
somebody will be approaching court. And I will advise them to take the constitution in Russia, where 2 terms means 2 terms, but you can leave somebody to come in and then come back later. So, but I think the law is clear, as Amelia said, that actually, if you've done your 2, you go home.
Is it really clear, or do you think this poses a grey area? Because, I mean, we have had leaders who would actually say, perhaps those that were first-time governors, and either they took a break or they were not able to, defend those particular seats. Either they got to different positions or they just moved outside politics, and then now they're coming back again. So according to them, now this is considered as term number 1 again. So it means that in 2027, if they will still want to contest for that seat, they are still allowed. Don't you think that it just in itself poses a grey area?
I think if I may go fast, I think the word which we ought, if that was the spirit of the Constitution, then the word the drafters could have inserted there is actually consecutive. But it's missing.
It's missing.
So clearly if it's missing,
you interpret it.
Yes, 2 terms means 2 terms. It doesn't mean that you can do 1 now, you do 1 in 2035. That should be it.
The question that I've had people pose, and that I am also stumped by, is when they say, would it be considered differently if, for example, you are governor, as Governor Sonko was trying to be governor in Nairobi, and then you now go and become governor in a new place. That be read differently. But of course, again, it doesn't say that governor in where, because the Constitution allows you to run anywhere. It doesn't say that you need to run in this place or that place, or you cannot run this. So the term has been defined, but it's still a conversation that people have considered. But I heard, for example, when Governor Kidero was trying to run in, was running in Homa Bay. He was consistently in his campaign conversations stating that I am a one-term person because I've done my one term. So I'm coming here for one term. So allow me to do this for you because I want to deliver, you know. So it was clear from that understanding that at least some of the governors understand that even if you're going to run in a different place, it will still be your second term of office.
Nonetheless, it's still a second term.
It's still a second term.
Okay, I mean, and again, just coming back to Bungoma, because we really looked at how things are happening there, even just with the jubilation of, you know, the Senate Speaker, that is Ken Lusaka, and looking at how the gubernatorial race had shaped itself, it was actually so to speak, a two-horse race between, you know, Ken Lusaka and the incumbent who is Wangamati. Yeah, exactly. So do you think that DAPK was the undoing of him defending this seat, Gibson?
I think so, because now with the coming in of the DAPK and the people behind it, Wamunyinyi also happens to come from Bungoma, if I'm not wrong, which I believe is from Bungoma. I think the aspect that I suspect he has lost already. If I'm not wrong, then that sends a clear message that the people dancing there in that auditorium were actually celebrating a local battle which has been won. That they need to be happy that we have trumped our, you know, like that battle with your neighbor, and then you win, you know, you become the village hero, and you tell people now, all and sundry, this is how we're playing it, and you get the local respect from your home ground. You get the respect, and that is why I think for the governor now, Ken Lusaka, he needs to be proud. Do you know, I come back from the national government, and we are taking this, and we are calling these people to order. They cannot joke. Bungoma is Fort Kenya, and it's Fort Kenya. Nothing else. This DAPK thing or whatever it is, we don't want it, and it's a clear message that we belong in one basket, and this is the way we are going. We are setting pace for politics in this place, and we want to be known by Fort Kenya, which is a very strong message.
Well, talking about Bungoma, it's going to be interesting what happens, and not just about the gubernatorial, but let's think of the National Assembly. And it also brings up issues of, you know, a lot of integrity matters, I mean, about the people there. The returning officer for East simply said, listen, I'm not going to hand over a certificate to an agent of Didmus Baraza, and you've got Waluke who's out on bail pending an appeal. The question then is, how do people present themselves? And especially for Waluke, ideally if his appeal had not been accepted, he would not have been eligible to run for the national.
Would be serving time in prison.
He should be serving. Would be serving time, and his sentence basically does not allow him to run for parliamentary seat. Really.
It is really an unfortunate situation, because we are trying to inculcate values in our children. We are trying to create a culture of values and systems within the nation. But the message we are sending does not read in the same way with what we anticipate for the future. We keep saying that our children seem to be lost and we are losing our culture, and we are concerned about the kind of generation that we are bringing up. But here we are. All you need to do, and we were told by the CS Matiang'i that he was very concerned that we were going to vote in very many crooks and wash people, and I don't know what he had many descriptions for the people who are going to come in, and we can see it now. Here is a person who is a leader, who should be caring for the people, and is accused of allegedly committing a horrific offense. And yet, even at that time, he's winning. So it's really, it tells a lot about our system of values. And I think that is why the conversation around values has remained alive to date. And I hope that the NCIC, together with the relevant ministry, will continue to pick it up with NCCK.
I mean, just when you look at the issue of values, leadership and integrity, I should say that this is the election whereby we have seen this chapter really coming to the fore, trying to dissect and understanding what does leadership, and integrity mean. In the run-up to the election, we had EACC presenting 241 names that wanted IEBC to flag off, but IEBC said that it's not within their jurisdiction to do that. We have had leaders coming and say to Kenyans that reject these leaders with integrity issues at the ballot. But oftentimes we equally don't see that. I mean, is there a really big disconnect in terms of just understanding that these are the issues that this particular leader is embroiled in, and so to speak, the corruption issues, but what then lies within my role as a Kenyan and a voter? Because again, also, you've had some Kenyans saying, kama ni mtu wangu, ni mtu wangu. It does not matter. So then how do we draw the line in terms of understanding that we need to uphold this chapter of the Constitution in respect to how even voters, Kenyans?
The unfortunate thing is that the truth of the matter is it begins from the top. If you know that there is what people like describing as political goodwill, if you know that people will allow the law to take its course, you will put your foot down and allow it to take its course. Take an example of what we've been seeing with Chebukati doing currently. He allowed us to look into the servers, and he let us do what we could, and he even mocked us at one point and said, why are you slow, you Kenyans, and you can access these things and do it. But he knew, because he knew that at the end of the day he will still have to come and do what he's doing now. Every 1 hour come and read out the results. It doesn't matter what we do, it doesn't matter what we say, it doesn't matter what we call out. He will still have to do this, and until he's satisfied and until he has read it out, then he'll have completed the process. It's the same thing if we knew that the law will apply and somebody is going to allow the law to apply when somebody has been accused of corruption or other issues that are morally incorrect for somebody you'd want to be in leadership. Then I think that even the officers and the institutions that have the mandate to do this would do it. Look at the example of when Governor Waiguru was CS and she was being taken before the committee. The house was full with legislators hanging there, and our person, we are friends of the committee, to intimidate the committee members so that that report will not lead to an indictment of the CS then. So you know that there'll be political interference, that it will make your life miserable. Then you wonder, is it worth it? So the independent officers that are meant to hold this say, let politics take the day. It's an unfortunate situation, considering, at least for me, where we had come from, where we removed a deputy chief justice from office simply because she tweaked somebody's nose. And we said that was so wrong for a person of that caliber, and she could not stay in office, and we removed her from office. And then we allow people to do horrendous things and they sit in office. It is unfortunate. She paid, in my opinion, a high price for nothing, because we have subsequently clawed back all those gains.
I think as Kenyans also we need to be, take a back seat and try to look at what it is that we want. Because also expecting members of parliament to actually pass legislations which are sound while they are the beneficiaries of the same is also trying to backfire on us, and we're expecting too much of them. Because if I know I'm going to benefit from it, why should I put such harsh laws to check me? And I'm going to benefit from it. So we also need to stand up and be able to come up with a mechanism in which we can say we need to have our integrity chapter implemented to the letter. Once we have that, then the Constitution will be able to reverberate
across our boundaries, as Maraga said. Once we have not made that goodwill and that decision, the politicians will continue taking advantage of it and making a mockery of the whole thing the way they are doing.
It's interesting.
All right. Gibson and Millie breaking it down with us as we are seated here on this hot table with in Arange. Now, more information coming through down from the different counties across the country about governors-elect, governors re-elected, and Shiksha Arora has got the news on that.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. So we've got some news that has just come in that ODM candidate Gladys Wanga becomes the first female governor in Nyanza region after defeating Wanga, I beg your pardon, that is Gladys Wanga, who became the first female governor in Nyanza region after defeating former Nairobi governor, that's Evans Kidero, in the Homa Bay gubernatorial contest. And these are the numbers that have come in. Gladys Wanga has managed 244,559. Evans Kidero has managed 154,182 votes, and Charles Rabudi has managed 1,244. So once again, Gladys Wanga becomes the first female governor in Nyanza region after defeating former Nairobi governor, that's Evans Kidero. We've also got news that that's coming in from Trans Nzoia County. Of course, Chris Wamalwa from Ford, Kenya, conceded defeat earlier on, and we are yet to receive the final and official declaration that George Natembeya is going to be the governor of Trans Nzoia County. So we're waiting for them. They're just tallying in the results, and we have information that this is going to be coming very soon, so we're going to be giving you that information as well. We also have some information that's come in that Professor Anyang' Nyong'o has clinched the Kisumu gubernatorial seat, so we are going to be also giving you more information on that particular front. But for now, I'd like to bring in the panelists and just ask them what their thoughts are, starting off with Millie, with regards to Gladys Wanga becoming the first ever governor in Nyanza region. Millie?
Very exciting news. One of the things that people have said about that region is that it's a very conservative region. We noted that even elected women at the level of legislators in the National Assembly, in the Senate, in the county assemblies, has been minimal from that region. We know that the former Rift Valley province has led in the past, particularly in 2007. They had more females elected, particularly as councillors then, than male people. We know that the former Central province has also done pretty well with having women come in into elected leadership positions. So it's a good thing for us to see that the country is generally opening up, and even traditionally conservative areas are beginning to see that women can actually make good CEOs. So it's very exciting news, but we wish her the best as she starts the role, and we hope that she will do much better than the previous governor did.
Charity Ngilu and Anne Waiguru. This time round, we're seeing more women going for that seat.
Yes.
And they are really pushing for it. I think there have been more declarations in Kirinyaga at the moment. But what opportunities then does it create for a region that's considered conservative?
That's why I think she really needs to deliver, because look at Charity Ngilu, who came in last time. She did not vie, although her name appeared in the paper in the polling paper, at the ballot papers at the time of polling, but she retreated from the campaigns so that she did not take up the second term. And it was said that for reasons that she was not sure she was going to win. So we would like to see more women who will deliver and will be re-elected. If Gladys Wanga delivers, she's pretty young. She would definitely be re-elected, and she would have an opportunity to set standards. Laboso, unfortunately, of course, passed away without concluding her term, and we know that Governor Waiguru is still struggling. We are, as you've said, we've had more declarations. So.
We're not just waiting the final declaration.
Yeah, so we want not just women elected, but they perform well enough such that they are re-elected, so that people will not say that when you give a woman that position, it's a mistake. Yes.
I mean, what does this do to the 2000 gender rule? We have had particularly this conversation again in this election, just trying to say that it's quote unquote a mirage. Since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, there was a provision for that, but it's not quite there yet. We say that we are almost, but not quite there yet. When you look just at our history from 2013 to 2017, now we are in 2022, and again, there's also that possibility of having at least this number increase from what it was in 2017, from 3 to a possible increased number. But then what does it say about this 2000 gender rule that has really been a conversation in our politics?
I think we are trying to pick up the debate. I think given by the number of women who have offered themselves for elective politics, let's hope the numbers will translate into them winning. We are going to see a positive change. Kenyans are coming to terms that, we've tried men for so long, let's try a woman this time. If there is a competent woman there in the ballot, I think Kenyans are trying to accept that. But the aspect of the 2/3 gender rule, I think we jumped into the equation so fast, even that we think we did not anticipate ourselves being in this particular conundrum for this long. We thought that given that Uganda, given that Rwanda and Tanzania, they have big numbers of women in parliament, it was automatic for us to also just translate that by just having it in the constitution, which was quite unfortunate. It was quite unfortunate. We ought to have read the ground and be able to have come up with systemic ways of implementing this. I think there has been something of a sort of advisory on the same, that this can be realized over time, and I think we're pretty much going to expect a lot of women to be elected to the National Assembly through the ballot, and of course we will of course see some other elected to governors. There was an argument that now that we cannot have women elected to parliament, let the running mates be women. That was also another some way of trying to cure the shame which is already with us, but I didn't quite see so many people choose women running mates for candidate for running mates in the elections. But I think that is a discussion we'll continue having till we get it right.
Till we get there. But also again, Millie, to just rope you again on that particular 2000 gender issue, and we know that where we've come from even as a country when it comes to 2000 gender rule, from when we just would really stick so much into affirmative seats, and oftentimes we've had that conversation that when it comes to women, they're just so used to affirmative seats. I mean, now that we are slowly transiting to elective politics, particularly at least for women, women are now looking into this seat and trying to also just put themselves out there. What happens to this conversation of matters to do with affirmativeness? Because again, much as we're transiting there, when you just speak to Kenyans, you realize that sometimes there's just that sort of, if I should say, lack of proper belief in women leadership, because again of the issue that they're used to affirmative seats, they're just used to be given.
The beauty is that we are having more and more examples of women who are using affirmative action properly for what it is meant for. Affirmative action is supposed to be a stopgap measure. It is not supposed to be eternal. We had, for example, Cecily Parire, who first came in as a nominated member of parliament. She subsequently came back elected. And she then went to try and run for the gubernatorial, lost, came back as nominated again, and now she's got good chances of becoming one of the other female governors, if all goes well for her. Now, we've also seen, for example, Millie Mabona came in first as nominated, and then subsequently went and fought in the open seats with men and women, and has been able to clinch the seat. I think this is the third time she's coming back again as an elected leader. We've seen the governor we are talking about just now, Gladys Wanga, who came in twice on an affirmative action seat, the women's seat. And when people were getting very frustrated with the women who come back again in the affirmative action, she has moved out and gone for the big seat, really big seat, the governor, and she has gotten it, she's clinched it. So I think when we have more examples that way, then Kenyans will begin to understand the value or appreciate the value of having affirmative action that exposes women to the bravery of participating in public life. I remember that when we were, after the passing of the current constitution, when we were setting up the judges and vetting board, they had to re-advertise the position because there were no female applicants for the position. So they had to re-advertise. And organizations such as FIDA had to go out and encourage their membership that please apply and take them through a process of how do you engage with public interviews for public positions where people will raise questions, because women are generally much more conservative or private than men are. So when you give them this opportunity to engage publicly, they realize, well, it's not as bad as I thought. It's doable. I can grow a thick skin and be able to engage in it. And the more examples we have, the better it will be for us, because the younger ladies who are coming up will be able to engage in elective politics.
Also to mention, we are seeing dynamics whereby women who are even in the boardroom, who have served in very big scales in the corporate sector, they have now come out of the boardrooms and said, we have done it there, let's do it for the people, for our people. That is the case of, I think, for Nakuru, for Nakuru Senate. Senatorial, we've seen the lady for Keroche. She's one lady who has done so well, and now that she can actually come out and be running for a Senate seat, it's quite commendable that she's a light to a lot of women out there. So we will be having this kind of discussion that if she did it, we can do it. There's also another very interesting aspect I will want to throw into the span, is the aspect that women also in Kenya, she's longer said that are conservative. Kenya does not give room for conservatism. You have to fight it out. It's not also easy for the men. It's if you want to be a leader, present yourself out there, try out your ideas, be seen doing something, market yourself. Women are very good at marketing themselves as opposed to men. So this should be very easy for them if they were to actually apply themselves in that particular respect. And most interestingly, we're in the 21st century, we have internet, and instead of going for this marketing, these other different things, they should actually be trying to cut out the ideas as leaders, and that will of course endear them to the people. We had very difficult eras where the likes of Wangari Maathai, the likes of the now running mate for Azimio, Mother Karua, those are very strong iron ladies. Mother Karua was very, when I was young, I used to admire, because at one point she walked out of President Moi's the ceremony is on, which nobody else could think of.
Who contested against Nicholas B. Watt.
Exactly. Those are some of the limelights. We had the Wavinya and Ndeti now who are coming up very strong, believing that we're going for this thing, and I hope she wins. These are some of the people who are really offering the way, and the young lady should be able to look into this and be able to follow through. I have hope that we're going to get there. We are on the right track.
I believe we are. And with the amount of mentoring they will get from these other ladies, even Charity Ngilu. I remember the first time Charity Ngilu coming up as a presidential candidate, people thought she was a joke, but she stayed right there. And today she's been a presidential candidate, she's been a governor, and it's a good thing.
A CS. And actually a presidential candidate. She started off from a presidential in 1997. Yes. She came to my area campaign.
Same to Martha in 2013.
Actually, the fact that they are even Mother Karua is actually running.
Mother Karua ran for president in 2013.
Exactly.
As the only woman, in the old podium. And that is commendable.
We also had Leah Ojambo, who at one point was Kalonzo Musyoka's running.
Yes, that was 2007.
Yes.
Sure.
So, and also now, let's talk about Kisumu. We've seen Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, he's been re-elected. And one of the things that people say when you go to Kisumu, you say they say you're going to Europe. What's been the transformation? What would be his, this is his final term, once he's sworn in. What would be the foundations, or what would be the legacy that he would want to leave in Kisumu, really?
I think that he would just want to finish the projects that he started. He has done very well in building up on the infrastructure that had been planned by the first county government and actually implementing it.
Governor Ranguma.
Yes. He has set up the markets that had been talked about. He has ensured that Kisumu relatively looks clean and well organized and planned. And now he should expose the county to more opportunities, economic opportunities. I remember at one time he was really selling some of these economic forums or diets that were being hosted in Kisumu, and the fact that it was going to give people an opportunity to do certain things. So I think within this next term, now that he's put structures in place, he should begin to get that conversation growing so that it will become a hub of economic activity and not just a beautiful hub, nice looking, neat and well planned and organized hub, but now move it to the next level so that more and more people would want to invest and settle there.
I think for me, I would want to see a Kisumu which is now vibrant, because if you go to Kisumu by around 8, you find that everybody has slept. So I would want to see a Kisumu where I can just take a flight which is 35 minutes. But I don't know, have you tried it? Yes, it's 35 minutes, you land in Kisumu. Yeah. So I would want to see a Kisumu where people are doing business non-stop. It's across the lake is Kampala, it's Entebbe. The other side is we want Rwanda. To see even Rwanda on the other side. We want to see a Kisumu where the airport is actually working, to be a full-fledged, not where a flight lands and then as it leaves we wait for the next one. So if we could be able to see more industries which could attract more business and more people being employed. We will also see aspects of, with industries, it could be the East African trade and such things. It's a transport hub. Those are some of the things which will keep bringing money, and Kisumu should be able to reverberate to become the economic engine of the region. As they say now, Kisii is pretty much in the whole of the western region. So if Kisumu comes in, it will be another because now it would be reflecting the aspects of Kakamega, which is also like an hour away from Kisumu. These things are interconnected. So if Kisumu wakes up as a sleeping giant, it's going to wake up with Kakamega, it's going to wake up with Viga, so it's going to wake up with the other towns, and even the economic trade within Kenya and Uganda and even Tanzania by extension should be able to come up. And the President Uhuru Kenyatta really tried to set up some few things, which is really something which we need to commend him for. Now we have a shipyard which is making ships in Kisumu. Do you imagine you can purchase your boat in Kisumu, a new one, not an old one, a new one, brand, and that is interesting. And the aspect of tourism, if you go to Kisumu, we don't have so many hotels. We need to see ecotourism. We need to start seeing big conferences being taken, like the one which happened.
The Afro Cities.
The Afro Cities, which was very good. And the infrastructure is pretty much improved. If you go to Kisumu, you like it. The aspect of jams is not there because they have dual waste now. And that is very interesting. So if we can be able to take advantage of that and transform the things around those areas, we will be able to see a Kisumu which is going to be the next city of a city of the future.
Well, actually, something that I want to come up, I've listened to a lot of conversations all across, and one of the things that Professor Nyang' Nyong'o had tried to do was change the whole aspect of how health is managed in Kisumu. Makes no sense if you've got to be flown from Kisumu to come for specialized treatment in Nairobi. What are the opportunities given that health is now, I would say, is that while the policy is national, the actual implementation is local.
It's on the ground.
There's a massive opportunity for that. And Professor Nyang' Nyong'o is a planner par excellence. I hope that he will now move to the next level, having planned, and ensure that the Jaramogi Oginga Hospital is revamped, and that he gives real life. He has worked in the health ministry at a national level. He understands the benefits and the management of planning and rolling out health policy. So we expect much better. I think even at the time when he came in as governor, in the Council of Governors, if I'm not wrong, he was chair of the health committee at one point. So everybody knows that he has got this understanding of that. And we've seen that health is the next big threat to the world. If a virus can bring the entire world to a halt for 2 years, he's got opportunity to open research centers, and get medical teams out there that would be able to be doing research on how to deal with some of this, what do you call them?
Contagion.
Yes.
Contagious, yes.
Yeah, contagious diseases and all these bacterial things that we are being told will be the next big weapons that will bring World War III if we are to have one. So if he was able to do that, it would bring more focus into that area, because this is a discourse that many people would be interested in engaging in, and it's something that many people would want to coalesce around.
I mean, still sticking with the politics of Kisumu, I mean, just with the win of Governor Nyong'o there, as again the second-term governor, are we seeing party politics also playing in terms of, again, also just affirming that this is an area largely dominated by ODM, and also MDG that Ranguma tried to, sit this particular seat? Was it also one of those undoing? And then, how dominant or how important is a party in an area?
I think it's for Kisumu. I think there's nothing you can tell them. If you are a different politician, even the president, even when he goes there, he has to be very careful on what he says, because that is a very charged crowd, and it's the political backyard of Azimio, presidential candidate, and if you don't speak something in relation to that, you are in the wrong place. Those are people who can deal with you in a matter of minutes. So party politics is very big in Kisumu, and if you're not with the local party, you are out of place. You are out of place. But interestingly, they are also very dynamic, given that Shakir has also been winning the seat, given that he's from a minority tribe.
And is independent.
Yes, and even this time I'm informed he's independent.
Yes, even like last time.
That speaks to something that they also see value in what somebody can be able to do, and that is very encouraging. I have a match that is from the minority, and I have a match that he could not be able to resonate with the big party. So that's an exception, because given that previously I think he was also in ODM before he left to be an independent, but his work speaks for him. Kisumu, I think, as just to answer your question, if you're not in ODM, then you better be sure what you're seeking, whether you will get it.
Party politics is very key, I think, there, because if you remember, Governor Nyong'o, the truth is, he seemed to have been forced down the throats of the people of Kisumu in his first term. And there was a lot of resistance before the election was coming up, and people thought no. In fact, at the time when he had become senator, he was one of the politicians who people were laughing at, with very few billboards having been displayed. But when he became governor, he delivered. He was able to actually work. And I think it worked well for him and for the party, because the previous governor who had been there had a term that was pretty wrangled with a lot of issues between the governor and the deputy. So this ability to be able to work without too much squabbles for Governor Anyang' Nyong'o made the party, gave the party oomph and some impetus in consolidating the membership within Kisumu County. So that was able to again rejuvenate his second attempt at going for his second and final term according to the current constitutional dispensation. But the truth of the matter is that much as people think that it is true one of the ODM strongholds as a party, but it has also consistently recognized leaders who may not necessarily be in the party. Olagwa Luoch has been there with a Ford Kenya ticket for years. He only lost it this time when he went on a DAP ticket to Rosa Buya, another woman coming in an elected position. So he only lost it this time. Shakil has been there as ODM. He came in last time as independent and has come back for second term as independent. So it is true that there is it is largely ODM stronghold, but they are able to recognize good leadership when they see it.
Yes. Now, I'm seeing Shikshana Magical, clearly she has some numbers for us, but before we get there, still sticking on that party politics issue and the independence, so to speak, we are also seeing, we've seen the same play in Homa Bay. As we look at Gladys Wanga, it was a tiff, I should say, or again a two-horse race between Wanga and Kidero, and this actually came to the fore during the nominations.
Yes.
And we saw Kidero saying, I'll still want to be this particular race and I'll go on an independent ticket.
Yes.
But Gladys still clinched the seat on an ODM ticket. So can we also, just on a larger scope, look at Nyanza, much as yes, you're saying that, they can be able to see a good leader, recognize one and spot one when they see one. But again, looking at the party politics, they're in Kidero again just coming in Homa Bay as an independent, but he wasn't able to clinch that particular seat. Was it because he was an independent? And this is largely an ODM-dominated area?
It is largely an ODM-dominated area. And I think that even this time round, the ODM chairman, who had initially been vying for the gubernatorial seat against Gladys Wanga, came out and supported the candidature of ODM in the entire region and went round to campaign in everywhere within Nyanza, former Nyanza province. So I think that also helped it. And the fact that the community has been able to see the benefit of the party being able to play at the national level, bringing some benefit to the ground, that when your party has a voice that can be heard at the national level, it can replicate into something concrete at your local level, has enabled the members or the members of the community to remain a little bit more loyal to the party.
I mean, Gibson, now just listen to what Millie is saying. Clearly, we are what you're drawing there is that at the end of the day, party politics, whether you like it or not, in a region specific, they play a key factor. Just like the way we are seeing the areas of Uasin Gishu, we have seen UDA dominated in that particular area. But again, where does this leave the issue of nominations, so to speak? Because over time, we've said that our nominations are oftentimes a sham. And you've seen, so to speak, leaders that could be termed as good leaders being locked out because of nomination process. Either a party just feels that we want to award this person, either because of their loyalty, so we'll give them the ticket, but so to speak, they may not really translate to good leaders. Where does this leave the good leaders at the end of the day with how our nominations are in this country?
You see also, it's good you are saying that, where does it leave the good leaders? But democracy is accessed through the majority, and if the majority are in a party, you should be in a party. If you want to join a party, you have to follow the rules or follow the protocol. So the parties have their own regulations and other issues which they look at before giving a ticket to somebody. And that is where our constitution anticipates that now if you want to feel like the party is not the place where you want to apply your democracy, go it out alone and become an independent. That is also a very interesting aspect that our constitution anticipates and actually applies. But what I would want to say is that party politics or our parties ought to be strengthened and be impulsed, because I have a feeling that party politics in Kenya is a joke. Our parties are not parties which are sustainable, because after every election we keep washing them and changing them, rebranding them, and you can't tell which party is which, because it goes around, it resonates around personalities, which is not a good thing. We need to build parties which can be able to withstand the test of time, like the parties of South Africa. We have the ANC party, which is pretty strong, which if you are not in ANC, you should try something else. We have other smaller parties coming up, but ANC is still there. We have the same story in Tanzania. I like what Museveni has done in Uganda with the NRM party, whereby people have to play loyalty to a party. But that also has its also downside, but where there's a what is called now dictatorship within the party, that if you're not here, you can go out and hang. If we throw you out, we have thrown you to the dogs. So in a sense, we can say Kenya, we are a democratic nation, whereby we will want to test everyone out. That's where we have the independence, where you feel if you disagree with your party post, you go out there and stand it alone. And the Kidero gave it a good show. He really gave Gladys Wanga a run for her money, but still the party
remained strong, and people decided that, no, we're going for the big thing. We cannot shame Mzee, and then Wanga has been at it for the longest. I think Kidero's speed came a little late. Wanga, from 2017, Wanga has been, I want this thing. And that goes to the personality of who Wanga is. She's a go-getter. She wants something, she focuses on it and goes for it, and she has been rewarded for it, and we need to thank her. That's why we tell women, if you are out there and you are gunning for something, start early, do something about it, let people know. Don't show up the last minute and you say, I was in the race, now I've been beaten. You need to be out there, you need to demonstrate that you actually want the thing. To the level of a party chairman stepping down for you and campaigning for you, that I think was very beautiful for the party and actually for the chairman, and it shows that even Mbadi himself believed that Wanga will deliver it, and she has actually gone ahead and delivered it.
I mean, I'd also like to just bring Millie very quickly on this one. I mean, you're talking about particularly our parties, and we are agreeing that at the end of the day, party politics have a big stake in our politics. But why, aside from personalities, which Gibson has mentioned, why is it so difficult to just sustain parties? And we have seen that over time. A party that has sponsored a particular even candidate to the seat of presidency, after 2 terms, that party has faded into thin air. You almost even won't hear of it.
You know, sometimes I find that a difficult conversation to have, because it is really not true. We have built parties over time. ODM is almost 20 years old. Ford Kenya is over 20 years old. Safina Party, which fielded candidates, has been there and is relatively stable as a political party. Even PNU, that produced a presidential candidate as well at one point. So I think that sometimes we get used, we refer to the generalities too much, that we forget to look at the specifics and realize that as a country, we are growing political parties. We are. Jubilee now has been there for going to 8 years. It was revamped recently, and hopefully it will still keep going strong.
But it's the level of popularity that actually just goes down after a while.
Yes, but the party remains, and they still retain people. Even NAC Kenya, NAC Kenya still has, and it had elected members of parliament at the county assembly, if I remember, elected MCAs. After the 2017 general elections, NAC Kenya, which people think perhaps is not there anymore, it is still there. It is just that when we get a new party come in, we have so much focus on it, and then we lose the focus of in the party after the general election. Yes.
Okay, well said. I mean, Shiksha, on the other side, on our magic wall, what more numbers do you have for us? I mean, it's all about numbers and numbers.
Absolutely. I was actually waiting for you to pass it over to me, because I've been really wanting to tell you about the numbers. There's a lot actually that's happening right now.
It's your moment. It's your moment.
There's a lot that's going on, and remember, we have to tell you as it happens right here. So we've got Paul Otuoma, who is actually Funyala ex-MP, who has managed to get the Busia County seat. He managed 164,478 votes, and he clinched that particular seat against John Sakwa of ANC, who emerged second with 92,144 votes. Of course, remember, we're still waiting to hear about the official announcement of George Natembeya, who's supposed to be winning the Trans Nzoia seat, the governor seat, against Chris Wamalwa, who is the former Kiminini MP. We've got Kenneth Lusaka of Ford Kenya, and Senate Speaker Kenneth Lusaka has bounced back to county governorship after flooring the incumbent Wycliffe Wangamati. He managed to gain 244,298 votes. Now, moving on, as I announced earlier on, of course, Trans Nzoia has also managed to get the seat which I told you about, but we were talking about Gladys Wanga, who is the ODM party candidate of Homa Bay, and she has managed 244,559 votes to become the first female governor of Homa Bay County. This is against Evans Kidero, former Nairobi governor, who came second managed 154,182 votes. Now moving on, we've got Stephen of UDA party, and he managed to get 237,045 votes, followed by former Governor Cleophas Lagat, who's an independent candidate with 54,375 votes. Let's just move on to what exactly is happening in Migori County, where Ochilo Ayako has managed to get 175,226 votes of ODM party to actually become the governor of Migori County, and this is against John Pesa, who's come second with 126,171 votes. Moving on to West Pokot County, Simon Kachapin of UDA had garnered 86,476 votes to trounce incumbent Governor John Lonyangapuo. We've also got an update coming from Kisumu County, where Anyang' Nyong'o of ODM has retained his seat, that is the Kisumu County gubernatorial seat, by getting 319,957 votes against Jack Ranguma, who's also former governor of Kisumu County back in 2013-2017, who managed 100,600 votes on the MDG ticket. So yes, as we continue to get information with regards to the gubernatorial seats right here, we'll be updating you as IEBC continues to announce these results. And of course, we also had more information that Bensouda Atieno was also declared the Homa Bay County Women Representative, that is ODM candidate Bensouda Atieno, former Kisumu County, right? So we are going to be giving you more information as we get them. So it's all about the numbers, it's all about the declarations, and of course the announcements of who the governors are for this year's election, as IEBC has been doing so the entire night. So we've been getting these updates and we'll continue to do so. So I'd like to pass it on to the panel, of course, the analysts in studio. We've got Gibson and we have Millie as well. Millie, let's talk about, Busia County. Of course, he's managed 164,478. That's Paul Otuoma, and he came in the ODM ticket. Coming up second, we have John Sako of ANC, who emerged second with 92,144 votes. So we have been seeing a lot of shift in terms of trends, in terms of, the governors who are elected, some who have obviously lost their seats as well, and of course, those who managed to retain their seats. So what do you think is going to happen moving on in terms of these trends? Do you think we'll have a lot more, governors who will continue to retain their seats as we continue to monitor these trends, Millie?
I think so. Because it's pretty hard to remove an incumbent.
Yes.
Because they have the resources, they have the networks. People are already seeing what they have been able to put on the ground. So unless their networking has been very weak, it is a bit difficult to remove them, unless they're in the wrong wave at the moment. But I'm just surprised that you gave us a long list. I was waiting for Nairobi. But
I have a very strong feeling that Nairobi is probably going to be the last one. So for that, we'll probably have to wait up until, 6 a.m. or tomorrow. Who knows? Saturday morning?
When IEBC will release that.
What about you, Gibson? As we continue to monitor these trends, as I mentioned earlier on, we have been seeing a lot of trends from the past, a lot of governors actually being re-elected. And Millie righteously mentioned that, they have the networks, they have power, of course, they have a strong base in their particular area. So it is difficult to, remove them and get that seat. But we've also seen the likes of Gladys Wanga, who's actually ended up becoming the first ever female governor for Homa Bay County. So, these trends, I feel like you can't really monitor them as such, and you can't really know what exactly the future is going to hold. So we are going to continue, finalizing these details as IEBC gives us this information. But yeah, what are your thoughts with regards to, some of these governors actually getting thrown off their seats, and why do you think that is so?
I think for a governor to lose while he's a sitting governor is a big joker, or he actually didn't plan his game well, because governor is a very powerful seat. You have all the resources, you have all the connections within the county, you have all the machinery in terms of communication, as opposed to somebody who's coming in with his own resources and starting to start from afresh. So it becomes very difficult to remove a governor, given the aspect of incumbency and the things I've said. The other aspect is also, for the few have lost, is because of which party, which side are they, as Milia said, the networking, where have they been doing their networks from? So that, of course, having been elected first, you already know your strong points and your strongholds and your strong people. So it's building them. So if you go and leave them, abandon them and leave your party politics, then you are likely to lose. So it's about the strategy and how they want to play their game, and nobody wants to lose power. So that's where we are seeing a lot of incumbents coming back, because they have become better at their game, as opposed to somebody who is coming as a new person, and you have to start laying your ground afresh. It becomes a challenge.
Now, let me talk about that, because you've mentioned, I'll mention these counties. I'll mention Migori County, Homa Bay County. Those are two, and also, which have been announced. Those two counties did not have an incumbency.
Yes.
So it creates a new scenario that hasn't happened in the country. I mean, in the case of Bungoma, we've already had that he's how would I describe? How would I describe it? I mean, Governor-elect Lusaka is now a priest who's offering sacrament, but he's not been ordained. He has said, we want the following.
Yes.
But as far as you know, he still Speaker of the Senate.
Yes.
Not Governor of Bungoma. Yes. But in this case, it's a pure transition for Okoth Obado and for Homa Bay, Cyprian Awiti. Really, what's the way forward here when it comes to transition? It's because we are going to witness it for the first time, where there is a non-incumbency. So these people have got nothing to lose, but they've got to go. And also in the case of Busia, where Dr. Paulo Tom has been elected, because Hospital Jamong is also leaving office.
I suspect that in a number of them we're going to see what we saw in Bungoma, where they'll come up with a list of demands for reports.
Yes. Register of assets.
On assets and pending things and
bank accounts.
And bank accounts. I think for a number of them we'll have that. I doubt we'll have as much for Homa Bay County, because the outgoing governor actually even campaigned for Gladys Wanga, who is now coming in. So that transition should be a little bit more cordial, so to speak. But I think we will see a lot of that, because when they come in, they will come in guns blazing. And you know, when you've participated in elections, you know that the minute it is called, the haters begin. We immediately begin ousting you. As soon as you have been elected, we start seeing reasons why you should go out. So for those people,
you become an enemy of development before you do anything.
You know, so for those people who are seasoned politicians, they know that as soon as they come in, they have to already start finding places where they can point fingers should there be a problem, and it will be on those governors. I just hope that we will not create a culture of witch hunting, so that governors will be desperate not to leave.
Well, I'll just mention this, is that there are 21 non-incumbencies in the country. 21 of the 26 counties in the country are going to have new governors. They have served 2 terms each, and already, Kisii County, a new governor is going to have a new governor. Migori, Homa Bay, Busia is another one. Think of Kakamega, Nakuru. Nakuru is not one of them. It's Narok. You can think of Uasin Gishu, Mombasa, Kakamega, Makueni, Machakos, Murang'a is an old one. Embu County is another. So Gibson, let's take a look at all of this and where the playouts come in.
I think it's a very interesting juncture. It's akin to changing leadership at the top of the presidency. So these countries will get new policies. They will also be able to get new blood, and new people will be doing things differently, which I think is a plus for them. It will be bad for them if they get somebody who actually undoes or doesn't do anything, as it were, because now you will have lost. If you had a very hard-working or a workaholic governor, you get a joker who leaves office at 3 and shows up at 11 and shows up tomorrow at 4. Well, everything has been left. So basically, not that the governors have to be in office throughout, because they have to be out there doing some other things, but in a matter of speaking, the aspect of somebody not working literally is what I'm trying to speak to. Because we had situations where we had a governor who used to wake up at around 12.
All right, yeah, let's just take an interruption and move over to Uasin Gishu County and let us listen in to the announcements that are being announced. And remember, our reporter out there is Timothy Kipnusu. Over to Uasin Gishu at the Eldoret National Polytechnic.
138. For Arab Kilwa William Kipkemboi, he had a total of 6,143. Bundotit Zedekiah Buzeki Kiprop had a total of 127,013. Chelilim Jonathan Kimeli B had a total of 214. In that order, I will request our Senator, Mandago Jackson Kiplagat, please come, and Chelilim Jonathan B.
Usizuie sisi tukie. Hao watu wengi wanapoto na kwa. Labda kuliko kama wanapotea. Kama wewe ama hapo check hapa kukaa chini hapa. Kama wewe uketi ile kiti. Kama uketi kwa ile kiti. Unaweza fika huko na
All right, as you can see, that is the latest coming in from Uasin Gishu County as IEBC declares, of course, and tells us who the winner is for the gubernatorial race. For governor, remember Jonathan B, aka Koti Moja, is from UDA party, managed 214,000 votes. Coming in second, we've got Zedekiah Bundotich, who got 127,013 votes. So yes, Uasin Gishu governor, as we've heard it from IEBC, is now Jonathan B. So those are the scenes that you're seeing live on your television screens, live from Uasin Gishu. Of course, our reporter Kipnusu is giving us the latest in terms of what exactly is happening. So once again, Uasin Gishu governor has just been announced by IEBC live in Uasin Gishu. As you can tell, Jonathan B managed 214,000 votes from UDA, and Zedekiah Bundotich coming in second at 127,000 97,013 votes. So yes, we will continue to update you with regards to who is winning these gubernatorial seats. IEBC has been announcing these results for the majority of the night, and we've been bringing to you the latest as we get them. So remember, you just have... All right, my director has just updated me that we'll have to go right back to Uasin Gishu as there's an update.
Jonathan B is 214,036. Okay. I'll then proceed and issue the certificates. The certificate I'm issuing is the certificate of the elected senator. The county returning officer hereby declares that Jackson Kiplagat Mandago, ID 132-06027, has been duly elected as the senator for Uasin Gishu County. The election held on the 9th day of August 2022. I'm the county returning officer. My name is Irene Mutai, dated today, 12th of August 2022. Okay, Order, guys, I know we're excited, but let's finish the process. Be patient enough. Gladys Bosch and Mary sent her sister to collect the certificates of mission issue. She gave a letter. So this is a certificate of the elected county woman representative to the National Assembly. The county returning officer hereby declares that Gladys Jepostate Bosch Cholet of ID number 9864739 has been duly elected as the county woman member of the National Assembly for Uasin Gishu County in the election held on 9th day of August 2022. Signed by myself. Thank you. The county returning officer hereby declares that Jonathan K.
finally we will be winners at the end of the day.
What should we expect from you as priority agenda issues that need to be addressed as soon as possible?
Uasin Gishu is agricultural zone or land, and we intend to revamp the agriculture sector. We intend to revamp the health sector and also the areas of infrastructure. And remember, right now we are going into what we call digital transformation, and we want to see how ICT and e-government can help our county, and many others, many more. Nguso Nikumi. I'm telling Uasin Gishu people and of course our country at large that we need to be calm, because though they have provided us as a hotspot, we have proved them wrong. We have had elections in the past. 2013 we had an election and it ended well and we were in peace. So was the 2017 and now 2022. We want to prove them wrong. Uasin Gishu, though we are cosmopolitan, many people living here, we wish to live together in peace, and we wish to advance our peace agenda. It's the only commodity that makes sense now. Yeah. The first 900 days, we want to see the issue of health sector. We want to address the issue of health sector to make sure that we have sufficient drugs in our hospitals. We also want to address the issue of our youth and empowerment, and because we are going into transformation, digital transformation age, we are going to move into that direction very fast and very soon.
One of the agendas we have is to make sure that all devolved functions, plus the funds meant for those devolved functions, actually move to counties. We all know a lot of money has remained in agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture in Nairobi. Money has remained in the Ministry of Health in Nairobi that were meant for devolved function. It is important that we ensure that those resources go to counties so that governors and the executive can be able to decide that function. Particularly, we in Kenya Kwanza, we believe we must provide an NHIF that caters for all forms of treatment. We must make sure that money that is meant for the health function is devolved, so that counties can then improve on our health facilities, improve on the human resource aspect, and equip the same facilities. So that even as we go ahead to give NHIF cards, we want to make sure that counties have capacity to give those services. There are also legislations that have been passed in the past that are contrary to the Constitution and impede on devolution. And those are some of the laws we have actually as a Council of Governors prepared a list of 67 pieces of legislation that go against the Constitution. Some of them we have even had rulings from the court, but National Assembly was yet to make the amendment. So it is also our responsibility to make sure that all legislation that have been passed contrary to the Constitution or those that impede on devolution are actually amended or done away with.
Labda ya mwisho kabla uondoke, unajulikana kwa ile phrase uliambia watu wasiweke siasa kwa mapafu ama waeke kwa mapafu waachilie. When Uasin Gishu County was listed as one of the hotspots, do you feel like this election season that
listed by those who are against the progress of this country, and they were listed not based on any information. I have said and I have repeated time and again, as the governor of this country, we have made sure that the communities that live here stay cohesively. And it is not me. We have peace committees all the way from the sub-location level. So if there was an issue, there is no way you'll tell me that somebody from a sub-location would not know. What we want to tell NCIC and others who have been negatively branding this county is they should actually stop. And we should even be contemplating taking them to court for giving us a bad name and a sad name. Finally, let me also say to you, the media, and particularly citizens, you must learn to have balanced news. you are completely so biased in your reporting in the entire campaign period. And even the tallying that was going on in your station, we are worried whether it was meant to really give Kenyans the full information or you are stuck. Did I see the leader of Azimio in your station in Nairobi? Was it a tallying center for Azimio?
I'm not aware.
Asante.
Finally, Governor, the final question addressing.
Shiksha, that is statements from leaders who have been given the certificate this very evening here at Eldoret National Polytechnic, and that has been the Senator-elect Uasin Gishu County, Jackson Mandago, who served for 2 terms here in Uasin Gishu County, and talking about dismissing claims that Uasin Gishu County is a hotspot area, saying this is an area where peace has prevailed, and residents here are waiting the results, particularly the presidential results, in earnest, and they do not have any intention of causing violence in this country. And based on the results that have been given, Mandago has taken a huge lead together with Jonathan B. Chelilim, now the governor-elect, and also Gladys Boss. Actually, remember like an hour or 2 hours ago, there was a scuffle, and some of the candidates were worried, and actually they were impatient about the results being taken long to be released here in Uasin Gishu County. And of course, another issue that has come out clearly by the governor-elect, that is Koti Moja, is that he's going to address a number of issues here in Uasin Gishu County, ranging from also matters to do with education. Once he takes over power, of course, now he's been given the mandate by the county returning officer here in Uasin Gishu County, or at Arala Uasin Gishu Tallying Center, Irene Mutai. And therefore, there is a number of issues that we're waiting to see it to unfold, particularly Uasin Gishu County, even as we are waiting for the presidential results to be announced by the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And I'm joined by my colleague Eric Biegon. Eric Biegon, we've been here following up on the results, or of course on what is happening in Uasin Gishu County from day one, when we were just before the polls. Kenya went to the poll, Kenyans went to the poll, just to dissect about this particular election, and of course Uasin Gishu County being the political bedrock for William Samoei Arap Ruto. What do you have to say about the whole process, and particularly for the gubernatorial position, senatorial position, and the woman rep position?
Kipnusu, first of all, we must tell our viewers that we've been here since around 9:30 p.m. awaiting this very result. Earlier on, when we went on air, you informed them that there was a bit of some commotion here with Governor Mandago, who is now the new senator-elect for Uasin Gishu, and Chelilim and their supporters coming here just pushing and pressurizing the county returning officer to release the results. And we understand that the results, yes, delayed, and it was largely because of the situation in Tarbo constituency, which is the largest constituency here in Uasin Gishu County, with a total of 120,000 voters. And so, yes, it delayed because even the constituency results themselves for the MP were announced around 8:30 p.m. And remember, they had to be tabulated, they had to be keyed in. And so the process between announcing the county senator, the county governor, the woman rep had to take that longer time, not because of anything else, but because the IEBC officials needed to confirm and to certify that indeed the results from Tarbo and every other constituency from the 6 constituencies here had been tabulated. What we see from the announcement that has just been made by the county returning officer, Irene Mutai, is that UDA has won big in Uasin Gishu, and it was expected. I mean, this is the home turf. This is the political bedrock of Deputy President William Ruto. But then there is also the question of the turnout. As you heard from the returning officer, we have about 71 to 73% turnout for the poll from this county where the Deputy President is coming from. If you ask analysts out there, then it will be like not so much impressive, but all the same, UDA, those who went for positions either for the governor, the MP, the senator, woman rep, they've carried the day.
Before we finish, it is very important to know that a number of legislators that were in the 12th Parliament have been shown the door. 3 constituency cases, that is also Moiben and Anapkoi. What does it mean for Deputy President and also the independent wave in this particular county as we went up?
For the very particular constituencies that you mentioned, remember cases, Moiben, and Ainabkoi, these are legislators who are not so much pro-Deputy President William Ruto. They had, their allegiance elsewhere, and that is why in the first place they didn't get to get the nominations for the United Democratic Alliance. And so when it came to the election, really, it wasn't hard for them then again to lose those seats, because the wave of UDA around this region can be felt, can be seen in every position.
Thank you very much. There you have it, Shiksha Arora there at the Broadcasting House. Sentiments from my colleague, senior reporter Eric Viegon about Uasin Gishu County, one of the areas that all has been focused on. Bearing in mind, it is the political bedrock for William Samara Ruto, who is the United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate, and of course undisputed the Kalenjin or Rift Valley kingpin, bearing in mind that a number of legislators have managed to capture the UDA seat from the members of parliament, ranging from Tarbo constituency, that is also Keses constituency, Kapseret constituency, Anapkoi constituency, and Soi constituency. And from me, Timothy, we can still get some sentiments from a number of leaders who want to be. The governor is talking here to give the sentiments about the expectation that we are actually having here. The celebration is underway. My colleague Shiksha Arora, and perhaps can engage the governor directly. Governor, you are live on KBC Channel 1. Perhaps what is your message to the Uasin Gishu County residents having elected you as the governor?
First, I'm so elated, I'm so excited, and I'm very, very thankful from the bottom of my heart for the people of Uasin Gishu having elected me, and I want to promise that I will serve them. I had my own pillars or agenda, or what we call Ngusokumi, which I would wish to fulfill together with my deputy governor here, and I'm so grateful they have given me this opportunity. Now wait and see, we are going to perform.
Lastly, what do you expect in terms of ensuring that Uasin Gishu County works with other counties to ensure that this particular notion that has been there, that is a hotspot area, can be lifted?
The so-called hotspot area is false, because we've had elections in the past. We had election 2013 and we were peaceful. We had election 2017 and we saw that peace that we required. And this time they had said many things, including militia and the wrong things they were trying to perceive that they are here in this county. But you have seen it by yourself that we've just had this election. And now we have been declared it is a peaceful election. So we want to tell the people that you should not profile Uasin Gishu. We are cosmopolitan people. We have been with these people for many years. So please, they should also know that we mean well for this country. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There you have it, and that is the governor-elect Jonathan B. Echelelem, famously known as Koti Moja. Remember that name was branded by his competitor, and he did ride on that name to become famous and even clinch this particular seat in Uasin Gishu County. And the celebrations are underway after here. A number of, it's a large group of people who have come here to celebrate with the governor-elect Jonathan B. Chelilim together with Jackson Mandago, the two-term governor, and of course now the senator-elect in Gishu County. Gladys Boshole did not manage to attend, but someone else received her certificate on her behalf, and therefore it is a wrap-up from us here in Gishu County. Back to you in studio, my colleague Shiksha Arora.
Timothy Kipnusu, great work there from Gishu County, of course, giving us the latest in terms of the results that we are seeing at Gishu County in terms of senator, in terms of governor, in terms of women rep. And of course, just to break it down to you and remind you once again of the numbers, in Gishu, the governor race, we had Jonathan B. Chelilim, who's managed 214,000 votes, and Zedekia Bundotich, who's managed 127,013 votes. Of course, the governor for Gishu is now Jonathan B. from UDA party. Moving on, let's just take a look at the senatorial race, where Jackson Mandago, two-term governor, as we do know, has now won a senator seat that is in Gishu County. Of course, moving on to, we've got the women rep seat. Gladys Boshole has now also been re-elected as women rep in Gishu County. She retained her seat quite comfortably. So yes, so this is the latest in terms of Gishu County. I'd like to throw it to my panel in studio and the analysts who just basically give me their take on, what exactly they've seen on screen with regards to the senator, the women rep, and the governor wins. Millie?
Maybe Gibson can go first. Shiks, I think what we have seen in Gishu is an interesting thing, because I think for me, I was just telling Doreen here that what is happening here is it's an handover from one person to the other. It's like a marathon now. Chelilim has been handed the baton, as opposed to what we saw in Bungoma, which is more or less a takeover from somebody from a competitor. So we are pretty much going to see a very amiable way of doing things, because you saw in Bungoma somebody giving a list of demands, even bank accounts and assets and projects and everything to do with what was happening in the county. This one you have seen the collegiality that now I'm handing over to him. I'm going to get resources for him to continue working with the projects which we left, which were ongoing. So that is going to be a very easy transition, as opposed to the one which is going to be a bit chaotic, as it has been declared that it's going to be a conflict of powers that now you've left. You need to leave everything here. We need to clear you out. But this one is handing over to Chelilim, Elias Kotmoja, so that he takes over and proceeds with the projects.
But I mean, also, when we look at Gishu County in contrast to Bungoma, as you talk about peaceful transition, can we also attribute that to the fact that they are from the same faction? Probably to speak the same party, unlike what you're seeing in Bungoma.
Yes, that is
this
actually...
is two contrasting, coalitions or parties, so to speak.
Yes, that's actually the true position, as you've pointed out, Doreen. The other one, the governor who was left went and joined a different faction.
Yeah.
The faction, it was a local war now, which has been won. And they have to set the terms now by trying to discipline the other side that, you try to joke with us, we're going to show you fire. But for what we're having in Gishu is a situation whereby it's a transition. A governor has finished his term, he is handing it over to someone else, and going to the Senate, as he has said, Mandago has said, I'm going to look for more resources to assist Chelilim to continue doing with the projects that we are doing. So that is a very interesting dynamic which we are seeing, and we are going to see more of this across the counties. Of course, as Walmart said, that we are having 21 of governors who are now
finish their terms. So we are going to see a lot of things coming up. I hope we see more of the list of demands that
from the various leaders
we'll be here to watch and see.
But also, Millie, we are seeing a lot of party politics, again, just as we have rightly put it previously. And clearly, the more we keep seeing those that are being announced, it keeps affirming that. When you look at particularly Buzeki, this is actually the second time he was vying for this seat, and again, on an independent ticket, because in 2017, he lost to, the outgoing governor, that was Mandago, who was on a Jubilee ticket. At that time, Jubilee was more dominant. This is after DP Ruto and President Kenyatta came together. Now we are seeing Jonathan B on a UDA ticket, clinching that seat. So we are clearly also seeing party politics coming to play.
Let me just interrupt you as we move over to Jamhuri High School, which is the tallying center for Starehe constituency, and let's listen to UDA. Candidate for the Nairobi Bishop Back.
Just trying to solve the whole problem, but starting Actually, that's why I was called to come and contain everybody and find a way forward, which we have. So I'm happy that we found a way forward. The only problem is that the pace at which it is moving. So if we can move a bit faster, we can find the forms that are not there.
Is the Starehe Tallying Center, and that was our senatorial candidate with the UDA party, Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, and we shall be hearing from Nancy Okware, who's staking out all the events that are happening there later on. Remember, that is tallying at constituency level in Nairobi, the capital, where if you want to compare with other parts of the country, lots should have been done, but things still not moving here. And you can imagine that also Trevor Ngeno is at the county tallying center in Kasarani. So it's going to be quite some time for these people who are involved at work trying to keep tabs on the tallying that is out there. And we get back to a panel, and our conversation was about Uasin Gishu, one of the 21 counties where we've got non-incumbency, and we have seen Jonathan B. Elias Kotimoja is a governor-elect, and the outgoing governor, Jackson Mandago, has been elected senator, and Gladys Sholeh has been re-elected as the county woman member of the National Assembly. Millie, let's come to something. In Bungoma, it was demands.
I think however, just before we get the contrast in respect to what Millie was to respond to before we went to Nairobi, before we went to the tallying constituency level tallying center there, where we're seeing again party politics, taking center stage, just as what you had alluded earlier, where we're having the second who has come in second, that is Zedekiah. He was actually vying on this seat in 2017, but flopped because the Jubilee candidate, as a then Mandago, took the particular seat. We're now seeing him again losing, still on an independent ticket to someone, to a UDA candidate, whereby at this time, this was the dominant party in the region or in the county, so to speak. So we are clearly again seeing that party politics are taking shape regardless of the circumstance and situation.
Very true, and it comes with, of course, a wave at one point. Much as we've tried to build strong political parties, we still build our parties, or the margins of our parties is around a political figure. So,
personalities.
Yes. So at the point when we all knew that the deputy president was going to run, and his attempt to build Jubilee had, in his opinion, failed, so he had opted to move out of Jubilee and set up his party. Many people, I think at one point, they even thought there was going to be Jubilee Tanga Tanga or something like that.
Jubilee 1 and Jubilee 2.
And
Jubilee Asili, actually, at one point.
Like for Asili.
And Kenyans, the true entrepreneurs as we are, had gone to register names, in anticipation of selling the name when the party is going to be be finally registered. So the fact that they knew there would be resources, because a presidential candidate comes with resources. They'll come with networks, and they will come with free airtime, because everywhere they go, there's likely to be media following them, and that will give you prominence in your own personal campaigns. So of course, aligning to that and making use of that so that you build your political campaign around it is good for any candidate. I mean, even we just came from Homa Bay County a few minutes ago. The first time that Gladys Wanga came in as women rep, she was in part of the entourage of the then governor, gubernatorial candidate. So she did not do as much campaigning on her own, but was in that team. So it helps to profile people and to build people's profile politically, so that if you're not a name, because in politics there's that thing of whose son are you, whose daughter are you. If you don't have that name, and you then don't have perhaps the clan, you have that wave of the party that supports you.
Okay. So look, let me just try to pick this up. And where there is, they call it the six-piece voting, that's what people would say about it. Although there is also there is the case of the independent, so long as you align with the correct presidential candidate, is how much would this change? From just being a personality-based thing to an ideology-based thing eventually. There are places where people will say, si hataki kujua wewe chama. Wewe uko na nani? Ni wewe. Wamekataa kwako wewe kuja tu. We've seen that happening in some places. How do we change that over time?
I think that with the work that SRC has done, in removing the allowances.
Those ones will come back. Wait for September.
For National Assembly and Senate.
Rough date, September 22nd.
Also the court has done a tremendous job in getting rid of the CDF. When the legislators will begin to focus on the three roles that we know a legislature across the world, any legislature you meet anywhere, represents people, oversights, and legislates. So if then that is going to be their role, then we may be able to move away from party politics and move to that personality, individual, where we will support you and follow you, because we will be able to see and appreciate you articulating issues. But right now we know that you go there as an independent, you can do very little. The way our bunges are structured, we saw people coming in as independents, and then they say you can't even be allocated a committee to sit in, and you cannot do any work of oversight if you don't sit on a committee. So if we are going to be able to see them doing that work and hear them, if you remember the days of 4, when we hear stories, even for those who were not there then, of the 7 bearded brothers who used to be sisters. Yes, the 7 bearded sisters. We knew that it was all about eloquence. It was not about the roads they brought. It was not about the water they brought or the bursary that they gave, but it was about the way they articulated issues and the way they stood firm for certain issues.
Actually, it was oversight,
yes,
which offended the state then.
Exactly. So if we'll be able to see that, more of that then maybe we will force parties to take individuals, because that individual is very popular.
Gibson, you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, it's going to be a very interesting parliament, because since 2002 the parliament has been courtesy of CDF, courtesy of I'm going to do 1, 2, 3 for you people.
Actually, we only say 2002 because when the law was passed, I think in 2001, the 2002 parliamentarians were the first to benefit
beneficiaries,
from it, and they really didn't even understand it.
They didn't. It was abused.
I think 2 years into office, but from 07.
Is when people realized. And then, of course, the disbursements kept growing. So these people have been enjoying these goodies of state legis in terms of CDF, and of course, for the longest time, it was really, it was like tokenism. If you are aligned to the MP, then he will give you the bursary. If not, then in 2013, from then, and 2015, when it was changed into a national government fund, then we have seen some kind of transparency, some checks where we have a board which administers the CDF, but then still the member of parliament sits in there as an ex-officio member and a voting member. That's where I think even the courts were like, if he's still a voting member and being an ex-officio, still he can weigh the whatever projects he wants to see done.
Because in reality, an MP can't be a board member in a parastatal.
Exactly.
Because that's the whole concept.
Exactly. So that was the argument which the court said, even if you change this thing, because they were given chance to, the national government was given chance to change and restructure it, they opted to create a fund with a member of parliament as an ex-officio, which still went against the constitution. That's why the courts actually, the Supreme Court, that the High Court was actually very clear that this cannot work. So whatever it is you've come up with still does not work. So that is where we go back to the aspect that now we are going to have members of parliament who are actually supposed to talk, deliberate on issues, hold government accountable, be able to be seen and to be heard. Because we have members of parliament who have never spoken, but they have been re-elected to the assembly because they're doing the CDF work. It's claimed that they are doing it well, which actually shouldn't even their role. So that kind of crop of people is going to be left out, or is going to be voted out because they will have nothing else to die for, or to be actually used to campaign as a campaign tool. So this is going to be a very interesting parliament, and we hope that we are going to see more robust discussions in parliament, more attendance, because members have been missing out from the house, and actually more bills. You remember, by the time this parliament was closing, there was a pretty number of bills which were very critical, which were not passed. So we are hoping that we see a record transformation of those bills and being changed into acts of parliament to transform the lives of Kenyans.
I remember that even the many bills that Chebukati had presented to parliament, so that he would be able to organize this election we are in now properly, were pending until the last minute.
In fact, even some of them were shut down when it came to the amount of money that you need to be using in campaigns.
Yes.
So they had to revert back to use whatever amount you can.
Well, it's crazy campaigning in this country. I mean, I just decided, okay, so if I want to become MCA back home, I discovered it was 3.6 million shillings is what I did to campaign in an area that is just slightly larger, slightly smaller than Starehe constituency. That's how crazy it can be. We'll be taking a short break now, and we'll be coming back with Millie Luanga, Gisore, and Doreen Arange, and also Shiksha Arora, and keep up with what's happening, the numbers as they come in, and we'll also be taking a look at some of the governors-elect and those who've left, those who are going to take office for the first time, those who have retained their offices, and those who've reclaimed their offices. A breather is very necessary.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina al-karim. Amma ba'd. Ndugu zangu Waislamu, kwa mara nyingine tena tunaendelea kuhusiana na swala. Salatu imaduddin. Swala ni nguzo mkubwa katika dini. Asli yaqin ni msingi ya yakini. Wa qurratul uyunil muwahhidin. Swala ndio kitu kilichema cha macho ya watu ambao kwamba ni muwahhidin, wenye tauhid. Muwahhidin ahlu tauhid ni watu ambao kwamba wanampwekesha Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ma min muwahhidi fil alamin, hakuna yule ambao kwamba ni mtu wa tauhid katika ulimwengu illa almuslim, isipokuwa Muislamu. Maana Muislamu anatambulika katika ulimwengu kwamba anatambua Mungu mmoja peke yake, lakini wasiokuwa Waislamu wanatambua Mungu ni watatu, au wengine wanaamini kwamba Mungu ni ng'ombe, wengine wanaamini Mungu ni miti, lakini Mungu ni mmoja katika ulimwengu mzima ambaye anafaa kuabudiwa. Lakini wakiswali, ile swali inakuwa ni kitu chema cha macho yao. Rasul Islam amru Islam, mambo yote katika ulimwengu ambayo inafaa mmoja aweze kuisoma katika ulimwengu mzima, kabla kila kitu ni kujua Uislamu. Yani mwanadamu katika maisha yake, kitu cha kwanza anatakana atangulize kuyajua ni kujua Uislamu. Kando na kazi, kando na maisha yake, kando na mambo yake yote duniani, anatakiwa ajue Islam. Wa umuri salati, yani msingi ya Uislamu ni as-salah. Wa dhirwatu sanamiha jihad, na kelele cha mwisho ni kutetea dini ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, isijikawa ninye kuanguka wakati anta hayyun fil alamin, ikiwa wewe uko hai katika ulimwengu. Wa salatu dalilul islam, swala ndio dalili ya mtu kuonekana kweli yule ni Muislamu, na kama hauswali ni dalili ya kwamba anta lasta muslim. Kama hauswali na dalili moja kwamba wewe sio Muislamu. Wa alamatul iman, as-salat tena ni alama ya iman. Wa ismatu damu linsan, tena swala ndio inahifadhi damu ya mwanadamu katika ulimwengu. Yani mwanadamu hawezi kuwa anauawa kama anakuwa mwenye kuswali, lakini kama atakuwa mwenye kukataa swala, akawa ni kudharau swala, anakuwa damu yake ni halali. Qala ta'ala, anasema Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala kwa kuhusiana wale washirikina ambao walikuwa kiabudu mitume, ambao walikuwa kiabudu mawe, walikuwa kiabudu miti, wakiabudu majini, wakiabudu Muhammad, wakiabudu Yesu, au washirikina wote. Kwa hivyo anayeabudu Yesu, anayeabudu Muhammad, anayeabudu kiumbe chochote katika ulimwengu ni mushrikina huyo. Allah anasema kuhusiana na washirikina, fa intabu wa aqamu salata, ipindi hao washirikina watawacha shirikina yao, wakatubu, wakaomba msamaha, wa aqamu salata, wakasimamisha swala, wa atau zakata, wakatoa zaka, fa ikhwanukum fi din, basi watakuwa ndugu zenu katika dini. Maana pindi wanapoabudu Muhammad, wanapoabudu Yesu, wanapoabudu Musa, wanapoabudu mawe, wanapoabudu miti, wanapoabudu miungu vingine, wakawacha Allah, laysa ikhwanukum fi din. Lakini wakisimamisha swala, wakatoa zaka, wakakuwa ni wenye kutekeleza haji kama alivyotangulia Sheikh wetu wanatufundisha kila wakati, basi ni ndugu zenu fi din, katika dini mtakuwa ni ndugu. Lakini ikiwa hawatekelezi haya, wanakuwa ni adaikum fi din, wanakuwa ni maadui wenu katika dini. Wa salatu bara'at min nifaq, swala tena inafanya mtu na kuwa mbali na unafiki. Wa unwanu lisidiki, swala ndio chanzo cha ukweli. Walwifaqa, na ndio chanzo cha mwanadamu kueleweka katika maisha yake. Qala sallallahu alayhi wasallam, anasema Mtume Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, man salla lillahi 40 yawman, atakayemomba Allah siku 40 kwenye katika safu ya jamaa, yudriku takbiratul ula, anapata takbira ya kwanza, kutiba lahu bara'atani, anaandikwa kwamba yuko mbali na vitu viwili. Bara'at minan nar, anaandikwa kwamba yuko mbali na moto wa jahannam, tena nawekwa kwamba yuko mbali na unafiki. Kwa hiyo tutekeleze swala ili tuwe mbali na moto wa jahannam.
and welcome back to Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1. It's a night when announcements have been made about governors, some retaining their seats, others getting into office for the very first time. My name is Daniel Wahome, and for the last 4.5 hours or so, we've been with Doreen Arange Okello and Shiksha Arora, together with our guests, Millie Lwanga and Gibson Gisore. And the pictures that you can see on your screen are of Bomas of Kenya. This is a national tallying center, and Shiksha is the one who's been keeping up with the numbers, and so far 6 constituencies, Form 34 A's and B's have been delivered to the Bomas of Kenya. And then we've had, yes, one that was declared yesterday, and that was Lamu East, and another 5 last night, late into the night, totaling to 6 constituencies, so 6 of them, and just about 200,000 votes have been about 205,000 votes in total. Those are the ones that have been tallied, and remember that the IEBC making all the announcements, they've got to check 46,229 Form 34As against what is on their portal, and we are looking at physical forms. So quite a busy day for returning officers. Doreen.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, it's really quite a busy day, and that process just began yesterday, and I'm so sure Kenyans might be wondering, so then what is the difference? Then why are we going to be seeing different results? I mean, just different from what we had seen different media outlets portraying. But again, this is just to remind you as a Kenyan to keep you cool, don't be anxious. It's simply because IEBC had allowed for parallel tallying. So this is why you again seeing different results in different platforms as well as different media outlets. But as is within the Constitution, the chairman is the only one who can announce and declare, particularly for the presidential results, since he's the national returning officer. And this is why you have been seeing ideally all the returning officers from the various 290 constituencies, as well as that one other constituency which is termed as the diaspora constituencies, will be bringing this result, that is the Form 34As, together with the copy of a Form 34B from each of these constituencies to the National Tallying Center, whereby verification process will be happening. Now, you might also be wondering, why then is it taking so long? If at all these results were in the portal, and it's just, the arrows bringing them forth and then looking in. So what basically also is going on there is a process of verification before they are announced. Because remember, as it has been, results at the polling stations are final. But before we get to just continue our conversation, Shiksha.
Thank you very much for that, Doreen. Now, just before the break, I was telling you about the elected governors and re-elected governors, as has come from IEBC in various counties, and they have been announcing results all night. So we've got 6 new governors that have been confirmed and, of course, announced by IEBC, starting off with Hilary Barchok, who's got re-elected as second term for his second term as governor in Bomet County. In Nyeri County, we've got Kahiga Mutahi of UDA, who has successfully defended his post, once again getting re-elected. Moving on to Machakos County, we have Wavinya Ndeti of Wiper, and of course she is the governor-elect for Machakos. The former Katiani MP obviously had unsuccessfully vied for the post in 2013 and 2017. Moving on, in West Pokot, we have Simon Kachapin of UDA, and he is the governor-elect against incumbent John Lonyangapuo. So remember, these are a few updates that we have been getting right here, and we will continue to give you the latest. We've also got more additions in the women representative race. Independent candidate Fatuma Mohammed has won Migori women rep seat with 154,538 votes, beating ODM's Denita Gatti, who got 117,591 votes. We also have an update from Kisumu County. Ruth Odinga of ODM has successfully won the women rep seat, having 304,293 votes against Valentine Anyango of MDG, that's Movement for Democracy and Growth Party, getting 80,117 votes. We also have Homa Bay women rep seat that was clinched by Joyce Bensouda, who got 284,348 votes against the independent candidate Maureen Marusha, who's second with 67,037 votes. So yes, those are some new updates updates that came through during the break, but we'll definitely be continuing this conversation in studio. Of course, we have our analysts, we have Millie as well as Gibson, who will continue to engage with us and tell us what their thoughts are about these new elections and, of course, re-elected governors. So yes, Millie, just recently I mentioned that we have a new governor in Bomet County, Hilary Bachok. Well, it's not really new, he just got re-elected, but yes, the announcement has come just recently from IEBC. It's his second term as governor. Millie, what are your thoughts?
Well, he has an opportunity to be able to conclude some of his projects. I think that is the beauty of making it for a second time, because then people are able to see some continuity. One of the things that you realize again with change of governors is those who come in most of the time want to politicize, particularly if they're not coming from the same party, and even if they are, they want to politicize the things that the previous governor had been trying to implement, so that they become white elephants within the county. And it's really a big loss. There's not much continuity sometimes when new leadership comes in, and then there's a whole new start again, and the people who feel the impact, the taxpayers, who have all these halfway projects, and the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel remains vaguer and vaguer, because at one point somebody comes and starts this level 4 or 5 hospital, and then it is stalled, and then somebody else comes and says, now I'm going to start a factory, and they start it and it is stalled, and then somebody else says something else. It's really most unfortunate. I was talking to some people recently, and I was very excited about the work that Governor Kivuta Kibwana has done. And I was asking, and I was told, well, he's done very good work, but he did not put policies in place for continuity of those projects that he had put there. And I said, are you sure? Or is it just that people are already looking for loopholes of how to make sure that they don't continue with those things? So anyway, it's good that he has a second term. Hopefully, it'll leave the county a better place.
Well, let me come to you, Gibson, because Millie has mentioned something. We have this habit of throwing away the baby and the maji akarai, the baby and the bath water. Yes. And we've seen that with CDF projects, where basically somebody says, all right, just because you come from this end of the county, this doesn't come. What's going to happen now? Because we saw a list of demands coming in from Senate Speaker in Bungoma. Now, there's going to be a change of guards. We've seen that when for Hilary Bachok is more of continuity. But then there is also West Pokot County. Simon Kachapi is now a governor who has come in for a second term after
he was there.
He was the first governor of West Pokot County. And also for Wavinya Ndeti, she's come in, and this is her first term, and this was in Machakos County where there was no incumbency. What's the continuity plan here?
I think if we may start from West Pokot, I think there is a sense of feeling that West Pokot, with the new, with the leadership which is leaving, there was that aspect of discontinuity. The first governor laid out some policies which were supposed to be continued, and remember, development, especially at the county level, as opposed to the CDF, is one which takes time. A period of 10 years to have a turnaround to see the effects. So if you get a governor after 5 years, because setting up a factory is not an easy thing, and then running a factory is another thing, and then having it to have a turnaround effect, it also takes time. So that needs like 10 years for you to actually, if you set it up in the first term, for it to be up and running and actually have a multiplier effect on the ground, it takes like 10 years. So if you have somebody, when you set up a factory, comes and shunts it and then jumps and starts setting up something else, maybe building a market, then there's that discontinuity, and we are going to end up with the stopgap issues, which you don't have development going on continuously, and the governors don't have so much resources as people believe. It's small money, so you have to spare some little money, set up something.
About 300 billion for 47 counties.
Yes, but now when you go for counties in terms of development, sometimes they hardly have any money for development, because most of it goes to budget to fund other things like administration and other things. So the development budget is very little, and the people have expectations. So you need to use it wisely and judiciously, so that you have continuity, so that you can have the people benefiting from the development. So that is what happened in West Pokot. That's why they said, bring the old guy, let him continue with this thing. This professor, you're not sure where he's going with these things. And then now you come back to Barchok. Barchok is my neighbor county. And I think it's just a confirmation that whatever has been doing after Laboso left, it's a confirmation that he has been doing a good job. I passed by there, and I've seen some developments here and there. And if the people have said he should come back, he should be able to finish his projects, if there are any. So, but if people have confirmed, then it's good.
Remember the famous speech that we've just been making reference to, where in fact one of the things that was being requested for was a list of people who've been employed.
Exactly.
All these things, they just shake the foundation of the entire place, because it's about ensuring that now you have in place people who are allied to you, people who maybe represent more representative of your community or your vote base, and you destabilize the entire system, because sometimes people are being hounded out of office in a very uncouth manner, and so you leave without handing over properly to the next people, so that even those projects would continue.
Well, by the way, you're talking about continuity, but there is an oddity in the continuity of county governments, because if a governor leaves office, the moment he leaves office, the entire executive leaves with him. That is stated. I mean, it's a constitutional provision.
Yes.
How then do you handle this? I know the transition. I think Article 198 talks about the Speaker of the County Assembly being in charge at that transition point. But then, how then do we manage this?
And that is why I was making reference to the staff, that because the CEC is like the CS at that level, but the CS will not implement everything without having mtu wa mkono, so to speak. So there will be those equivalent to what you'd have as a PS at that level. You'll have directors at that level who will be able to run with the projects, have a clear grasp of what the project intends, what the plan of the rollout of that project is, and what the commitments are. And even the partners, including potential analysis, because you anticipate that by the time somebody is commencing a project, they've done some research, some analysis, they have some background information that is going to guide that project. So if you're to fully implement it, you must be working with some plan, you know, and that team will be aware of that plan. So even if the CSS, because these are policy level people, even if they leave, the backbone of the institution will still remain, and that should provide continuity. But the unfortunate thing is that what has happened since we started devolution with the first round or the first cycle of devolved governance was that it was about employing your cronies, including or ignoring the fact that the county government laws require that 30% of the people you employ at that county level should come from another county, so that it remains, because the counties was not, and I remember the late president, may his soul rest in peace, Kibaki, was very keen on reminding people there are not 47 governments, there's one government. He kept saying it, because we are still one Kenya. So that concept of being one Kenya would also be reflecting in the counties. But you know what we did? So I'm the governor of Kisumu County, and then my 30% will come from Siaya. And I'll say, well, that is Kenya. represented, you know.
And the budget will be discussed not in English.
The local dialect.
There's something also I want to add to what Amelia said. There's an aspect around the aspect of having a team. You will find that our governor has employed people, his cronies. Some of these cronies have a situation where somebody put in office people who are employed without papers. Then they go to the HR and start asking, by the way, which kind of papers do I need for this job?
Yet he's on the job.
Yet he's on the job and is receiving salary. So if we are talking about continuity, you find these are the kind of people who are going to be handed over the reins, and then you are told now these are the people to work with, that it's going to be a challenge. That's why I think one of the demands Ken Lusaka put across was, we want to know all the people employed, they need to come with their papers so that we know what kind of team are we working with. If you don't have papers, you better start running. The earlier the better, so that we have started working now. If it actually means that, then that's going to be a very interesting scenario for him.
Yeah, I mean, sure. And it's a time where we're talking about change of guard, transitions, and we are going to see that a lot, even the aspect of continuity, particularly for those that have been re-elected, so to speak. But again, there's something that we are seeing in this election. There's an interesting dynamic of conceding and accepting results, even before the national returning officer really announces, so to speak. And even at that, those that are conceding are actually congratulating their main opponents. What does this speak about our democracy? We've not really seen that in previous elections, so to speak.
You know, every time you hear people saying, Kenya Sihami, you know, we love being Kenyans and we love our country. And I'll tell you that I was so excited when I saw that happening. I was also not very surprised when I saw clawbacks from that, because some of the people who had conceded started retracting.
It was too early to concede.
Retracting.
They were misquoted.
Yes, you know, this and that. And part of the reason to blame is not lawyers like me, but younger lawyers like you.
Why are you shifting blame? I feel like we should have eyes by talk about keep shifting blame.
You know? Because it is a good thing. It is a good thing. It means that we accept the fact that IEBC has tried to have as transparent a process as possible. They have tried to engage with the people in the process of rolling out this current election, particularly as we move to the last cycle. Unfortunately, IEBC was very, very quiet and very, very dead towards the second and third phase of the cycle, or the middle there, when they would have been doing the laws and putting systems in place. And you can't blame them. There were 3 commissioners. There was no funds. Nobody was looking at their laws. Nobody wanted to talk to them. There was fear that the handshake was targeted at getting them out of office. So there were all these uncertainties. But going to the last cycle, when they were added more team members and resources started rolling out, they did try to engage stakeholders to a good extent, or to a large extent. Maybe not as much as stakeholders would have wanted, but to some extent they have tried to engage stakeholders and the entire country. In this process, we have not really thought out some of the things, but things start out that way. For example, now we are hurting. We have been seeing results rolling out, and now we are told the results are not rolling out, and they've started again. And they've started in batches of 1 and 2. We are frustrated, but it's a process of learning. So it's all these things we've seen that IEBC has been trying to do is a good thing. Yes,
it's a good thing at the end of the day.
Yes.
I mean, Gibson, let me just pick your mind also on ideally the general outlook of how Kenyans have exercised their Article 1 of the Constitution. I know that we touched a bit on this in respect to, you know, how the trend has been going down. We were at 65.6, so to speak. This has gone down from 2013, 2017 up until now. But just your general outlook in respect to how, you know, Kenyans have conducted themselves. Also as you respond to that, you can tie it down with the cases of, you know, the violence here and there, because that also hasn't really been quite much, except for some few isolated areas here and there.
I think Kenyans have really conducted themselves well around this election. IBC has done its work, and we want to commend Kenyans for that, because unlike the previous elections, IBC actually was the biggest of the problem. But now when they have put everything
Which
out there.
IBC was the biggest of the problems?
Yes, they were not. They were opaque. They were opaque. They were opaque.
I mean,
yes.
I've used 2017 as an.
Yes.
I mean, the 2017 was an indictment, not on the
court.
You could actually be a candidate and not know what is going on.
Court in the land.
Yes.
So DPP go in there.
Yes.
But now every Kenyan has leeway to what is happening.
Yes, now they have been very clear. They have said if somebody engages in 1, 2, 3, that's an election malpractice, prosecute them. And we have seen even officials of IBC actually being prosecuted. So that is them trying to absolve them of the blame and the opaqueness which they have been suffering, and which actually most government organizations do suffer from. So they are trying to be that independent arm of conducting elections, and that is something we need to congratulate them on. So that contributes greatly to what the Kenyans or how the Kenyans will be. If you realize that you've been told, compile your own numbers, there is everything that which has been done. So you get to business. Once you realize that, and then there's the training which was conducted for electoral, for every aspirant. They were called to a room, they were told, now, all of you, I was representing some few when they were being trained, and I just liked it because they were given the orders. They were told, ask all the questions you need to ask. Come with your agents. We are in a room. We are trained for, I think, around 2 or 3 days. And at some point, I think for one of my candidates, there was an election, pre-election malpractice where I think they were in a funeral and somebody slapped another one before giving him the mic. IBC called all the contestants and told them, you guys, we have had this has happened. We don't want this. We expect you to behave in 1, 2, 3, and please sign a code of conduct to this effect. You know, that calls people to order. It means IBC was in control right from the word go. So you don't expect them to drop the button at this end, and that's why, you know, once you've been given the rules of engagement, you've been told you'll be disqualified, that one goes down to your heart, and you say, now I can't lose this thing because of my own mischief. So that called for discipline on the part of the aspirants and the candidates, and they called their troops to order that we can fight for this thing, but ensure let it not be out of our own mistakes, because I've signed a code of conduct. So that in itself brings in the aspect of sanity in terms of elections, and that is something we need to look up and say, as Kenyans, we need to be proud of this.
And they did try. Remember that they even tried to deal with some of the aspirants until the court stopped them from sanctioning some of the aspirants. They tried to control the process. They've really tried to that extent.
To that extent they have. Yes. I mean, just still sticking up with IBC a bit, and yes, you are all alluding to the fact that when you look at this year's election, there has been largely transparency compared to the previous elections. But then what about the aspect of communication? They have really come under fire in respect to communication just up until recently.
I think they've done a very poor job in that. One of the things that you know as an institution is that you must have a focal point who is going to communicate. And you know that the head of that institution should speak rarely. When the President of the Republic of Kenya is going to speak, all media houses are waiting because it is not something that he does every day. And this has been the tradition ever since. We have had every communication coming from Chebukati, and we know that every time, for one reason or another, you may need to change. People will say that then there's change of policy because you said something else. We know for a fact that when you're speaking to people, it doesn't matter how well you try to articulate the issue. They will hear it differently depending on what they want to hear. So when he tries to clarify the same thing again, people will say that he is stepping over his own words. Now, why IBC cannot follow the tradition they found there? The IEBC that was there before them, the officers they took over from, had a serious communication department with a seasoned communicator who did the day-to-day and the weekly communication, leaving very rare occasions where they needed to come out as commissioners to clarify something. That avoids the confusion, because if somebody says something, today, if one of your colleagues who is out collecting information says something that KBC has said this and this, it is very easy for KBC to say that that is not the statement of KBC because there is somebody to whom that person reports who can clarify. But you can imagine if it is the person right at the top who states it, then how do you change that communication? So they've done a very poor job at that, and I don't understand why they have not learned. Now, when they started trying to speak as a team, then they would speak two issues and try to explain the same issue to different people. You find the chairman speaking, then the vice chair speaking. And that again was because, again, as I said, everybody knows that in communication, it doesn't matter how clear you are, people will hear different things. Then they say these people are speaking at loggerheads, yet they're not, when you look at the analysis of it. So I think there, they've done a bad job. Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, lastly, also, we look at this aspect of social media. Like we've said over time, that right now we are seeing IEBC now actually finally releasing, the results of the Form 34A, Form 34B. But again, we have also seen what has been happening on the social media platforms. In fact, just earlier on, we were saying that everyone has become a returning officer. They're just declaring, either themselves or declaring, to whom anyone they were supporting. And prior to this, we had seen NCIC come up with a recommendation to shut off Facebook. But Ministry of ICT said we are a free state and we cannot allow that. So when you look at the power that is social media and the information circulating out there, then to who has a responsibility, particularly of regulating? Because I mean, when you look at some of these messages going up, these are some of those things that would either breed more anxiety, breed fear, and it could turn out to be something entirely totally different.
Social media is just social media. It's like people speaking in the marketplace. You can't blame anybody really for whatever it is that they are saying or trying to sell, because some of them are trying to sell a narrative, others are bloggers who have been paid by different people. So those are different dynamics I can call, because you're trying to have a free democracy, and then it is also helping with the aspect of communication, because people are also getting engaged in different communications, that communication can go fast. And then the aspect of closing down the internet, I think, is neither here nor there, because that is not expected. Personally, I don't feel that it's something we need to discuss, because even the CS Musheru came out very clearly and said, we don't have a framework for closing down the internet, because that is a word to a couple of Kenyans, to a lot of people. We are pioneers in this thing of advancing the openness in social media. As a country, cannot claw back, because that is a platform which is believed to be enhancing. When they check on the democracy index of a country, they look at the performance in terms of social media access and internet accessibility, and what is the role of government in that. And we cannot be able to be ranked with the likes of China, who close down on the internet or who limit, and some other countries across the world. I think our neighbors Ethiopia do that a lot. But it's because even Uganda and TZ, yes,
are using social media to speak about Kenya having social media.
Exactly. We have had social media. We have even bullied the US president as Kenyan. So we have advanced that Kenya can be talked about on that particular circle.
There's some certain freedom.
We have had a tiff with Nigeria and we have won. So if there's anything we need to be proud of as Kenyans, is actually Kenyan people and the freedom.
We even brought down a documentary, wasn't it?
Yes. We had actually CNN take back their words and apologize, and actually send their vice president to come and officially apologize to the country that you messed us. So once we've made those strides, we can't be able to start again just because of an election, pull it down and say now we are cutting down. We will look like we are not serious people.
All right. Now, just 6 constituencies mentioned, and at the last briefing, Chebukati mentioned he's got 80. By law, he's got until Tuesday.
Yes.
And there is nothing we can do to him.
But and he's showing that in our face.
I mean, how expedited can this be, given that I know there's a slow start in that?
And one of the commissioners who spoke just before Chebukati spoke said that they had sent out and they were going to get these people in. He said, we are sending planes, we are sending for them. They will be here, we are sending choppers, we are doing what? We want to make sure that these people are here sooner rather than later. He spoke. to that.
Okay.
So I hope that Chebukati was also listening to his question.
But again, I mean, very quickly, even just as he responds to that, could also this be a form of Chebukati trying to just ensure that he leaves behind a good legacy? Because again, we know within the Constitution, this is his last term to serve as the chair of IEBC.
I think it behooves him to actually leave a good legacy, because what has befallen the previous commissioners or chairman of IBC is not something he will want to fall into. Even if it were me still in Chebukati issues, I wouldn't. So you wouldn't bully me over time. I will just stick to what it is that I'm supposed to do and be able to do it well. Because the law is within the law. But now my question is, election was on Tuesday. Some people, even if it was using a donkey to come to Nairobi, people want to be here.
No, where there are no traffic cops because they are donkeys was the first one to be announced.
Exactly.
Actually, so where we've got speed bikes is a problem. Right?
Yes. So we need to really question this speed, because it is. And then again, Chebukati needs to work with speed, increase his team, and ensure that we get the numbers coming quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Gibson Gisore, Millie Lwanga, Doreen. Well, for me, I've got to say it's quite a story. Remember, it's Wafula Chebukati, chairman IBC, who's now calling the shots. So all the numbers that we had crunched, put together, they've hit a brick wall. And with a steel fortification, and that steel is fortified by lead. So remember, there is another team coming up. But before I introduce them, Doreen, to give you the final word. It's been a pleasure being with you on Kenya Decides, Doreen.
I mean, for the last 4.5 hours, we've been holding court with our guests here, just helping us understand what exactly all this means, and the speed in which also IEBC is taking to release this result. But as we said, and just lastly, all eyes are actually here at the Bomas of Kenya, because this is where the chairman is receiving all the Form 34As as well as the Form 34B from the constituency tallying centers, and this is where the verification process will be happening just before they get released. But from me, it's a good morning. I'm Dorina Range Okello.
Shiksha Arora.
Oh yes, we have to summarize these numbers. I was waiting for my turn, but I'm here.
It's your turn, it's your turn.
It's my turn now.
Summarize the numbers.
I'm very okay. This side of the studio, let's talk about the numbers, in terms of what exactly happened this night. There were very interesting turn of events that were taking place. IEBC was declaring results for the gubernatorial race, as well as giving us a breakdown on the voting numbers. And of course, all that is with me. So in terms of, the governor-elects, we had Paul Otuoma from Busia County, and he managed to get 164,478 votes to clinch that particular seat. Second was John Sakwa of ANC, managed to get 92,144 votes. We had Kenneth Lusaka from Ford, Kenya, who is now the Bungoma County Governor. He bounces back to county governorship after flooring the incumbent Wycliffe Wangamati, managed to get 244,298 votes. We had Gladys Wanga of ODM, managed to become the new Homa Bay County Governor, and of course beating Evans Kideru, former Nairobi Governor, with 154,182 votes. In Nandi County, we had Stephen Sang from UDA, who managed 237,045 votes, followed by former Governor Cleophas Lagat, who managed 54,375 votes. West Pokot, we had Simon Kachapen from UDA. He's now the governor-elect against incumbent John Lonyangapuo. From Bomet County, Hilary Barchok, after getting re-elected for his second term as governor. In Nyeri County, we have Kaiga Mutai of UDA, who successfully defended his post as well. Anyang Nyong of ODM returned to Kisumu County, that is the gubernatorial seat, managing 319,957 votes against Jack Ranguma, who managed 100,600 votes on the MDG ticket. Of course, this is in terms of the gubernatorial race. Now moving on, let's just take a look at the senatorial elections results. In Busia County, activist Okeam Wantata won the Busia seat after garnering 171,681 votes on the NRA ticket against ODM's Hilary Itala second with 59,276 votes. Moving on, in Migori County, we have Eddie Okech, who was declared the winner against eight youthful candidates. Homa Bay County, we have Senator Moses Kajwang, who retained his seat on the ODM ticket after garnering 353,882 votes against Kanu's Thomas Ojanga, who came in second with 18,690 votes. In Kisumu County, Tom Ojienda won the Kisumu Senate seat with 413,121 votes, beating Jubilee's Enos Okolo with 15,575 votes. In Uasin Gishu, we had Jackson Mandago, who clinched the senator's seat, and of course third-term Senator Moses Wetangula from UDA garnered 286,143 votes against Jacob Mashata. Now moving on, women rep race, independent candidate Fatuma Mohammed won the Migori women rep seat with 154,538 votes, beating ODM's Denita Gatti, who managed 117,591 votes. In Kisumu County, Ruth Odinga from ODM won the Kisumu women rep seat with 304,293 votes against Valentine Anyango of MDG. Gladys Chalet was re-elected as women rep in Uasin Gishu County, winning the seat with 292,154 votes against Dorcas Jabet of ODM, 54,742 votes. In Homa Bay, we had the women rep seat clinched by Joyce Bensouda, who got 284,348 votes against independent candidate Maureen Marusha, who was second with 67,037 votes. We've also been getting the verified results at constituency. Sorry for that. Constituency level. Clearly it's time for me to go. But yes, just make sure that you stay right here, because coming up next we have the team who's going to be taking over, and they will be crunching more numbers and of course giving you more details in terms of percentages, in terms of the votes as well. So all things numbers, all things figures coming up, and it's time for me to say good night, good morning, all in one. I'll see you soon.
Well, thank you. It's been thrown back to me, and I have to say thank you for being with us on Kenya Decides. But this show doesn't stop. John Jacob Kuria, we've got Victor Olo, and Jane Wamboi are coming and taking over the hot seat for the next 6 or 7 hours. Keep it KBC Channel 1.